one man, 4 wives, a suspicious death, and a disappearance.
You were almost glued to the TV to see what's going to happen next. What else can happen?
The life and crimes of Drew Peterson have made international headlines.
He says he believes that he helped you dispose of your wife's body. Can you at least respond to that?
Today, we're discussing Drew Peterson, a cop with a murky reputation, 4 wives, 1 suspicious death, and 1 missing. A dirty cop that thought he was above the law and could outsmart everyone else, and almost got away with murder. Let's get into it. Drew Peterson was born on January 5, 1954 in Bolingbrook, Illinois. His father, Donald Peterson, was a Marine, while his mother, Betty, was a stay-at-home mom to Drew and his 2 siblings. His father was a strict military man with a drinking problem and a temper, something that Drew would mirror later in his life. Drew spent many of his early years trying to earn his father's approval, but seemed to always come up short in his father's eyes. Peterson joined the military in 1974 and trained as a military police officer. That same year, he married his high school sweetheart, Carol Hamilton. Carol was 3 years his junior and was still in her senior year of high school when they married. The couple had 2 sons, Eric and Stephen. In 1977, Drew joined the Bolingbrook Police Department in suburban Chicago. Initially, he was hired on as a military police officer, but was transferred a year later into the metro area narcotics squad. Peterson excelled as an undercover cop. He was trained to be deceptive and convincing, which was a skill he mastered with ease. Not all cops are able to easily enmesh themselves into the seedy underbelly of the criminal world, but that wasn't a problem for him. However, he began to blur the lines between his job and what he wanted to do. He stopped taking orders from his superiors, believing himself to be bigger than the badge he represented. He started doing his own undercover operations, unauthorized. In 1980, his wife Carol leaves him following the discovery that her husband was using his undercover second life as an excuse to sleep with women. Drew said it was a necessity to gain the trust. Carol disagreed. Carol would be the first and one of the only wives to get spousal support from Drew. Peterson married his second wife, 23-year-old Vicky Rutkowicz, in 1982, but the couple had dated for years before that, possibly even while he was still married to Carol. Vicky was a bar owner, and Drew didn't like that she had so much going on outside of their marriage. Vicky stated that their marriage was not a happy union and that Peterson would often get physical with her, and he manipulated and played mind games. By 1985, Drew was fired from the Bolingbrook Police Department among several accusations of bribery, disobedience, and misconduct. However, he appealed and his union was able to secure his job again, though he would be demoted to a patrol officer. Vicky stated that Drew had placed recording devices throughout their home and monitored her and the children. He would also threaten that he knew how to kill her and make it look like an accident. Their marriage only lasted 10 years. Vicky finally had enough when it was discovered that Peterson was not so subtly dating someone new, Kathleen Savio. Kathleen was a young and beautiful accountant who was set up with Drew on a blind date. Kathleen had been swept away with gifts, vacations, and the promise of a stable life with a home and children. To Kathleen, Drew was Prince Charming. She believed every tall tale he told her, including that he was divorced, when in actuality, he was very much still married. Drew had told her wild lies about Vicky, including that she was a mentally unstable drug addict. Drew warned her that if Vicky ever reached out to her, she should ignore everything because Vicky was so unstable and the divorce wasn't going well. Despite all the red flags, Kathleen and Drew married in 1992, only 6 months after their first date, and only weeks after his divorce to Vicky was finalized. The couple had 2 children, and it was after the birth of their second son that Kathleen felt a change in their relationship. Kathleen had settled into motherhood, and much like his first 2 previous marriages, Drew hated when he wasn't the center of attention. In his first marriage, it was after the birth of his first 2 sons that started the deterioration of the marriage, and the second was Vicky's bar that kept her away from home. Drew resented that so much attention was being focused on the children and started abusing Kathleen in retaliation. Drew would call Kathleen fat and ugly, and physical abuse followed. Kathleen would end up in the emergency room on 2 separate occasions. In October 2001, Kathy received an anonymous letter informing her that her husband was dating a 17-year-old girl named Stacy. Kathleen was furious, but when she confronted Drew about it, she was the one that ended up in the ER covered in bruises. It was at that point when Kathleen began documenting the abuse, hiring a divorce attorney, and kicked Drew out of the home, and he moved into an apartment he'd gotten for Stacy. It was a bitter divorce. Drew purchased a home near Kathy to stay close to the children, but it was also to monitor and attempt to intimidate and control Kathleen. She said that once she woke up to Drew hovering over her bed, and she called her sister and told her that she wasn't going to make it to the end of the divorce. She believed Drew was going to kill her. Kathy was going to leave the marriage with half the house, half of Drew's pension, and full custody of their 2 children. The divorce was going to financially devastate Drew, and he was not happy about it. The police were called 18 times to Kathleen's home for trespassing, assault and battery, and unlawful restraint. Despite this, no further protections were offered to Kathleen, and Drew suffered no consequences. The Bolingbrook Police Department did nothing about the accusations that one of their own was threatening to kill his wife. Kathleen went as far as going above the police department by sending a letter to the Will County Assistant State Attorney Elizabeth Fragel outlining the abuse and her fears about her husband, but still nothing was done. Kathleen's divorce is granted on October 10th, 2003. At this point, Drew and Stacy have been unofficially married for a year and have already had their first child together. On October 18th, about a week later, Drew and Stacy marry in a low-key official ceremony. Despite the divorce being granted, it still didn't mean freedom for Kathleen. They still had to come to an agreement about dividing the marital assets. They had one more settlement appointment to finalize things, but on March 1st, 2004, Kathleen was found dead in her bathtub, and Drew was one of the first on the scene, as he was with the neighbors when they discovered the body, when he went to drop off his kids after his visitation. Though Drew was initially thought to be a suspect, he was cleared with an airtight alibi. He was home with Stacy that night. Kathleen's death was deemed an accidental drowning. Drew produced a handwritten will signed and dated on March 2, 1997, when he and Kathleen were still married. The will stated that all assets would be left to each other, and Drew would become the benefactor of Kathleen's estate, which included custody of their children, the ability to make funeral arrangements, and Kathleen's $1 million life insurance policy. Drew had met Stacy when she was only 16 years old. She worked the overnight shift as a front desk agent at a hotel. Drew also worked overnight shifts, and they apparently met because his partner was dating Stacy's coworker. Stacy Kales was young, beautiful, full of life, but also a prime target for someone like Drew Peterson. Stacy had grown up in a chaotic household. She grew up around a lot of anger, neglect, abuse, witnessing substance abuse, and when you grow up around that, you look for any light at the end of the tunnel. Her mother had also disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1998, and her case remains unsolved. When Stacy turned 17, the legal age of consent in Illinois, Stacy told her sister that she was dating Drew and that he had bought and furnished an apartment for her. Stacy was a sweet girl. She had a loving nature and loved kids. She wanted to be a mom more than anything. And even after Kathleen died, she took over as a maternal figure to Kathleen's boys, loving them just as she did her own children. Stacy was also swept up in Drew's romance. He bought her gifts and took her places, did fun things, and promised her a life that she had always wanted. Stacy's older sister didn't approve of the relationship. Among her concerns was the 30-year age gap between the couple, and she thought Stacy was much too young to be dating anyone, let alone dating someone so much older. Stacy gets pregnant in 2002 and gives birth to her first son, Anthony, in July of 2003. She marries Drew in the fall of 2003 when she was 19 and he was 49. All of this happening while Drew is going through his divorce with Kathleen. Again, Drew told familiar lies about his soon-to-be ex-wife, including that she was unstable and was abusing drugs, both of which were completely untrue. In 2005, Stacy has her second child, a daughter named Lacey, Drew's sixth child. In 2006, Stacy's sister died of colon cancer at 31. The death devastated Stacy, and she starts to experience severe depression and anxiety. At the same time, her relationship with Drew begins to sour. Stacy, in addition to being a mom, was also working towards her nursing degree, meaning there was little time for Drew with 4 kids, school, and maintaining their home. As we saw with his other marriages, this doesn't go over well with Drew. Stacy doesn't talk to too many people about what's going on at home. She kept a lot of it to herself. Though knowing how Drew treated Kathleen, we can speculate that Stacy was treated much the same. At some point, Stacy had cosmetic surgery. She had breast plants put in. Perhaps Drew had also made her feel bad about her body, or coerced her into having surgery. By 2007, Stacy seemed to have enough of Drew. She started opening up to family, as well as her pastor. She wanted out, but she didn't want to end up like Kathleen. Stacy told her sister that Drew was acting super possessive, accusing her of cheating on him. He would monitor where she went, how long she was gone for, and follow her. Stacy felt that her marriage had deteriorated to a point of no return. In October of 2007, Stacy's aunt, Candace Aiken, visits the Peterson family. Candace said that Stacy seemed stressed out and frazzled. Candace felt that Stacy seemed to be experiencing domestic violence and offered for her and the kids to come back with her to California. Stacy said that she would think about it and told Candace that she wanted to leave her marriage. Stacy also met with her pastor, who had served as her and Drew's marriage counselor. She sought advice and told him more about what was really going on in the marriage. She said that Drew was intensely jealous and it was unbearable. She also thought he was stalking her or had other police officers stalking her. She didn't feel safe calling law enforcement, and she made a shocking revelation. She said that she knew Drew killed Kathleen. The night that she had died, Drew hadn't been with her that night. He had been gone for several hours in the middle of the night, and he told her to lie to police.
What did you say to her at that point?
I believe one of the first things I said to her was, "What do you want me to do with this information?" And she said, "I don't want you to do anything, I just want you to know."
On October 26, 2007, Stacy told family members that she was going to file for divorce. She said that she'd already told Drew, and he hadn't taken it well. She mentioned to her sister that she didn't feel safe in their home. She said that she had plans to meet with a divorce lawyer the following week. Stacy's sister, Cassandra, began to spend more time at Stacy's house. Drew was usually on his best behavior when others were around, and Stacy felt more comfortable when she wasn't alone. Cassandra leaves Stacy's home at 11:30 p.m. on October 27th. The two had plans to meet the following day at 10 a.m. The following day, Stacy failed to show up and Cassandra was unable to get in touch with her. A neighbor the next morning notices both of the Peterson vehicles in the driveway around 10 a.m. She went grocery shopping, and when she returned, around noon, she noticed Stacy's car was missing. She went over and asked Drew where Stacy was, and he told her that Stacy had gone to her grandfather's house. He asked if she could watch the kids for a few minutes, which she did. and Drew left for about 15 minutes. Drew also called in sick for work that day, saying that he had unused accumulated sick time that he wanted to use before his retirement in January. Cassandra continues to attempt to get in touch with Stacy. She goes over to see Drew at 11 p.m. when she notices neither of the Peterson vehicles are in the driveway. Drew tells her that Stacy left him for another man. He said that she took $25,000, her car, and her bikinis. Cassandra knew something bad had happened right away. Given Stacy's fears, she knew that she would never leave her children with Drew. She would also never willingly abandon her children. They were her whole world. Cassandra left and immediately filed a police report. She goes to another police department, the Downers Grove Police Department, but they tell her to go to the Bolingbrook PD. Reluctantly, she files there, and Drew was tipped off at 2 a.m. She also drove to the Illinois State Police Department and filed a statewide missing persons report. On October 29th, Tom Murphy, Drew's stepbrother, is admitted to the hospital following a suicide attempt. He claimed that the night Stacy disappeared, Drew had called him and asked him to move something, a blue storage bin that Drew had removed from his bedroom, and asked for help putting into his car. Tom said that Drew told him this never happened. Tom came to the horrifying conclusion that he had helped get Stacy's body out of the house. The guilt tore at him, and he was scared of Drew, and he attempted to kill himself. Tom was offered an immunity deal, and he wore a wire in an attempt to get Peterson to say something incriminating. Nothing comes of the call, but Tom says that in the days leading up to Stacy's disappearance, Drew had asked him to kill Stacy, but he said that he couldn't.
October 28th.
I have no idea what anybody's talking about like that.
Warm to the touch.
Nope.
He says he believes that he helped you dispose of your wife's body.
Nope.
Can you at least respond to that?
Nope.
Not at all.
No response.
Drew started a media campaign. He goes on Larry King Live, The Today Show, countless radio shows to talk about his missing wife.
Can you look me straight in the eye and tell me that you had nothing to do with the death of your third wife, Kathy, or the disappearance of your fourth wife, Stacy?
I can look right in your eye and say I had nothing to do with either of those incidences. Everybody says I cheated, but I went out and sought female attentions elsewhere after the marriages were over, but we were still legally married.
Were you ever physical with her?
Never.
Never. So those stories are totally untrue.
Correct. I'm a police officer.
Right.
And I don't work for the phone company or the power company. And as a police officer, we don't have the same ability to do things as the common person. If I get involved in a domestic situation where I'm physical with a wife, I'll lose my job. And I would never even care to even come close to risking that. And I kind of challenge anybody out there to find anybody that has ever even seen me mad. So
You don't have a temper?
No. It's.
Are you in love with Stacy?
Very much so.
Think she might be alive?
I do. We were living separate lives in the same house just for economics. I walk into everywhere I go and there's this little hum that goes through the establishment. There's Drew Peterson, there's Drew Peterson, there's Drew Peterson. The marriage had been going through problems since her sister died. She changed very much, where we had her under psychiatric care and we had her medicated for the problems and emotional problems that she was experienced due to her death. Everything is invented. None of that's true.
His campaign goal was simple: paint Stacy as an emotionally unstable individual who had cheated and left him for some tropical destination.
How do you manage to stay so upbeat, given the fact that your wife's been missing for 3 months?
Oh, it's just, you do what you can. I'm not going to go hide in the corner and cry about it. It's just like I personally grieve over it. But I do that all on my own. So
how has this affected your children?
Oh, they're pretty upset, but I guess that's not what we were going to talk about today. We're going to talk about
I meant the dating part of it all. How has this idea of daddy dating affected them? It's my understanding from you that they believe their mom is on a ski vacation. Is that right?
No, the younger ones believe she's on a vacation, but the older two boys, they know she's missing and she ran off.
I wonder, as the investigation has gone forward, how difficult has it been for your family?
Pretty hard. The kids are, the little ones are missing their mom, that type of thing. We went through her birthday and the holidays, and that was kind of rough for everybody.
And
So-
the fact that you're a suspect in her disappearance, how difficult has that been, and how have you handled that with your family?
Oh, every day it's a new day. You know, you wake up. I can only equate it to like having cancer, or being told you got cancer. You go to bed and with it on your mind, you wake up with your mind, and you're just looking for that miracle cure to make it all go away.
The neighbors said that they saw you carrying out a big blue barrel that would be big enough.
Again, Shepard, that's not what we agreed to talk about. You know,
I didn't agree to any restrictions on conversation. I would never do that. I just wonder what.
Okay, well then I guess I got to walk away. Have a good day, Mr. Shepard. It was nice talking to you.
Well, he'll talk about the
Unhook
dating
me,
game,
guys.
but he won't talk about the fact that the neighbors say they saw him with a large 55-gallon blue barrel, carrying it out with someone else, and shortly after his wife went missing.
Have a good day, guys. Yeah.
His fourth wife went missing. His third wife died in a dry bathtub, and now authorities have exhumed her body, and it is now widely believed that his third wife may also have been murdered. Drew Peterson, a suspect in the disappearance of his fourth wife, who was in fun, as he put it, considering a dating game, though he's still married to the mother of his children. Drew Peterson, the former Bolingbrook police sergeant, now suspected in the disappearance of his wife and going back to the friendly confines of his home, as neighbors and friends of Stacy Peterson wonder where in the world she is.
A search warrant was executed on November 1st. The household computers, cell phones, vehicles, and firearms were seized. It was also announced that Kathleen Savio's death would be re-examined. On November 9th, Drew is announced as a suspect in Stacy's disappearance, and Kathleen's body is exhumed. Drew is suspended without pay when it's determined that Kathleen had extensive bruising and a 1-inch gash on the back of her head. Her death didn't appear to be accidental, after all. A re-examination of the crime scene photos determined that the death may have been staged to look like an accident. And on November 12th, Drew resigned from the Bolingbrook Police Department. They accepted his resignation, and Drew was able to retire with an annual pension of $72,000 a year. Drew continues his bizarre behavior with reporters.
I'm going to come camp myself in front of your house and see if you like it. I've talked to you before, so I got kids in the car, you morons. So
we're not shooting the kids,
I'll talk to you another time. Please go home. Thanksgiving's the next couple of days. Please go home. Please leave me alone. Please don't get involved in my little world. Folks, this is the holiday season. I know at least 5 families that are losing their homes that are in this area. You probably should put maybe a little bit of effort into saving these people and their families, or reaching out to your fellow man. If someone needs a shoulder to cry on, or they need a meal for their families, you guys should be maybe putting a little more effort into doing that rather than harassing my family. You folks have a good day. Wearing a white shirt, gray coat, blue jeans and gym shoes. How's that? What do you want to talk about? What should be done? Yes. The media shouldn't be on my property. The media's on my property. You're trespassing. My priority is my children and their well-being and their safety and their peace of mind. And what you're doing here is ruining all that. You know? How you doing?
2 separate forensic pathologists, one paid for by the state and the other privately paid for by the Savios family, both conclude their findings of Kathleen's autopsy to be foul play. Meanwhile, an extensive investigation begins to locate Stacy.
Search efforts continued today in a Will County Forest Preserve for the body of Drew Peterson's missing 4th wife, Stacy. And Fox Chicago News has learned new details about the investigation. Investigators say this is a search that has been in the works for months. Here's Craig Wall with more.
Since at least last spring, state police investigators have had the information that is the reason for the search here at the Hamel Woods County Forest Preserve in Shorewood. But until now, they could not coordinate with the FBI to utilize some of the Fed's specialized resources. The FBI coordinated the efforts to bring in 3 cadaver dogs, and according to a source, they are specialized canines from the United Kingdom. For a third day, they have been working with teams comprised of state police and FBI ERTs, or evidence recovery technicians. They've been searching the Hamel Woods Preserve for evidence that Stacy Peterson's remains may be there. The 4th wife of Drew Peterson disappeared 5 years ago. State police suspect him of killing her, but he has not been charged. Stacy's sister is tempering her hopes.
I kind of just stay easy and hope that they do find her, but if they don't, I'm not completely disappointed.
A source tells me the search had originally been scheduled for the first week of September, but that's the week Drew Peterson was convicted of killing his 3rd wife, Kathleen Savio, so the search was rescheduled. The night Stacy Peterson disappeared in 2007, pings from her cell phone hit a tower near the preserve, which is believed to be the reason for the search.
It's an ongoing investigation with my sister's case, and if this one leads to nothing, then I'm sure they have other areas of interest that they would like to look.
Drew Peterson's attorney, Joe Lopez, called the search a wild goose chase. So far, investigators have not found anything. The state police and the FBI will be back out here tomorrow when they expect to wrap up their search. In Shorewood, Craig Wall, Fox Chicago News.
Drew hired a publicist to help him handle all of his media appearances. In 2008, through his publicist, Drew made a statement confirming that he was engaged to 23-year-old Christina Rains.
What would he say? That she took $25,000 in cash and a couple bikinis and took off. And I knew better than that, though. All of her stuff was still there. Everything. I mean, her whole wardrobe, prescriptions, her cell phone, everything was there. In the beginning, I would say, what if Stacy comes back? He would just tell me not to worry about it, because she will not be coming back.
Drew continued to keep himself in the media, though as time went on, they became less about finding Stacy and more about clearing his name in the suspicions around his last 2 wives. In April of 2008, he took to the media again and said he was offering a $25,000 reward for any information leading to the safe return of his wife Stacy. He said in a statement, "Her mom left her, and it's clear that history has repeated itself, and that Stacy does not want to be found either," says Peterson. "I don't know whom she left with or where they are. Maybe the money will prompt someone to come forward with a lead. Her children miss her, and people believe I had something to do with her disappearance." In May of 2008, Drew was arrested for the first time on felony weapons charges. One of the guns that were seized from his home was an AR-15 assault rifle that was too short under state law. Another charge was added when it was discovered that he had illegally transferred a weapon to one of his adult sons. He pled not guilty, and his son paid his bail, so he was released. The weapon charges were eventually dropped. A year later, Drew Peterson is arrested and charged with the murder of Kathleen Savio. Again, he pleaded not guilty, but this time he was held on a $20 million bond, and he remained in custody. There was mounting evidence against Drew, including a witness that came forward, a former friend of Drew, who'd said that he'd been asked by Drew to take care of Kathleen. Again, as we saw so many times before, the media circus continued to swirl around Drew Peterson. The judge was even forced to issue a gag order to stop Drew and his media team from doing any more interviews. Drew's legal team tries everything to try and get this case dismissed. They even brought on a team of legal students to help them find grounds to get the case thrown out. All efforts were refuted, and the trial continues in May of 2012. Despite a lack of physical evidence connecting Drew to the crime, there were numerous testimonies from witnesses, including Drew's first 2 wives, that illustrated what it was like to be married to Drew, and what it was like when the relationship had run its course. The abuse, the threats, the misuse of his badge and position as a police officer, as well as his history of violence. The prosecution's star witness was Stacy and Drew's pastor, who testified as to what Stacy had told him during their final counseling session.
Pastor Neil Shorey, who counseled Drew and his fourth wife, was next. Shorey testified that Stacy told him that Drew asked her to cover up for him the night Savio died.
He very clearly told her to lie about where he was and to cover it up. And he actually said to her, this will be the perfect crime.
An alibi demolished when jurors also learned Peterson was present when police interviewed Stacy.
You know, he was right next to her, right on top of her, practically coaching her. And the fact that he was even present for that interview is mind-boggling.
The testimony, damning. Yet Peterson and his dream team were still convinced there was reasonable doubt.
The moment during the trial that would hit a home run for the prosecution was when Drew's defense called Stacy's divorce attorney to the stand. It seemed that they had miscalculated what the lawyer was going to say. They thought his testimony would paint Stacy as a vindictive ex-wife looking to take everything from Drew. Instead, the lawyer told the courts what Stacy had told him.
Kathleen Savio's divorce attorney, Harry Smith, was called to the stand by the defense to discredit Stacy.
And I literally laughed and said, no, they're not.
But they were. Smith was contacted by Stacy Peterson days before her disappearance. The defense thought Smith would testify that Stacy would say anything to get money from Drew when they divorced. Instead, Smith testified that Stacy told him Drew killed Kathleen.
I could not fathom how it was going to help anything I was saying. I couldn't see what this was doing for their case.
It was the worst thing that I've ever been a part of in a courtroom. I mean, it was awful.
After Smith's bombshell testimony, the defense team publicly put on a brave face.
Strong day.
That's beautiful.
Strong day.
What?
They tried to recover with their final witness, Drew and Kathleen's own son. Thomas testified he did not believe his father killed his mother. His father, Drew Peterson, never testified.
On September 6, 2012, the jury comes back with their verdict, and Drew Peterson is found guilty of first-degree murder. At his sentencing hearing, he screams in court,
"I did not kill Kathleen!"
To which Kathleen's sister says,
"Yes, you did."
Peterson was sentenced to 38 years in prison for the death of his third wife, Kathleen Savios. While Drew is in prison, the search continues to find anything to connect Peterson to the disappearance of Stacy. He was being recorded in prison when investigators get a bombshell. From behind bars, Drew was trying to arrange to have the state's attorney, James Glasgow, killed.
Good? Alright. Just keep in mind, everything's recorded.
Right, no, it was, I told him what you said, just the green light, basically go ahead and kill him.
Alright.
That's what you wanted, right? It ain't no turning back.
Okay. Alright. From the first time we talked about it. The first time we talked about it, there was no turning back. If I get some booze in here, we'll celebrate that.
Peterson is charged again, this time for solicitation to commit murder, and has a second trial in 2016. This trial is much faster, and the jury only took an hour to deliberate. Drew Peterson was found guilty and sentenced to 40 more years in prison. His police pension is also revoked. Today, Drew Peterson remains behind bars. He was transferred to the Terre Haute Federal Correctional Institution, to a more secure facility, in 2017, and that is where he remains. He continues to maintain his innocence in the murder of Kathleen Savio and Stacy Peterson. As of this year, Stacy Peterson has been missing for 14 years and is presumed to be deceased. Her children are now in the custody of one of Kathleen's sons. Stacy's sister, Cassandra, continues the search. She claims that she knows the location of her remains, but hasn't been able to recover them. At her own expense, she has hired numerous experts to help her and remained hopeful that one day she's able to give her sister a proper resting place.
Tonight, authorities in Illinois trying to solve a 14-year mystery, searching a suburb for the remains of Stacy Peterson, the fourth wife of convicted killer Drew Peterson. Law enforcement acting on potential evidence provided by Stacy's sister, Cassandra Kales. Kales says she obtained a video recording of skeletal remains in the water in May. She gave the video to law enforcement.
It's definitely somebody. I can't say it's my sister, but it's somebody. And it's just why take so long to go and retrieve something.
In 2018, Kales also said she had sonar images of human remains that could be her sister's. Now, she says she continues to be frustrated by the state police's efforts.
Why wait 5 months? How many times do I have to hand my sister or whoever it is on a silver platter to them, and then again they do nothing?
NBC News reached out to the Illinois State Police, who said they had previously searched the area, but were unsuccessful in finding anything. Kale says she believes Drew killed her sister and disposed of the body on October 28, 2007 in the canal, a belief that has propelled her to keep searching for Stacy's remains.
Basically devoted my life to.
Stacy was a 23-year-old mother of 2 at the time of her disappearance. Her husband, Drew, a former police officer, continues to be a suspect, though he has never been charged. Stacy's disappearance caused investigators to reopen another case involving his third wife, Kathleen Savio, who was found dead in a bathtub in 2004. Drew was convicted of her death and sentenced to 38 years in prison in 2013.
I know we're not focusing on Stacy today, but we're just happy for the Savio family. We always said that Stacy and Kathleen had one thing in common, and that was Drew Peterson. So as this case unfolds, hopefully it will lead us down the path to finding Stacy also.
He is also serving a 40-year sentence for attempting to hire a hitman to kill the prosecutor who put Peterson in jail for Savio's murder. Drew continues to maintain his innocence in Stacy's disappearance, saying that she left him and their children for another man.
Can you look me straight in the eye and tell me that you had nothing to do with the death of your third wife, Kathy, or the disappearance of your fourth wife, Stacy?
I can look right in your eye and say I had nothing to do with either of those incidences.
Her family widely disputes this.
All right, Maura Barrett joins us now live from Chicago. Stacy's sister, Cassandra, has been searching for her all this time. Do we know what the latest on the search authorities were conducting yesterday is?
Tom, Cassandra has been working the last 14 years, devoting her life to this search, working with local police even this past spring to go out with Marine units using sonar, where she and the police chief say they believe they saw images of human bones in the water. But both the Illinois State Police and the FBI say when they conducted multiple searches of that area, all have proven unsuccessful.
I've linked her website, which is still accepting donations to cover the cost of the operation.
Today we are discussing one of the greatest takedowns of the FBI, when acting mob boss Al Diarco flipped for the government, which ended an entire era of mob control of the city. Let's get into it. In the mafia, there's your family, and then there's your family. The ones you take an oath to work for, kill for, and most importantly, never betray. For little Al Diarco, his loyalty was to the Lucchese crime family, one of the 5 families of New York City. But eventually, he'd turn on his mafia brothers and become the first NYC mob boss to become a government witness and the second highest mafia defector in history. Here's how it all went down. Little Al Diarco was born Alphonse Diarco on July 28, 1932. He was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, into a large Italian family, to whom he was known as Sonny. The nickname was inspired by the song Sonny Boy by Al Holson, which was on constant rotation in his family's home. Later, he would earn the nickname Little Al due to his modest height. Though his father wasn't involved in organized crime, Diarco had connections to the city's underworld from birth. He was baptized by the same priest as Al Capone and had extended family members who were part of the Pittsburgh Mafia. He grew up watching the Navy Yard gang run the streets of his neighborhood and was constantly interacting with mobsters. He said it was like living in a forest, where a lot of the trees were organized crime men. He made his first foray into crime before he was a teenager, when he snuck into the furniture factory across the street from his family's home and stole a small amount of money. He waited until all the men had begun work and snuck into their locker room and took cash from their wallets. Someone from the neighborhood spotted him breaking in, and his dad confronted him about it when he got home, but he never owned up to the petty theft. Then at 13, Diarco got caught fighting rival gang members and beating one of them with a billy club. He was arrested and beaten by cops before being released. Growing up, joining the mafia wasn't Diarco's main aspiration. After attending Catholic grammar school, he wanted to pursue his passion for planes, so he applied to the Manhattan High School of Aviation Trades. Unfortunately, he didn't get in because he was outside of the school zone. So, he dropped out of high school altogether and decided to see what local gang life had to offer. That's when he met a local candy shop proprietor named Dominic Cetera. Cetera would dispatch Diarco and the other neighborhood teens to break into and steal from local factories, which Diarco did. Then, to prove his worth to the local gangsters, he took a job from Pop, another neighborhood mob man and the owner of a local pool hall. Pop handed the young Diarco a pair of brass knuckles and told him that when his friend Tommy stopped by, he was to punch him in the head as hard as he could. Tommy was Diarco's friend, but according to Pop, Tommy needed to be taught a lesson. Pop had paid Tommy for a load of stolen goods, and Tommy had sold part of the load to someone else. When he saw Tommy, Diarco did as he was instructed and punched him on the side of his head. Tommy fell to the ground, unconscious. This solidified Diarco's loyalty to the mob, showing Pop and the other gangsters that he'd side with them over his own friend. Diarco was never able to patch things up with Tommy after that. Later on, he said that punching Tommy was one of my biggest regrets to this day. Diarco was then taken under the wing of a local up-and-coming gangster, Armando Bartolillo, for whom he'd rob and assault his targets. When Cetera, the candy shop owner, got caught with stolen goods and sent to prison, Diarco took over the store, where he also hosted dice and card games and took sports bets in the back room. Diarco manned the candy store for just over a year, until the monotony of the job became too much to bear. He'd been reading about the Korean War in the newspapers, which sounded much more exciting than standing behind a candy shop counter. So, on December 5th, 1951, he went to a recruiting office and joined the army. He wanted to go to Korea to fight, but instead, he was assigned to the Arctic Circle to guard the atom bomb. Still, army life wasn't enough to satiate him. He was a good soldier. He compared his military life to his mob life and drew many similarities. He was offered an opportunity to further his military career and go to officer training in Georgia, but it would take another 6 years to complete. At this point in his life, his grandmother, who he was incredibly close to, was getting older and likely didn't have many years left. So he gave up his military career and was honorably discharged. He headed back home to New York City, where he met his wife, Dolores. They met while on a double date with other people, but fell in love as soon as they laid eyes on each other. He got his friend to write her number on a piece of paper, which he kept in his wallet until the day he died. They married and had 5 kids together. Dolores, too, had ties to the mafia. Her father, Joseph James Pellegrino, was a semi-retired mobster who was well respected by Little Italy's mafia elders. Then, in the 1950s, everything changed for little Al Diarco. He became an associate of the Vario crew, which is under the Lucchese crime family. The Vario crew was led by Paul Vario, who was a capo regime, otherwise known as a capo, and had major social status and influence in the organization. He quickly became involved in everything from loan sharking, shakedowns, murder, extortion, arson, and more. He was also involved in the occasional drug dealing, but it wasn't his thing. In the 1960s, Diarco faced his first round of jail time after being convicted on drug-related charges. He spent a few years in prison, which he described as sort of mob boot camp. Being in prison gave him plenty of time to learn a lot of new skills from veteran mobsters already in prison, as well as ample time to peruse through various legal books. When he was released, he had special parole that had specific terms that he wasn't to be around convicted criminals, which dramatically reduced his social circle, and he needed to be especially careful with his work. When released, he returned home after 5 years. The Lucchese family had a new boss, Anthony Tony Ducks Corallo. Diarco strived to become a made man in the Lucchese family, which would mean he was fully initiated into the mafia. But there was a long wait, and not every member of the family was convinced that Diarco was up to snuff. His cousin, a member of the Pittsburgh Mafia, offered to have him made there, but he refused, as he was a true New Yorker and wanted to remain so. Finally, on August 23, 1982, just after his 50th birthday, Diarco received his button, as they say, and became a made man. In the 1980s, he also opened up an Italian restaurant in Manhattan called La Donna Rosa, where crime men and celebrities alike would meet and dine. Diarco genuinely enjoyed running La Donna Rosa. He employed his youngest son as a cook. Diarco had always been a hard worker and had run several legitimately successful business operations in addition to his mob career. Working hard was something he took from his father, and he also had 5 children and a wife to look after. In 1983, Diarco was convicted of trafficking heroin and sentenced to 4 years in prison. This stung, as he felt he was genuinely innocent in the crime he was convicted for, not because he wasn't going to do the crime, but he hadn't yet done the crime. His second round in prison hadn't been the same as his first. He was older, and living conditions in prison weren't as easy to suffer through. He was paroled just 3 years later, in 1986, and again went back to the Lucchese family. In 1986, Victor Amuso took control of the Lucchese crime family, and 2 years later, he appointed Anthony Gaspipe Casso as the underboss. And when Paul Vario died in 1988, they promoted Diarco as the Vario crew capo. He was becoming a very rich and powerful man, and his list of crimes continued to grow. In 1989, Diarco was called to help settle a dispute between his bosses and a longtime Lucchese capo, Michael Papadillo. Papadillo helped manage the family's dealings in the garment district and was suspected of holding back earnings. Diarco tried to convince Papadillo to leave the garment racket to their bosses, but he wouldn't listen. Amuso and Casso wanted him gone and started to suspect that he would soon become a police informant. This started a growing paranoia amongst all the mob families. The FBI had started closing in, hell-bent on taking the mobs down, and guys were flipping to the government all the time. If there was even the slightest whisper that a guy had flipped, it was a death sentence. So, they ordered Diarco to kill Papadillo. Diarco said that he and an associate hid in the office of a Brooklyn bagel shop called the Crown Bagel, waiting for Papadillo with 2 pistols, a metal pipe, and a body bag. When Papadillo stepped into the office, they yelled, "Surprise!" and Diarco hit him with the metal pipe. They then shot him with a .22 caliber pistol, but the first bullet bounced off his head and wedged in the door, so they took out a bigger gun and shot him dead. It had been a messy murder, one that had stuck with Diarco. He convinced himself that it was Papadillo's fault. He had signed his own death warrant when he had failed to follow protocol. The mob used to have a strict code of conduct: no killing innocents like women and children, no drugs, don't be flashy, report all your earnings, and the most important was to follow orders without question. But as years went on, many of those rules went to the wayside. Drugs was a lucrative business. Profits from heroin topped any other opportunity. With money came a flash. Big houses, big cars, flashing cash around which brought more attention. And with attention brought newspapers, the government, and law enforcement. In 1990, Amuso chose Diarco to organize a committee of Lucchese family members to oversee the unions and construction companies they controlled, and to organize business ventures between them and the other 5 families of New York, also known as La Cosa Nostra. In 1990, he facilitated the murder of a Lucchese mobster named Bruno Facchiola, who his bosses suspected was an informant. He was stabbed, shot, and left with a canary in his mouth, which was a sign that the deceased was an informant, as they were singing to the police. In 1991, Lucchese bosses Amuso and Casso received a warning about an upcoming federal indictment and went into hiding, leaving Diarco as the acting mob boss. Diarco would meet with them in safe houses, but over time, Diarco and others noticed their boss's paranoia and ruthlessness towards their own crew members was growing at an uncontrollable pace. This led to a breakdown in loyalty and unity in the Lucchese family, as many mobsters felt the bosses were ordering murders just to make themselves feel secure and powerful. That same year, Amuso became convinced that one of the Lucchese capos, Peter Fat Pete Chiodo, had flipped and became a government witness. Amuso thought Chiodo had ordered Diarco to kill him, so he ordered Chiodo to be killed instead. In May, Chiodo was shot 12 times, but survived due to his girth. He was a big man, and luckily, his fat kept the bullets from hitting his major arteries. Chiodo survived and then defected from the mafia and became a government witness, testifying against the family in a later trial. Amuso and Casso's paranoid demands kept piling up. After the Jersey crew, a New Jersey faction of the Lucchese family, refused to increase the family share of profits, Amuso and Casso ordered Diarco to kill them all. There were 49 people on their hit list, many of whom were Lucchese associates. Amuso also ordered Diarco to bring in a bomb expert to blow up John Gotti, the Gambino family mob boss. These actions convinced Diarco and others that their bosses weren't acting rationally. After the failed murder attempt on Chiodo, Amuso and Casso demoted Diarco from the acting boss and replaced him with a 4-panel group of capos. Diarco knew they didn't trust him anymore and started to think they were waiting to kill him. Diarco had problems with how they were running things, too. Before, there was a sort of code that the family members of their targets were off limits, and Diarco was shocked and disturbed when he heard mob bosses talking about killing or hurting their targets' wives, kids, and other relatives. Then the rumors started. Word on the street was that Al was no good, and even his longtime associates and good friends were keeping their distance. He had been labeled an informant and rat, which wasn't true, yet, and they were out to get him. At one point, he was stopped in the street by an FBI agent who loudly thanked him for his help in an effort to make it look like he flipped and get him killed. His fears were confirmed on September 18, 1991. He was in a room at Manhattan's Kimberly Hotel for a meeting with other Lucchese family leaders to discuss their rackets and upcoming shakedowns. During the meeting, one of the acting bosses of another mob family said the only way to end the threat of mob cooperators was to kill their entire families. Then he noticed that Mike DeSantis, a crew soldier, had a gun hidden on him. When DeSantis went to the bathroom and came back, the gun was gone. Diarco knew this meant whoever went into the bathroom next would come out shooting, and that he was the target. He made an excuse to leave and never looked back. After that day at the Kimberly Hotel, Diarco sent most of his family, aside from him and his son Joe, to Hawaii for their safety. He called Joe, who was also a made member of the Lucchese family, and told him they had to do something before the mafia killed them and their family. He called a lawyer he'd worked with previously, and that lawyer reached out to someone in the FBI who might be able to help, an agent named Rob Marston. Agent Marston knew of Diarco, whose name had come up during his investigation into illegal dumping in the Delaware River. In wiretaps, they'd heard dump operators voice concern over Diarco, but they had no recordings of him or proof of him attending any related meetings. Over the phone, Diarco told Marston that people wanted him dead and that he wanted to retaliate. He wondered what Marston could do for him if he went with him. After earning Diarco's trust, Marston sent his team to collect Diarco and his son Joe from his mother's house on Long Island and drove them up to the New Rochelle FBI office. At the time, Diarco didn't have any criminal cases pending against him, nor did the FBI consider him as a potential informant. In fact, he was hardly on the FBI's radar at all. This is likely because D'Arco lived a low-key lifestyle that went against that of many mobsters. He never flaunted his money with cars or jewelry, but simply went about business and got things done. He rarely drank, gave up what little gambling he'd done in the past, and was always faithful to his wife of 50 years. Once D'Arco had made the decision to turn, he made it his mission to work tirelessly for the government. He simply traded one boss for another, and as always, was a good soldier. His main motivation was to protect his family. Once entire families were being targeted, he was out. He said on the stand that naming a man as a rat when he wasn't a rat was the greatest offense one could make. He said it straight to Vic Amuso's face during his trial. D'Arco was put into the witness protection program and, according to government sources, didn't commit any further criminal acts. During their conversations, D'Arco gave the FBI information on the Lucchese family's involvement with union corruption, government contracts, as well as their racketeering in the garment district. 2 NYPD officers were convicted for murder when it was discovered they had been on the mob payroll. These officers tipped off the Lucchese bosses of upcoming arrests, investigations, and informants, and even fulfilled hits for the bosses. Investigators say D'Arco had a great memory and referred to him as the Mafia Rain Man. He knew comprehensive histories of crime families dating back to the turn of the century, as well as the small details, like which crime families had the rights to sell bread to what vendors at the San Gennaro Festival on Mulberry Street in Little Italy. He also provided answers to a few unsolved murders, some of which had been long abandoned by the police. Mob investigators say he was a walking crime encyclopedia. At the time, D'Arco was the highest-ranking member of a New York crime family to testify against the mob. Over the next 10 years, he would testify in dozens of trials, as well as grand jury hearings, which helped convict over 50 mobsters. This includes his boss, Amuso, who was convicted in 1992 after D'Arco took the stand against him. Amuso remains the official boss of the Lucchese family, even from prison, where he's serving a life sentence for murder and racketeering. Casso, the Lucchese family underboss at the time, was captured in 1993, became an informant, and was placed in witness protection in 1994, but had his status rescinded after he was caught in one too many lies. He was sentenced to 455 years in prison for racketeering, extortion, and murder. He died from COVID-19 related complications in 2020. D'Arco also helped put away the acting boss of the Colombo crime family, Victor Little Vic Orena, Bonanno crime family consigliere Anthony Sparrow, and 2 members of the Genovese family, consigliere James Ida and boss Vincent Chin Gigante. Many defendants accepted plea deals rather than have their case go to trial, where the jury would hear what D'Arco had on them. D'Arco's defection led to many more mafia informants coming forward. Former FBI supervisor Michael Campi said, "Al D'Arco was the most significant made member to cooperate. He really built that bridge for others to cross." In 2002, D'Arco faced his own charges and was sentenced to time served, fined $50, and returned to witness protection. He confessed to his role in a dozen killings and to the unfulfilled murder plots of many others. He expressed some regret over the murders, only because the allegations against the victims, mostly that they were informants, were likely untrue. In March 2005, 73-year-old D'Arco testified against Stephen Caracappa and Luis Ippolito, 2 former NYPD detectives who were charged with taking $4,000 a month from Casso to work as hitmen and insider informants for the Lucchese family. In 2013, journalists Jerry Capacey and Tom Robbins released the book Mob Boss, The Life of Little Al D'Arco, the man who brought down the mafia. They met with D'Arco twice while he was under witness protection to get his story.
I mean, you come away with the feeling that you like this guy, despite his heinous acts and his, amorality or immorality. You like him. Why do you like him?
He's a hard guy not to like, Doug. You met him, you'd like him too, I guarantee it.
And what is it about him, besides his wit and as a source, this unbelievable memory? What is it about the guy?
He is not taken with himself. He does not have like an enormous ego that he flaunts. He doesn't try to rub your face and what a big deal he was. He is a guy. He loved the mob, I think, because he saw it as his vocation. He saw it as a business, as he called it.
Yep.
And he wanted to work hard, and he did work hard.
And he was extraordinarily successful.
He did very well at it.
In March of 2019, 86-year-old Al Giarco died from complications related to kidney disease. During his time in the mob, he had partaken in numerous crimes, but without his testimony, numerous cold cases would have remained unsolved, and the mafia, which had a tight grip over the city of New York, may still have existed. I wonder what kind of life Giarco would have led if he had been accepted into the pilot academy that he had so desperately wanted as a kid.
Today, we are going in for a closer deep dive into all of the bizarre events that seem to follow Alex Murdaugh. Let's get into it. So back in our September Crimes of the Month video, we briefly covered Alex Murdaugh's assisted suicide plot that he orchestrated, and as I was researching, I just kept uncovering more and more criminal activity that seemed to all stem from the Murdaugh household. I asked you if you wanted me to go further and do a deep dive, and there was an overwhelming response that yes, you did, so that's why I made this. This has been covered a lot, so I'm going to direct you to utilize those timestamps in the description box if you want to skip through any of the topics. I haven't seen too many videos that have been recently put out that have everything all in chronological order, and we're going to cover everything that is factual. My sources for this video are current lawsuits, police reports, and sources that have been covering this without any sort of sensationalism. There is a lot of information out there, and we're just going to currently work with the facts and not with anything that is too speculative. From 1920 to 2006, there has been a member of the Murdaugh family serving as a solicitor for the 14 circuits representing 5 counties: Allendale, Hampton, Jasper, Beaufort, and Colleton of South Carolina. A solicitor serves as the lead prosecutor in their area, much like a district attorney. These are elected positions, and it began with Randolph Murdaugh Sr. He served in that position for 20 years until he died in a train accident. His son Randolph Buster Murdaugh Jr. took the position next and held it from 1940 to 1986 and served in the position the longest. When he retired, his son Randolph Randy Murdaugh III took over the position in 1986 and held the position until his retirement in 2006. 3 generations and 86 years in a position of prestige and power. Randy Murdaugh also had 2 sons, who may have been in positions to also serve as solicitor later on. The eldest son, Randolph Murdaugh IV, and Richard Alexander Alec Murdaugh. In my last covering, it appears that he pronounces his name as Alec instead of Alex, but I wasn't really sure until now, so we're just going to make that little correction. The 3 men until recently all served as senior attorneys at their family law firm: Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsroth, and Dietrich. So this is a family that is wealthy, well-connected with all levels of the legal system as well as law enforcement. Alec and Maggie met at the University of South Carolina, where they both were students. They married soon after and then had their 2 sons. Alec and Maggie seemed to have a very close relationship until recently. She reportedly often visited Alec at work, and they often had lunch together. The family often attended events together and seemed to have a very active social life, though there are reports from those who knew the family that said they were deeply miserable, quoting, "Money doesn't buy happiness." Now, I would like to go into the series of unfortunate events that follow Alec Murdaugh and go through them in chronological order. In the early morning hours on July 8, 2015, a body was found in the middle of a rural road outside Hampton, South Carolina. The victim was identified as 19-year-old Stephen Smith, and his car was located 3 miles away out of gas. Stephen's body was covered in injuries, and his cause of death was listed as blunt force trauma, though it was initially reported on as a gunshot wound due to an injury to his head, and a complete lack of any evidence consistent with a hit and run. There were no skid marks on the road, no vehicle debris, broken glass, or injuries associated with being hit by a vehicle. In the incident report, officers also noted that Stephen's shoes were loosely tied and he was still wearing both. A former highway patrol investigator who was on the scene said that he believes that Stephen's injuries were more consistent with being beaten, and he was left in the road to make it look like a hit and run. His mother also stated that he wouldn't have been walking along the side of the highway. His wallet and cell phone were located inside his vehicle, and he could have called for help. She said that he wouldn't have used the main road. He knew the area extremely well, and he knew to cut through the woods to get home faster. In 2017, Stephen's mother said that the FBI came to see her and requested a few items, which included Stephen's cell phone. It isn't exactly known how the Murdaughs are connected, but their name was mentioned 9 times in the officers' police reports. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or also called SLED, also received several tips from the public asking officers to question Buster Murdaugh about the incident. Stephen's mother believes this was a hate crime, and Stephen was targeted because he was openly gay in a rural southern community. She said in an interview, "They laid him in the road like a piece of trash. Stephen was a human just like everybody else, and he deserves respect just like anybody else. He might not have been rich, but he was loved." She spoke to local reporters saying it was an uphill battle to get law enforcement to take her concerns seriously. For years, nothing seemed to be happening in the case. However, in 2021, the case was reopened with renewed hope of getting closure. So new court documents have unearthed more to this particular story than what was previously known. On February 26, 2018, the Murdaugh family's longtime housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield, died. The death was listed as accidental, and it was alleged to have been a trip-and-fall accident. Alec Murdaugh said that she had tripped over one of the family dogs and fell down a flight of stairs. Her injuries had been severe, and she was in a coma for 3 weeks before her eventual death. She had been employed by the family for over 2 decades. The incident had not been reported to the coroner, and no autopsy was done at the time of her death. More suspiciously, on her death certificate, her cause of death was listed as natural, which is not accurate, and it is unclear whether any sort of official investigation took place, as this was a workplace death and it should have been. Mrs. Satterfield was survived by her 2 sons, and we know these details because they are suing Alec Murdaugh for failing to pay out on a settlement that they had agreed on. The sons never received any of the settlement money, which is why they sued, and during the course of suing, they learned so much more than they had ever thought possible of Alex Murdaugh. They alleged that at their mother's funeral, Alec approached them and said that he would help to take care of them, which included paying them the proceeds from a life insurance policy that had been taken out on Mrs. Satterfield's behalf. Murdaugh suggested an attorney for them to use, a Corey Fleming, but failed to mention that Fleming was a close and personal friend. The sons also alleged that Fleming helped divert millions of dollars from the settlement back into Murdaugh's pocket using a shell corporation. Okay, so this part is a little bit complicated as I am not a legal professional, but I'm going to break it down how I understand it. It appears that there was a settlement agreed on by the Murdaugh legal team, and the legal team representing the sons, which was Corey Fleming. They agreed on a $500,000 settlement. However, it appears that there was a judge's order approving a $4.3 million settlement, but that figure was never brought for the sons' approval. The document had been signed, but it was never filed with the courts. Out of that $4.3 million, they would have received roughly $2.7 million after the legal fees were paid. However, the Satterfield family had never been made aware of this figure, just that $500,000 figure. It is alleged that the money was paid out by the insurance company and then accepted into a shell company called Forge, which was owned by Murdaugh, who was then able to funnel the money back to himself to pay off credit debts.
Barry, you're spot on. The only thing is I'm not asking the bar to sanction him. I just merely perform my duty to inform the bar as a lawyer of our state when I know that somebody else has possibly violated the rules of professional conduct. I'm duty bound to inform the bar, and then the bar does their own investigation. So I supplied them with a copy of the complaint, and presumably they will start an investigation.
So what does that mean for Corey Fleming? Because, the layperson in me says that's just icky. Maybe he should lose his license. But is there something more sinister? Is there something criminal to that?
I'm not going to venture into the criminal, but there is something that could jeopardize his license if the bar was to find that he had misappropriated money or assisted others in misappropriating money from clients or secreting material information from the clients in order to enrich others instead of his duty of fidelity to the clients. He could have his license impacted either through suspension or ultimately he could lose his license. Two things we were told in law school: never lie to your client, never steal money from your client. If you do, you're going to lose your ticket.
But we out here outside law school, we're told you're going to go to jail if you steal money from people. So that's why I asked. This sounds like he could be exposed also to the criminal procedures.
Like Al Capone went to jail for income tax evasion. He didn't go to jail for, all the killings that he did. I believe that this case is at the epicenter of what's going to happen ultimately in Hampton County to the Murdaughs and a lot of different people because of the amount of money that has not been accounted for and misappropriated. I think that ultimately people are going to lose their law licenses. I think there's going to be a real microscope into the judicial system and how this took place, where approvals were given for these type of settlements without them being on court record, without there being a court order approving these settlements. I think it's going to be a top to bottom look. And I really do think that at the end of the day, there's going to be a cleanup that happens, because this is really an indictment on the South Carolina justice system. We don't like the way we're looking to the rest of the world and the nation. It's not who we are. And I really do believe that our Chief Justice and a lot of the people in the justice system are going to be looking at this. And it's this particular case that is going to cause a lot of people to have to take pause. When you're talking about $4 million being misdirected, it's being done by mail, it's being done by wire, it's being done through different banks, which implicates all kinds of money laundering, conspiracy to commit fraud, all those type of economic business crimes that carry with it extensive penalties. The thing that I learned today that really shocked me is that Mr. Murdaugh set up a dummy company and a dummy bank account where the money that was sent from Corey Fleming after he took his attorney's fees went to a company called Forge. Believe it or not, Forge. That's the name that Mr. Murdaugh chose to have the money deposited in. And he took that check and deposited it in an account, and he took that money allegedly for himself. The reason he used the word Forge is we have a company in Georgia called Forge Consulting, which does structured settlements for large settlements. And that is, if you get $1 million settlement, you don't want the money to go all at one time to a minor, you can structure it to be paid out over a number of years, and you purchase an annuity so that over a course of 15, 20 years, that $1 million can be worth $3 million. And so it's allegedly Mr. Murdaugh had Corey Fleming make that check payable to Forge, the remaining amount of that almost $4 million that was recovered, and then he took the rest, or that's what we are told.
There is a legitimate financial consulting firm called Forge, which handles insurance settlements of this nature, though they are not affiliated with the company that accepted the Satterfield settlement. This is a deeply troubling financial fraud scheme, which we will cover more later, and it seems to have required a fairly decent amount of planning. This didn't just kind of accidentally happen. A shell company was formed in order to appear to be a reputable company. It then calls to question whether this was all orchestrated prior to Mrs. Satterfield's death. I mean, how many employers take out multi-million-dollar life insurance policies for their housekeepers? So far, we only have one side of the lawsuit, and I'm sure more will come out in court with discovery. I'm curious to know when that life insurance policy was taken out, who signed off on the death certificate, and what consequences Corey Fleming will face, as he didn't act in his client's best interests and was actually negligent in not informing them of what the judge signed off as their award. This whole thing seems rotten from the inside out. So what kind of started off with this family being in the media was this 2019 boat crash that resulted in the death of 19-year-old Mallory Beach. It was February 24th, 2019, when Paul Murdaugh, Alec Murdaugh's youngest son, and a group of 5 friends had been driving his father's boat. Paul is seen hours before the accident purchasing alcohol with what was determined to be a fake ID, likely his older brother Buster Murdaugh's ID. The group then goes to a bar in Beaufort, South Carolina, Luther's Rare and Well Done. Paul is seen purchasing more alcohol there. They are seen on surveillance at 1:13 a.m. headed back to the boat, and Paul is seen stumbling and appearing intoxicated. At 2:26 a.m., this call comes into the 911 dispatcher.
911, where's your emergency? Hello? Police, fire, EMS? Hello?
We're in a boat crash on Archer Street.
Whereabouts on Archer Street?
In Archer Street, the only bridge on Archer Street.
Archer Street?
Archer's Creek.
Archer's Creek. Archer's Creek. Is it? Okay. What's going on?
It's by Paris Island.
Right. What's going on?
We're in a boat crash.
You know what kind of a?
A boat crash.
A boat? Did you say a boat crash?
A boat crash.
Okay, so you're at the dock? Hello, are you at the dock?
No, we just crashed in a boat.
Okay, are you in the water or are you?
We're in the boat.
Okay.
We have someone missing.
Okay. Hang on 1 second, okay?
Beaufort Water Search and Rescue stated that
evidently the girl was sitting on her boyfriend's lap when they hit the bridge at a high rate of speed, and now she's missing.
Officers described the condition of the boat as having a 6-foot gash where the boat split at the seam. The boat contained numerous empty, partially consumed, and full alcoholic beverages still on ice. 4 of the team were rushed to the hospital, and there Paul's blood was taken to determine his blood alcohol levels. It is unclear at this time why Paul wasn't given a sobriety test at the scene of the crash. It was a hospital that took it upon themselves to make sure that someone tested his blood alcohol levels. He was described by nurses as heavily intoxicated, uncooperative, and belligerent. It was determined that Paul's BAC was .286, more than 3 times the legal limit. That night, Mallory's body was not found, and it was presumed that she was deceased. She was recovered by boaters a week later. Her cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma and drowning. The Beach family pressed criminal charges against Paul, but they were dropped when Paul was murdered in June of this year. They still have a civil lawsuit against Alec Murdaugh, which remains. And Connor Cook, the boyfriend of Mallory, has also sued Murdaugh, alleging that the lawyer orchestrated a campaign to falsely blame him for the boat crash.
Who was the last person you saw driving?
I'm pretty sure it was Paul. But I mean, it could have been back and forth between it because he was just, not in his right mind. Like, he was just like, I need to drive and all this kind of stuff. He was, like I said, he's very persistent with driving. So I'm pretty sure. Because I don't know that for a fact, because I was still facing forward. Like, I wasn't like, constantly looking back. Mm-hmm. But like, as I was looking forward, like, the last person I saw was him. So.
Okay.
You said Paul took your phone to call his granddad.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he call his granddad? Did he say why? Why did he call his dad, or was there?
Well, because they're lawyers and stuff, and he wanted him to be there first. He just called his granddad because that's what he does in everything.
And his dad a lawyer?
Yes. No.
But he didn't want to call his dad.
He just wanted to call his granddad.
In his lawsuit, he also alleges that Murdaugh knew Paul had issues with alcohol and had told Paul he couldn't have access to the boat anymore due to a previous history of him driving while intoxicated, but didn't do enough to ensure Paul didn't access the boat. He also said that while at the hospital, Alec Murdaugh arrived and told all of the teens to keep their mouths shut in an attempt to control the narrative. Murdaugh also referred a lawyer for the Cook family, but didn't disclose that the lawyer he had referred was a close personal friend and was also the godfather of Paul. The lawyer advised Connor to not cooperate with law enforcement, which made him appear guilty. Connor obtained a new attorney months later, and his new attorney was able to provide information to law enforcement that led to charges being able to be laid against Paul Murdaugh. Paul had been charged with boating under the influence causing bodily harm and causing the death in a boat crash. Paul had pleaded not guilty to the charges, and a trial was underway.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alec Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to ambulance immediately. My wife and child just shot badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes, sir. 4147
Okay.
Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hurry.
Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Carlton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and talk to Carlton.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad. Okay.
On June 7th, 2021, Alec Murdaugh makes this chilling 911 call at 10:07 p.m. He arrived at the family hunting lodge in Isleton and discovered his wife and son, Paul. The police initially held Alec for questioning, but he was released when his alibi for that evening was confirmed. Alec had been visiting his mother, who has dementia, and was seen by her caretaker. The incident was confirmed as a double homicide, and that the time of death was somewhere between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Some reports have stated that 2 separate weapons were used in the attack, but that hasn't been confirmed yet by authorities. It appears that something was found during the course of this investigation, because this is when we see SLED reopen the investigation for Stephen Smith's death as well as Gloria Satterfield's. Possibly incriminating evidence was found either on cell phones or computers of the Murdaugh family, though currently that is only speculation. Following Paul's death, the South Carolina Attorney General office dropped all charges against him. 3 days later, on June 10th, Alec's father, Randolph Murdaugh III, passed, following a stretch of poor health. He was 81 at the time of his death, and Alex Murdaugh, all in 1 week, lost his father, his wife, and his youngest son. At this point in time, there isn't a lot about these murders that have come to light. Many of the official documents have been heavily redacted, but there is clearly some connection. On September 2nd, Murdaugh's law firm PMPED began an investigation into Alec Murdaugh after finding a suspicious check on his desk. The check was made to him personally, not to the firm, which was what prompted this investigation. It is discovered that Alec was taking money from the firm as well as clients and funneling those funds into a personal account. PMPED was able to track the funds and uncover the fraud. Alec was confronted about the misappropriated funds and was asked for his resignation, and he did so on February 3rd. The following day, the law firm brought their findings to the Hampton County Sheriff's Office and SLED, which started an investigation of suspected criminal activity. A lawsuit was filed in October by the law firm suing Alec Murdaugh, and it is here we learn about how the law firm discovered what was happening. They also discovered the fictitious entity called Forge, which, as we discussed earlier, was made to look like a legitimate financial consulting firm, but it provided no services and had no products for sale. Its creation was established solely to convert money from the law firm to Murdaugh. They claim that they had no knowledge of what Murdaugh was doing and said in their lawsuit that because he had disguised the payments using a company that they used regularly, it had evaded detection. This was a company that they used routinely for years, and because Murdaugh knew the ins and outs of how the law firm used this company, he was successful in making these payments look legitimate. PMPED's website has this statement released. The lawyers and employees of PMPED live and work in Hampton, Jasper, Colton, and Beaufort counties. Most of us grew up in the area, attended local schools, worship at area churches, and continue involvement with local civic organizations and charities. We are proud of our communities and are distressed by this tragic situation involving our former partner, Alec Murdaugh. The negative attention that this has brought to our community and to our firm is regrettable. PMPED is a robust firm with skilled, experienced attorneys who represent our clients with a fierce commitment to obtaining justice. We were shocked and dismayed to learn that Alec violated our principles and code of ethics. He lied and he stole from us. No member of PMPED was aware of Alec's scheme. When we learned he betrayed our trust, we requested his resignation immediately. We have yet to speak to anyone who was aware of his addiction to opioids. While Alec's situation is tragic, be assured that the firm is strong and focused on representing its many clients. We provide legal services locally and statewide. We hold ourselves to the highest ethical standards in handling our clients' cases. Despite the widespread recent publicity, we continue to work to represent our clients with the same diligence and professionalism as prior to the discovery of Alec's misdeeds. The funds taken by Alex will not affect current or future operations. No client will suffer a financial loss as a result of Alex's misconduct. We have read the media reports about the lawsuit and settlement resulting from the death of Gloria Satterfield. If these reports are accurate, we are stunned at what occurred. It is important for everyone to know that PMPED did not represent Alec in that case. His insurance company hired counsel to represent him. Like many of you, we have a lot of questions about Alec and what has recently come to light. We don't know the answers, but we will continue assisting law enforcement and other authorities in efforts to find the truth. PMPED is committed to our clients and community. You can count on us to operate our firm in an honorable and transparent fashion. So the law firm has stated that they are still working with a forensic accountant to see how long this goes back and how much money has gone missing in total. This is still ongoing, and we will likely see an amendment to their lawsuit when they have final figures. Then that brings us to the failed suicide plot. A day after Alec is asked to resign from the firm on September 4th, a 911 call comes from Alec Murdaugh. He claimed that while he was changing a tire, a rogue shooter drove by and attempted to kill him. He was located on the old Satchahatchee Road by himself with a head injury.
911, where's your emergency?
Yes, ma'am, I lost you. This young lady is driving me to the hospital.
She's carrying you to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who is this?
This is Alec Murdaugh. I was on the phone a minute ago.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
He said there's somebody's taking him to the hospital. Okay.
Oh, you know what? We got a flat tire.
Got you, 10-12.
Ma'am, I need the ambulance.
You need the ambulance? Okay. Are you still in the same location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which way are y'all heading? Are y'all driving down the road?
No, ma'am.
No.
I got a flat tire.
Okay. All right. Sit tight right there, okay?
All right. Now they're taking me to the hospital.
Okay. So which way are y'all traveling?
We're coming down Salkhatchee Road to the Hampton Hospital.
Y'all coming down Salkhatchee?
Ma'am?
Y'all coming down Salkhatchee Road to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Reports have been incredibly varied, with his lawyer stating that he had a severe injury with a skull fracture and an entry and exit wound, though law enforcement noted on reports it was a superficial injury with just a bullet grazing. We did see footage of Alec Murdaugh only days later in court, and he doesn't appear to have any major visible injuries. Certainly no entry and exit wounds, so that to me is interesting. The shooter, Curtis Edward Smith, has gone on to give several interviews and is currently claiming that he was trying to stop Alec from shooting himself and the gun went off in the struggle. As stated in our previous coverage, Curtis Edward Smith was a one-time client of Murdaugh, but it is also alleged that Smith was the one that provided Murdaugh with illicit substances. On September 6, Alex made that statement saying that he was resigning from the firm and entering rehab. Later that day, his law firm put out their statement, basically saying, oh no, he was fired for stealing. On September 8th, we saw that the South Carolina Supreme Court suspended Alex Murdaugh's law license, effective immediately, as well as the license of Corey Fleming, the lawyer who handled the Gloria Satterfield settlement. So Alex Murdaugh has a lawsuit from his former firm that alleges the fraud and misappropriation of corporate funds. There's also the lawsuit from Gloria Satterfield's family, as they haven't received anything from their mother's wrongful death settlement yet. Connor Cook also brought a suit forward against Alex Murdaugh, Buster Murdaugh, and employees that provided alcohol to Paul for their alleged roles in the boat crash that killed Mallory Beach. As of October 19th, Alec Murdaugh is being held in custody. He was denied bond, and he has been court-ordered to undergo a psychiatric evaluation, which will dictate what happens next in this case. There are several civil lawsuits pending, and likely more criminal charges upcoming once these investigations play out. There are still the ongoing investigations into the death of Stephen Smith, Gloria Satterfield, as well as the homicide of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. The Murdaugh family are offering a $100,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest of the person who murdered Maggie and Paul. I hope this video summed up everything. Clearly, there is a lot here, and a lot of it happened quite quickly, and this is very much an ongoing investigation. Honestly, there's so much here, I wouldn't be surprised if I missed a couple things, but this video is already pretty long, so we're just gonna kind of wrap it up and do updates as they come. Let me know what you think down below, and let's chat about it. Today we are discussing the murder of Dan Brophy, who was killed in cold blood by his wife, Nancy Cranston Brophy. Let's get into it. Can you ever truly know someone? What if you found out your spouse who you trusted implicitly and never thought they would hurt you, had been fantasizing about your murder, possibly even for years. And this isn't advice of any sort, but if you were to murder your spouse, you certainly shouldn't write about it in a blog, detailing the innermost thoughts on exactly how one might carry out the attack and get away with it. Nancy Cranston Brophy did just that in 2011, penning the article How to Murder Your Husband, and starting her article by saying, "As a romantic suspense writer, I spend a lot of time thinking about murder, and consequently about police procedure. After all, if the murder is supposed to set me free, I certainly don't want to spend any time in jail. And let me say clearly for the record, I don't like jumpsuits, and orange isn't my color." When Nancy Cranston Brophy was initially arrested, it was felt by the Portland community. They had rallied behind her and supported her when her husband had been murdered. Nancy appeared to have been a devoted wife, and their marriage had seemed to be very solid. A couple nearing retirement seemed to be heading into the next chapter of their lives together. Her arrest made people question how well they really knew Nancy. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start from the beginning. It was early September morning on June 2nd, 2018 at the Oregon Culinary Institute, located in downtown Portland, Oregon. A group of culinary students gathered outside the school, waiting for the building to be unlocked for class to begin. This was unusual, but not necessarily an immediate cause for concern. Normally their instructor, 63-year-old Dan Brophy, Chef Brophy, was first to arrive on campus and set up the classroom for the students. Saturday classes were a little bit different than the normal Monday to Friday. There weren't any office or administrative staff that worked over the weekend, and the school only ran 2 classrooms. It was usually only the weekend culinary arts instructor and the pastry instructor. There weren't even janitorial staff over the weekend due to budget cuts. This morning was a little more unique than most. It was a portion of the program called Live Fire Class, where near the end of the program, students would be setting up their school restaurant and opening up to real guests. It was something the students had been working towards for months and an opportunity to show off their skills. On these Live Fire Class days, Dan would always come to school a little bit earlier than normal. In addition to his normal routine of opening up the kitchens, he would also make sure the students had everything they needed for a day doing restaurant service.
And so when you got to OCI that morning, do you remember around what time you arrived?
I believe I arrived around between 8 and 8:15.
And is that normal for you?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I believe our classes started at 8:30. And so we always had a few minutes to put our stuff away, get dressed and ready for our class and be in the classroom when it was time to start.
Okay. And when you say get dressed and ready, what do you mean by that?
We had a dress code of pants and a chef jacket and a hat and an apron. So we had to have all of those things on when the class started. So oftentimes people came either in street clothes and changed into it, or partial outfits and had to prepare themselves for that. So
okay. All right. And so when you arrived that morning and parked your car, you parked in that same parking lot you've described?
Yes.
And if you're able to, can you tell from looking at this which side of the board or the building the parking lot is on?
The top. So where it says student entrance, Southwest Madison, and then the garbage and recycling, that's where the parking lot was.
Okay. And so when you parked that morning, did you see anyone else? What did you do?
There were multiple students in the parking lot when I arrived, awaiting at that student entrance door.
And is that usual?
No. No, usually they were outside of the door. The door was locked. And usually when we arrived, that door was already unlocked.
And which door are you referring to?
The student entrance, Southwest Madison.
Okay, the top of the board there?
Yep.
Okay. And you said there were a lot of students?
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember how many, but I remember that there were a group of us students waiting there.
Mm-hmm. And so did you get out of your car and wait with them?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And do you remember about how long you waited or what happened?
Not very long. We were there a few minutes. And then Chef Damon came to that door from the inside and let us in.
And do you recall if it was just pastry students or if there were culinary students?
It was both.
Okay. Yep. And so the door, when you say that door, are you referring to the student entrance?
Yes.
And you said she came from the inside?
Yes.
So she was in the building?
Yes.
Okay. And unlocked the door?
Yes.
All right. And did you see where she went from there?
No, I did not. No.
Okay. And where did you go?
Right into the student lounge with lockers. And there were round tables in the student lounge. And I remember exactly which table I went to.
And did you sit at it or?
I was standing there, had my bag and my box of supplies, and I was chatting with the other people in the room.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4, if we can put up the screen. Oh, 5, excuse me. And if you can just pause it. And do you see that in front of you on the screen there?
Yes.
And can you tell us what we're looking at?
Excuse me. That is the student lounge.
Okay. And so it looks like there's a railing just to the
right.
The right.
Mhm.
And what is behind you if you're facing
That's
this
the student entrance. Right behind me. If I was standing where the camera is, the student entrance would be right behind me.
Okay. And so then in front and kind of to the left, are those the tables you're referring to?
Yeah.
All right. At this time, I'd offered State's Exhibit 5 and request permission to play for the jury.
No objection.
And we saw there in that video some other tables. And are those the tables you were talking about?
Yep.
And do you remember what part of that room you were standing in?
That first table, so it would be the one, the bottom right of the screen.
Okay.
That one, yep.
That one. All right. And you said you were talking to some other students?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 89. And that's just a smaller version of State's Exhibit 1, which is up on the board.
Uh-huh.
And I'm also going to hand you a pen. That would have been helpful. Can you first write your name?
Sure.
On the bottom, and then can you mark on State's Exhibit 9 where you entered the building and then where you went into the lounge that you've described? All right. Okay, and so you're in the lounge area at the table. What's the next thing that you remember?
The next thing I remember is a student, a fellow student, yelling, "Call 911."
And did you know who that was, or could you see anyone?
She was in the culinary program. We weren't friends, but we knew each other by face, and I knew who she was.
And where was she when you heard that?
She was standing right outside of kitchen 1 and 2.
And do you see that green pointer kind of in front of you there? If you extend that, can you point on the big map where that was? About right here. And if you'll look on the TV also in front of you, is that same area?
Yeah, right. It'd be right where those mixers on the shelf are.
Okay. And when you heard her tell someone to call 911, what did you do?
I remember saying, "Are you serious? Do you really need someone to call 911?" And she said, "Yes." And so I picked up I think I had my phone in my hand already, and I dialed 911.
And when you made the call to 911, did you stay right there at that table, or where did you go?
No, I came to her to see what she needed, why she needed us to call 911. And I believe she said, before I saw, I believe she said, there's a body in here. There's somebody on the ground.
And where was she referring to?
Kitchen 1.
And did you then go into kitchen 1?
I think I stood right at the doorway.
Okay. And during the course of your call with 911, did you stay in one spot?
No. I remember dialing and it didn't connect. So I remember dialing it again. And while I was waiting for it to connect, I was trying to find Sadie Damon, our chef. And so I was going through the building, trying to find her.
And were you able to find her?
Yes, she was in the guest restrooms.
And can you point for us where those are?
Yep. There. Yep, right there.
All right. And during the rest of that call, did you move around or did you go back to one place?
After she came out, I said, "We need you in the kitchen," and I followed her and I stayed in that kitchen. I believe until the paramedics came. I may have stepped out again and back in, but I remember being in the room almost the whole time.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to play State's Exhibit 23. No. And this one's been offered already this morning.
911.
Hi, we are at Oregon Culinary Institute, and there is somebody collapsed. One of our kitchens.
Okay, just one moment. And what's the address there?
What's the address? 1701. 17 what? Southwest Madison.
1701 Southwest Madison?
No, 1717 Southwest Jefferson.
1717 Southwest Jefferson?
Yep. Yeah, yes.
Okay, and...
He's one of our chefs, and he's an older man.
All right, is he conscious right now?
No, he is not conscious.
Okay, is he breathing?
No, he is not breathing.
Okay. And is anyone doing CPR?
Yes, yes.
Okay, someone's doing CPR right now?
Yep.
Do they need instructions?
Do you need instruction, or do you need her?
Are they doing compressions only?
She's doing compressions, and I can switch out too if you need to, because I'm CPR certified.
Okay. All right. And do you know the cause of this, or what happened? Did he just collapse?
We have no idea. Somebody just found him on the floor.
Okay. So I just want you to continue doing those CPR compressions until help gets there. If you guys need
until help gets here.
Yeah. If you need to.
I'm just talking to the gal who's doing it.
Perfect. And if she gets tired and someone needs to take over, go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Is there someone that could? Is there a side that the responders need to go to?
Yes, it's on the north side of the building. What is this? What street is this? Madison. It's on the Madison side.
Okay.
So yeah, go to Madison and
enter on the north side, on the Madison side?
Yep, on the Madison side of the building. It's the north side of the building.
Okay. And can you send somebody out there to show the responders where to go?
In the parking lot. Yep, there's a bunch of people in the parking lot.
Okay, perfect.
And I am too now. Yep.
Okay, and how old is he?
I don't know. I know that he's at least in his 60s or 70s, 70s, I think.
All right.
That might be a little bit too old, but he's an older gentleman.
And he's one of the chefs there, head chef?
Yes. Yep. No, he's just one of our instructors.
Okay. All right. Does he have any, heart issues that you know of?
I have no idea. Okay. He's not my instructor.
All right. And then can I get your first and last name?
My name is Katie Dooley.
And a phone number? All right. And I'm just going to stay on the line with you until somebody gets there, okay?
Yep. Okay.
And someone else is putting in, the address is 17012 Southwest Jefferson.
I'm not sure. Keep going. Do you want me to do it? Okay, he's bleeding out of what? Okay, he's bleeding out of his chest.
Bleeding out of his chest? Okay.
Yeah.
Does he
just started bleeding.
Okay, is someone still doing CPR?
Yes. No, should she keep going? The ribs are broken. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Ma'am.
Okay. All right. Is someone still doing anything or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, she's still doing compressions.
Okay. All right.
Does she need to continue?
Whatever she feels comfortable doing.
Whatever you feel comfortable doing. Do you want me to turn out? Do you want me to take a turn?
They'll be there. They're coming really fast. They'll be there any second.
They're going to be here any second.
I know. You're doing a good job. I know. You're doing a good job, okay? Someone's on scene right now. Is there someone out there? Okay, I know.
Okay, they're coming.
Do you see them?
Fuck. No, we don't.
Okay, I know, Katie. You're doing a good job. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God.
Do you see any of the responders?
No, but they're getting him, but he's
okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Do you see the responders?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. They're coming. They went to the front door.
They went to go get them? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay on the phone until you see them, okay? Is anyone doing compressions or you're...
No.
It's okay.
No,
I understand. It's okay.
Are they coming? Yeah. Okay, they're here.
Okay. All right. I'll let you go.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
It wasn't initially known what had caused Dan's collapse. Those at the school assumed it had been a heart attack or a stroke. Nothing else in the classroom had seemed out of place. Nothing looked ransacked. There wasn't any broken glass or open doors. And it was only when paramedics arrived that they were moving him and they saw blood that had pooled underneath his body. Paramedics looked for the source of the blood and were shocked to discover 2 bullet wounds. A further investigation of the room confirmed that when they found bullet fragments on the floor. The school was then locked down while the Oregon Police Department searched the building for the possibility of an active shooter or additional victims. Officers eventually cleared the building and it became clear that Dan Brophy had been the only victim, who was declared deceased at the scene. Through interviews, they also learned that Dan normally arrived around 7:30 a.m. to set up the classroom, but he appeared to have been there earlier that day. Dan had been making coffee for the students and filling water jugs to keep them hydrated in the summer heat when he'd been shot. Paramedics noted that the sink had still been running when they arrived. Dan was shot once in the back and then once in the chest. Though they couldn't determine exactly which had been first, investigators theorized that Dan had been at the sink, leaned over, filling the water jugs with his back facing the door. They believe that he had been shot first in the back, and he spun around, faced the shooter, and then was shot again. Once the crime scene was deemed safe, officers started interviewing all the students at the school and going into the first phase of a murder investigation, which included notifying the victim's next of kin, which in this case was Dan's wife, Nancy. The following is the interview taken by the lead detectives on the morning of Dan's death at the Culinary Institute.
Detective Posey, and we're here also with,
Okay, Detective, do you recognize this audio?
Yes, that's Detective Posey talking right now.
Okay, and is this the recording of that death notification with Miss Nancy Brophy
Yes.
on June 2nd, 2018?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play it.
I'm just going to do some introductions, so that it's all on the tape and everything. So I'm Detective Posey, and we're here also with Detective Merrill, and we're here with Nancy. And your last name, Nancy?
Brophy.
Okay. And today's date is June 2nd, 2018, and it's approximately, 10:47 a.m. So Nancy, I know that I think some people kind of notified you that something was going on.
Just what they heard on the news.
Oh, okay. So it's already been on the news.
KGW said that there was a shooting, there was one fatality, and that the police showed up at 8:30, or they called at 8:30. I don't know.
I see. Okay. So, Dan is your husband, is that correct?
Uh-huh.
And his name's Daniel.
C for Craig Brophy.
Oh, okay. And what time did he leave this morning from your guys' place? I'm assuming that he was at your house.
No, he was. He left, I'm going to say 7-ish. I mean, maybe 7:05, but somewhere in there. That's about the time he normally leaves.
Okay. Anything different this morning coming to work? Any kind of different?
We had a leak in our bathroom under the sink, and so we were dealing with that. But that was a different part.
Right. Were you guys up earlier this morning or anything?
He's up early every morning.
He's an early riser.
And he has his little list of things he does. You know, he walks the dogs, he feeds the chickens, he does that kind of stuff.
Okay. Where do you guys live at?
Beaverton.
Oh, okay.
We're in unincorporated Washington County.
Oh, okay. So you guys got a little bit of property or something?
About a half an acre.
Oh, neat. Okay. So he probably left at the latest maybe 7:05 this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. And usually how long does it take him to get here?
Well, on Saturdays there's no traffic. On most Saturdays, you know. So I would say 10 minutes from our house, tops.
Okay.
You know, I think it's like 5.5 miles.
Oh, okay.
So,
do you know, or are you familiar with kind of how he does things when he comes to the location here? Like, is there anything in particular that that you're familiar with as far as, you know, what you know that is kind of his schedule of things that he does when he shows up here at work?
No. What I know is he comes in and he talks on the cards. He has 2 cards he brings in on the weekends, and or maybe he brings them in on Friday and takes them home on Saturday. And it's stuff he canned and spices and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so, you know, and it's in small enough quantities that if you're a starving student, you can buy, you know, a little patch of saffron rather than paying.
Yeah, right, exactly.
A lot of money.
Yeah, just what you need. Right. And when was he last here, besides this morning, when was the last time that he came in?
I would guess yesterday morning to set up the cart.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if he came down for any other reason during the week. I mean, he kind of comes and goes on his own. I know where he's working when. Yeah.
Okay. But so he may have been here yesterday in the morning.
Yes, but it would have been early.
Okay.
It would have been really early.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. And is he typically the first person that opens up in the morning?
No, Yadu is.
Yadu?
Yadu, why?
On Saturdays?
Yeah.
Or on Sundays?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I assumed it was. I think Yadu gets here in the middle of the night. Because it seems to me like Yadu is always here.
Oh, okay. And that's the cleaning guy, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you know who he is. You've met him before. Okay.
Yeah, I know all these guys. I mean, this is the part you missed of the conversation. Dan's worked here for 12 years, maybe 13. Before that, he worked with this same group of guys over at Western. I mean, we've known these people for 25 years.
Right. You guys he's involved with the culinary kind of community, so to speak. Right. Is there, was there any kind of issues with Yadu or any kind of issues with anybody at the school?
You know how Dan is not hail-filled or well met. I mean, we had no communication issues. I'm not trying to make it sound that way, but he's not a chatter. You know, he has a level of bullshit that's pretty low, and he just does not have, he doesn't, if we have a dinner party, he likes to cook, so he doesn't have to have that level of bullshit.
Oh, I see.
So, I mean, but if you get on a topic he cares about, he's got opinions, and he'll voice it. We did a culinary tour in Oaxaca. This must have been 2003. and we did this culinary tour, and we were with these same people for 13 days, and at the end of the 13 days, I don't notice he's quiet, but somebody said, you know, I didn't think your husband ever spoke. And I thought, he talks all the time. But they didn't see it that way. And, so, here's the other thing. He doesn't harbor grudges. I mean, he truly doesn't harbor grudges. When he first went to work at Western Culinary, God, I'm going to have to tell you stories here. There was another chef that really disliked him. But the other chef was leaving, and they came around and said, well, he's leaving, and Dan threw him $5 for whatever they were collecting money. And whoever was collecting it was really surprised that, I thought you guys didn't like each other. Dan said, he's just a guy with a different opinion than mine. And he just never, in 25 years of teaching, I have never heard him badmouth a student one time. Ever. And you know,
so there's not any specific like things that you know about that. There's no, you know, like he was like, oh man, this person's really got it out for me, or none of that kind of.
And that wouldn't be how he thought anyway.
Okay.
You know, Dan kind of is his own little world. God, that makes him sound incompetent. He's not. He's not.
No, I know. So I just want to let you know that, you know, we believe, you know, Dan, we believe it's Dan that has been killed. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of got that when everybody gave me the sad sack look. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's our job to figure out what happened, and that's why we're talking to you.
Oh, sure.
Because you're part of the story, right? Of what took place, and so I just want to be, you know, straightforward and frank with you.
Good.
Is there anybody that you know of that wanted to do something to this to Dan? Everybody I've heard from so far is like, Dan's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy.
You know, and students seem to like him and everything. So you know, that's the question. It's like, why would somebody do something?
He's not a rabble-rouser. I mean, he is. You know, he just. It took me 4.5 years to convince him to marry me. You know, I mean, you know,
he doesn't move real fast on things.
No, you know, he is. But we had a great marriage. But the only people I know who have ever hated him was his ex-wife, and his ex-wife doesn't hate the husband. You know, and I can't believe after 25 years she'd be motivated. You know, so yeah, I mean, short of that,
all right.
We live a quiet life.
Okay. What's the name of the ex-wife?
Perla, and I'm not sure what name she's going by. It's her last name, Perla.
Perla is her last name. Okay. And what's her first name?
That is her person. I'm sorry, Perla, maybe Brophy, maybe Stillwater, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what she's going by.
Gotcha.
But I can tell you this. Dan would have told me.
But that was like 25 years ago. Okay.
And we saw her 2 years ago when Nathaniel, his son, got married, and they didn't speak, but you know, nobody drew a knife either.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
It was cordial.
As
far as
distant.
Yeah. Okay. But that was the last time that you know of that.
That's the only time that he's seen her in 20 years, maybe. Okay. So I don't think that's an issue.
Okay. And kids?
That's Nathaniel.
And that's the only kid that he has through her? Okay. Any issues there?
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no, Nathaniel's great.
Did you guys have any?
Oh, no. Okay. Nathaniel's worked for me.
Okay.
No, Nathaniel's great. He's happily married to Kate. They have a 6-year-old child that Dan and I adore. And Kate's pregnant. We're all excited. So we're going to have a second grandchildren. I've got signs all over the house. Quit fooling around, Nathaniel. I want grandchildren myself. I don't have signs. I'm not that.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what, you know, and that's why I'm asking
Sure.
some of these kind of questions.
Can you tell me what happened, as far as you know?
He was shot.
Was it AR-15?
No, I don't know what he was shot with.
Oh.
But he was shot with a gun. Why do you say AR-15?
Because school shootings are all AR-15s now.
It happened, as far as I know, and I would ask that you keep this between us. At some point when he showed up here this morning, and so
But they didn't call. Where was Shadu? Why didn't they call the police before
that's
then?
what that's information that we're trying to kind of sort all of this out. I don't know.
Where was the other instructor? He doesn't keep alone.
Yeah, I know. The other instructor showed up after and found him. So that's what we're trying to sort out.
He was alone.
And that's why I'm kind of asking a little bit about, what were some of his, typical things that he would do in the morning. Did you ever accompany him coming into in here?
A couple of weeks ago, maybe 4, I was meeting a client in Washington, and they called me before I got there and said that I sell Medicare. And so it was somebody who needed help, but she wasn't feeling well, so they called and canceled. So I came back here and used the bathroom. But other than that, I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to what are you doing.
Was he here by himself or with somebody?
I thought Yadu was here, but maybe not.
Was that a Saturday or a Sunday? Okay. All right. Got any questions?
Yeah. So, just to make sure I got that last point, you said you came here just like a couple weeks ago just to use the restroom when your meeting was canceled?
Yeah, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
And I came and I went to the bathroom and I left. It wasn't that exciting. It was just faster than going to McDonald's.
Gotcha. So you didn't see where Dan was or what he was up to? Did you say hi to him or anything that time?
I said he opened the door for me.
Okay.
So the doors would be locked.
Okay.
The doors would all be locked. How did somebody else come in?
That's what we're working on. So I was going to ask you, does Dan own any kind of guns at all, or does he carry a gun at all for any reason? For protection or anything?
You're going to be so embarrassed. I'm kind of embarrassed. After the Marjorie Douglas Stoneman shooting in February.
After which one?
The one in February in Florida.
In Florida.
We talked about it, and I had kind of surveyed people, and everybody we know owns a gun except us. And I said, maybe we ought to buy a gun. And he said, okay. And so there was a gun show, and I went down and bought a gun. But here's the weird thing. When I got it home, I'm going to turn this off if you don't care.
Thank you.
When I got it home, I realized...
I don't know your home address.
Oh, hush.
Tap your name if you'd like to add it.
But I apparently skill level isn't me.
Oh, it's okay, too. It's fine.
Okay, so I bought this gun. I got it home. We looked at it. And neither one of us wanted it. And so it's still on my closet shelf, and it still has that little plastic band around the shooter thing.
Yeah.
The shooter thing. There's a name for this.
Yeah.
And because we've never even bought bullets for it, you know.
Okay.
So yeah,
we have a pistol, or is it a
it's
a
a
rifle?
Glock.
Okay.
And
it's a handgun.
It's a handgun. Yeah. It's not an AR-15.
It's not a rifle.
No.
It's a small gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's at home.
So it sits at home. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't even know how to get rid of it because Oregon has a law against, I'm not a gun dealer, so I can't sell it, you know? So that was what we were talking about. What did we do to get rid of it? But
So why did you guys decide against having it? Because you just didn't, when you looked at it, it didn't...
It was heavy. Do you know how, well, of course, you know how heavy a gun is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
it was heavy and it felt terrible handling it. It was like, it was just
wasn't something you guys did?
No.
Yeah.
And real frankly, I couldn't imagine ever needing it. I mean, you kind of lived through 67 years and you think, well, I'm kind of there, you know.
But Dan never took it out or brought it with him to school or anything. It's locked up at home still. As far as
I'm sure it is.
And would you guys keep it in like a box that you get? Did you guys get a gun box with it?
It came with the case.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think it's still in the plastic bag we bought it in.
And what caliber is it? Do you know like you know how they have a 40 millimeter, 9 millimeter, 40 or 45
9
caliber?
sounds right. 9
Maybe
sounds
a
right.
9? Okay.
And it's
So,
it's ugly.
yeah. Is it all black?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you guys got that back in February after the school shooting in Florida, was Dan a little? You said you got that because you're talking to maybe that's something for safety for Dan here at the school, or just in general?
We just felt like we were. Honest to God, I work with a bunch of riders. I'm a rider too, and I work with all these riders, and everybody has a gun. Even my mother-in-law has a stun thing, and I'm thinking we're the only people in the world who don't have a gun. and I started kind of doing a survey, and it started around Thanksgiving because the family's all together, and everybody has guns but us. And I'm thinking, well, maybe we're wrong, but we got it and we weren't wrong, you know.
Okay.
As far as Dan's phone,
yes.
Does he? Do you know what his password is?
Yes.
Okay. Can we have that?
987-987-600.
And what kind of phone does he have?
It's the same. It's exactly like mine.
Okay. All right.
Which kind's yours? Apple, iPhone
6.
iPhone 6.
Okay.
So you guys have the same account together?
Yes.
And what's his phone number?
503-701-5427. My number is very similar. I have to think about it.
Okay. Did he send you any text messages or
I texted
calls?
him, and that was part of the reason why
When did you text him?
After Maxine called me.
Oh, okay.
Maxine called me, and I texted him, and when I didn't get a response, everything in me said, this isn't right. This isn't right. And so I came down.
And who's Maxine?
Maxine is a teacher who teaches here on Sundays. Maxine Borcherdine.
Okay.
And I think she teaches a wine class.
Oh, okay. What did your husband usually teach?
God, he's taught for 25 years.
I mean, was there any particular?
He taught T2. T2.
Oh, okay.
So the segments are broken into 4 T's. Mm-hmm. And the first one is kind of get to know your knives, you know, learn stuff. His was on basic cooking. Was on, they had live fire, which was, you know, you're in a restaurant, essentially, and you have to fire 5 entrees within a certain amount of time, and light fire was kind of the nightmare day.
Right, because there's a lot of people trying to do stuff, and right.
But he's a fun instructor. I mean, he did things like he would take the class to the course. He would take his class to the coast for a negative tide, and he would do a negative intertidal. He took a mushroom hunting. They went to the salt place down on the coast. You know, he was a fun guy, and he was really nice. He really didn't dislike anyone.
What was his schedule for the current session that he was teaching? My understanding is working Saturdays and Sundays.
Yes.
Okay. What was he do? Does he do anything in the rest of the week?
We have a friend, Tanya Midland, and she is about a year and a half ago. She's at Avamere Rehab, and she was desperate for a weekend cook at that point. And Dan said, "I'll come in and help out," and he just continued to be on the schedule ever since. And so, usually 2 days a week, but for some reason right now he's working a little more there. Oh, okay. And sometimes it's morning, sometimes it's evening. I've got a schedule written out.
Oh, okay.
So,
at some point maybe you could get that to me.
Sure.
on my business card there is my email address.
Perfect. I'll send it to you.
Email that scheduled to me just so I have
It's basically Thursday nights, Friday nights, but there's a couple of random days. And so he goes in at 2 and he's off by 7.
Okay. So it's short little.
Yeah.
He's teaching a class and
he's truly cooking.
Oh, he's cooking. Oh, okay, gotcha.
And I think he enjoys it because he doesn't. For me, he gets to cook again.
And where was that place that he was cooking at?
It's on Allen Boulevard at Lombard.
Okay. What's the name of it?
Lombard. It's Avamere Rehab.
Avamere Rehab. Okay.
And
it's a restaurant.
It's a rehab facility.
Oh, it's a rehab facility.
Yeah. And what's it, Avamere? Is that what you said?
Avamere. Avamer.
Okay. Avamere.
Okay.
Do you want Tanya's phone number?
Sure. Yeah. What's your phone number first?
503-701-5612.
Thank you. It's Tanya Medlin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the reason why I hesitated there is I've known her since she was Tanya Glowa, and sometimes I have to stop and think my friends all change their names at one point or another in their lives.
Okay. I texted that in for the Aaron, but he hasn't gotten back to me.
Let's just answer this and move along. Okay. Tanya. Contacts. Tanya. Here, come on, Nancy, you can do this. Here we go. 503-1384.
Thank you. Do you have a second if I ask a question?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know if you were still on.
No.
Okay. Just another question. What kind of vehicles do you guys drive? You guys each have your own vehicles?
He has a white truck that's out here.
Okay.
And it's a Toyota 2010 pickup. It's a Tacoma.
Oh, okay.
And I have a Toyota van.
Like a minivan?
No, yeah.
Okay.
A Sienna.
A Sienna, okay. What color is that?
Gray.
Okay. And what year is that one? Roughly?
2007.
Got it.
They're both paid for, and there's a point where you'd rather drive an older car that's paid for than
That's the way I would do
payments.
it. Yep. And I was going to ask you, when you said Dan woke up, he's an early riser, has his routine, walks the dog, feeds the chickens. So this morning, did you wake up at the same time or after him, or how'd that go?
I didn't sleep well, and I don't know why I didn't sleep well, but I think that I'm to that age. So I woke up when he came up for a shower. So that would have been 6:50, 6:45.
And you said because he was getting a shower, that's when you woke up? Okay.
And he used to shower downstairs, but last week you'll see stitches on his hand. See it? I don't know which hand. Because last week in the shower, our shower door shattered. He's not having a good week. Oh, that sounded good.
He got stitches in his hand from the shower door?
It's glass, and it just shattered into 9 million little pieces.
Really? Oh, no.
And
which hand was that?
I think it was his right hand.
So right hand should have stitches?
I went to the emergency room with him.
Okay.
No, it was his left hand. It was his left. You'll see.
You've been painting?
Okay. So yesterday we went to a rummage sale, and I found this really cute little toy thing, and so I put primer on it, and I thought I'd paint it for my granddaughter.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, that was really observant of you.
I just know when you talk about stitches on your hand, I thought you were going to show me which hand. So you think it was his right hand, though?
I think it was his left hand.
Or left. Do you know how many he got?
3, I think.
Okay, so not too bad. And then, so after he got his shower this morning, though,
he managed to. He didn't need a spotter.
Okay. So, and then when did you see him after that? Did you have breakfast with him? What happened after that?
I didn't get out of bed.
Oh, you just kind of woke up and you were alert in bed.
Yeah, and we have our bedroom is an attic. Was an attic, and so the bathroom's right here, and so he got dressed and left.
Did he say Did you guys talk before he left or anything like that?
About the water leak.
Oh.
And I discovered it yesterday when I was cleaning out from under the sink, and so he asked me what all the wet cloths were in the sink, and that was when I remembered it. And so he went down to get something to put under the sink, so if it was still leaking, that it wasn't, it wouldn't ruin it.
Okay. And so then you think he left like around 7 to 10, maybe something like that?
7:05, 7:10,
7:05, 7:10. Okay. And then the next thing you know after that is, when did you hear something?
Maxine called me.
Is that the text you guys were talking? I think I missed that. That's why. Okay.
Okay, so Maxine called me. Oh, come on, Nancy. Okay. So, I guess either this is the first time or the last time, but it was all right within a 10-minute period, so 10:09.
And you guys talked on the phone?
She said, what do you know about what's going on at OCI? And I said, I don't know anything. What's going on? And she said, well, it's on the news. And I said, okay. And she told me what she had heard. And she works for Potluck in the Park. So Potluck in the Park had called her. And she was on her way down here at that point, but didn't come because to set up her class for tomorrow.
So Potluck in the Park, is that around here? Or?
Okay, so this is the corner up here. This is OCI. This is Potluck in the Park. It's like directly diagonal. Mm-hmm.
So they called her to ask her to tell her about this incident?
Sure. Gossip spreads quickly.
Maxine, does she work here? Okay, do we know her name yet? Or I don't know if I have her name yet. Maxine.
BORSCH, I think. ERDINE.
Okay. And then do you have her number handy?
Of course.
Okay.
My whole life is on this phone. Oops, stop. Okay, I gotta go back because I'm. Oh man. Come on, Nancy, think.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, her phone number is 503-46.
She works right over there. You think she's working over there right now?
Oh, no.
Oh.
She's at home.
Oh, okay. Okay.
She used to work with them all the time, and I've heard a rumor, but she hadn't confirmed it with me that she wasn't with them anymore. So I think, it's a donation. It's a volunteer thing, and like everything else in the world, is political.
Yeah. Karen, would you like me to do one of these for the pickup truck?
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Make sure we do that. You want?
Sure, I'll just do it. So, obviously, what this is just a search by consent.
Oh,
and
sure.
we're just asking for your permission to be able to search Dan's truck and go through that.
And clean out the trash.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
You may want to just put that on there as well.
Yeah.
To cover it.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put that down here as far as the info on the and the phone too. Correct.
I don't have a key with me, but he's got a key, obviously. But I can get you an extra key if you need it.
Okay.
I know this is selfish, but what am I going to do without him? How am I going to get through?
It's not selfish. No, don't you worry.
I should be worried about him, and all I could think about is, oh my God.
Yeah, take one step at a time, okay?
I know. I'm sorry.
Just take it slow, and there's nothing you can. There's not a lot of things you can do right now. Your mind's going a million miles per hour. You want to do all these things, but you just gotta take a deep breath. You got family on the way, correct?
And my father-in-law's coming.
Okay. And You need to seek support from your loved ones right now, okay? And just take it slow, okay? You need to be with your loved ones and your family right now. As soon as we get done here, we have a person outside that works with tips for traumatic incidents that can help you with any resources to see if you need anything they can assist you with, okay? You're going to have our business cards. We gave you those. And if we can help you in any way, we're going to be working real hard on this right now. You know that. But if you need anything, you can call us.
But here's the terrible thing. Okay? Even if you find who shot him, he's not going to bring him back. And I want him back. That's the part I want. I don't care about who shot him. I just want him back. I don't want him dead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
So, just try to slow down a little bit and try to breathe, and we'll get through this part, and you can be with your family, okay? Thank you for your patience, too.
Oh, no, that's, it's not like I was doing anything else.
Well, I know.
Probably the wrong thing. So
No, this has got to be extremely difficult. I have no idea what you're going through.
Do you need a photo of him?
I don't think so.
Wouldn't mind seeing one. Yeah, do you have one?
He's so cute. On his phone, when you flip it over, there's a picture of him with the rooster. That's his favorite picture.
Oh, yeah.
Do I have a photo here? Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go get that for you.
I thought I did.
No,
do I need to sign?
Oh, yeah, just sign there that it's okay for us to search the vehicle.
Oh, here he is. So this is when we were in Sook Harbor House in Victoria. And
wow, that is quite the bolo tie.
yeah, well, yes. He's got a whole collection.
Does he?
Uh-huh.
Is that's real turquoise, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Uh-huh. I think he got that when we were in Santa Fe on vacation. And this was Victoria.
Oh, uh-huh. So I'm just putting the date and the time that you signed.
Okay.
But you got 11:20.
Hey, did you get my text? Okay. Okay, what's got the password? The phone. Okay, all right. It's an iPhone 6. The phone number I gave you with a passcode number. Okay. What do you mean? Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. So we can do what we need to with it. So first, and then you can. Okay, I got you. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. I gotta run. I'll talk to you. Bye.
All right. I just put the info in there. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Appreciate that. And I don't know if we'll need the key at this point in time. I might be handy to get that at some point.
The extra key?
I don't have it with me, but I can get it.
I just don't know if, I don't know where the other set of keys are at. So, I mean, if
they'd be in a pocket or nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we talked about a lot of stuff, but is there anything that we didn't ask you that you think's important we should know about? Anything he might have mentioned in just passing about somebody hanging out by the plate? You know what I mean? Just some weird, there's a lot of transients around here. I'm going to be very honest with you. I think you know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Anything he talked about?
I used to be the caterer for Temple Beth Israel, and we used
Did you?
to say it had a high mutant factor in that neighborhood. And this neighborhood was not exempt.
Yeah.
No, he didn't say anything to me. And when I tell you he kind of operated in the tunnel, he really did. you know.
What about coffee? Would he come and get his coffee, morning coffee anywhere?
Tea? No, here.
Tea?
No. Okay. Okay, here's his routine. I didn't even think about this till you just said that. Somewhere in there you're going to find a big plastic glass that is filled with tea, loose tea. And so he would have that in the morning, and then he'd take it to work with him because.
What does it look like? The one that he usually takes?
It's sometimes blue and yellow, I think blue or yellow.
Okay.
And it's just it's a huge glass. Okay. And he drinks that all morning long, and it's his specialty. It's that Lapsang Susong.
Does he put any milk or anything in it? No. Just
sugar. And actually Splenda probably. Yeah.
Does he carry culinary equipment like his
knives?
Own knives or anything?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. I mean, he carries stuff all the time, but it's instructor stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he typically leaves his instructor stuff here at the place. He wouldn't necessarily have his own set.
He would have a red book bag type of thing with him. And the red book bag would be his.
Okay, so red book bag, that would be his, like, just stuff that he's got for the day or whatever.
Sure, I have no idea, but I'm sure it's all.
That's what he uses usually.
Yeah.
He doesn't have like a briefcase or some other kind of bag. It's a red book bag.
He is so low key.
No, that's fine. I know, but we just want to be able to
identify what he would have had.
What he's got as far as personal effects in there.
What about with his credit cards, wallet, cash? What kind of wallet would it look like?
It's a brown leather wallet, and that would have driver's license, a couple of credit cards, probably, his Kaiser card.
You guys have Kaiser insurance?
He has Kaiser.
Oh, okay.
I have Medicare, and he's turning 64 this month, so he's not old enough yet for Medicare.
I see.
But he has Kaiser through work, employee benefits.
What do you remember? What credit cards? Did you have an ATM card? Or anything?
He's got a Wells Fargo card and a Bank of America card, and the Bank of America card is on his business account, so it probably says Odonata Foods, and the Wells Fargo card is on his personal account, and it probably says Daniel C. Brophy.
And what was the business again called?
Odonata. Odanta.
Anta.
That isn't right.
Okay.
Odanata. Odonata.
Odonata, and then what else?
Odonata. What is it called? Odonata Business Consulting. I think it's called Odonata Business Consulting.
Okay.
Would he ever carry any cash on his person?
Yes.
How much usually?
Well, one.
Or how much this morning?
I don't know, because he would have taken money out of the pig. When you see the carts, there's a pig. It's it's an honor system thing, and so he would have taken the money out of the pig.
Oh, okay.
And he would come down and check it every
so often.
Every so often, so that
So he has a cart that basically he sells some basic spices and things that people kind of need and whatnot. And on that cart, there's a little pig that people put the money in for buying whatever spices or whatever items that they buy off of his cart.
Right.
It's something that sits inside the building.
It's back in the schoolroom, in the kitchen. There's a...
Yeah.
You've been back there?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, so there's two carts. One is a wooden cart, and one is a blue plastic cart.
Okay.
And they're both his.
Okay. And how much money? I mean, I know you wouldn't know, but I mean, I'm.
He was so excited one time because he got $80.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I would say it goes 0 to 40 would be more realistic.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because, look, $80,
Right.
let's pay off the house.
What does the pig look like? Is it like a little ceramic piggy bank type thing?
Yeah, this big.
What color?
I think orange. No, wait, maybe, I don't know, maybe pink. Maybe purple. Purple, maybe. I don't know, apparently.
And just when you say this big, you're saying basically like a couple of fist size.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just doing that because it's recorded. So.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right.
This big. Get that.
What about jewelry? Do you have any expensive rings or necklaces or watches or anything like that?
Oh, he would have worn a watch, but no rings. But you can't really wear a ring and be a chef. And if you say the students can't wear one, then you can't wear one. But he would have worn a watch, and he wasn't a necklace kind of guy.
Okay. But he does have bolo ties.
Yes, he does.
Quite a collection.
Yes, he does.
Bolo ties.
Oh. Okay.
I showed pictures.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Anything else you think of?
Not at the moment. I think we've gotten the
Thank you
the
all.
schedule
I'm
of
much
things.
calmer now. Thank you. And I think it was because you all were so calm.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I am too.
Sorry.
And
I don't even know how my life is going to go.
And just take one step at a time. That's the main thing. One day at a time, one step at a time. We're gonna have Nicole come and talk with you. She's the TIPS volunteer person, and they're here to just kind of help you out. And like my partner said, they have some resources, which check into those things. Obviously, right? It's going to typically, the next couple of days it's going to be hectic. And here's the other thing: is given the circumstances, the news media is going to be involved in this. And so, and this is just for you. You can talk to them if you want to. You don't have to. That's up to you. I'm just kind of letting you know that because of that situation, right? They're going to be involved with what's going on, and there's going to be a lot of stuff on the television. Just so you know. So I just kind of preparing you because I want you to at least understand that it's going to get. There's going to be, and who knows what kind of information is going to get put out there. Don't let that trouble you. First of all, we do go through all of that stuff, and we're it's our job to work through what's actually going on with what happened. Of course, if you know something or you find out something and you're concerned that maybe we don't know about it, always feel free to give me a call. If I don't pick up the phone, you can leave me a message and I will get back with you. But feel free to do that because we work for you. We are working for you. And our goal here is obviously to find out what happened. Our goal is also, as police officers, is to hold accountable whoever did this. That's our job. And so, we try very hard to work for you because this is your loved one. This is the person that cared for you and helped you. And so I know that nothing that we do will bring him back, and we're very sorry about that. But at the same respect, we don't want this to happen to somebody else, right? No. And have some other family go through this difficulty. And so that's what we're here about, is justice for Dan and for you. And so we want to find out, and our job is to find out what happened. At some point, we may know all of what happened. We may not ever know completely what happened. That sometimes happens. But I just preparing you so that you understand that sometimes this is a long process that takes time to sort out what happened, right? Everybody's life connects with different people and different situations. Even though you're married to someone, right? He has contacts with people and stuff, and like you said, he's sometimes quiet about things, and maybe he didn't share something that was going on with some other situation, right? So I will do my best to explain things to you when I know them, and I can explain things to you. There's certain things that I will hold onto for a while, just because, given that we're conducting an investigation, right? There's certain things that we need to keep to ourselves, so that we protect the investigation, so that we can, make sure that, like, when we talk to somebody else, they, we're getting the information that they actually know, not something that got leaked out. You know what I mean? We want to try to keep all of that as secure as possible, so that we find out the truth. That's what it's about. We're not keeping secrets. We're just holding on to the information. So I just want you to understand. Yeah. Sometimes I can answer some questions. Sometimes I may not be able to, but eventually we will do the best we can to find out exactly what took place, so that you understand. You know it, right? And what you do with it is up to you. You don't have to share that with anybody, but just be aware that news media, they have a job.
I know they do, but I don't want to share my grief with them.
Yeah, exactly, and most people don't. But just be aware that, given the nature of what's taken place, that's something that is out there going on, and sometimes for some, sometimes it's easier to not watch the news. Just be aware. How best you deal with that stuff. But I just kind of want to give you the heads up.
I'm usually happier.
Hang on a second, let me call you right back.
Anyway,
okay.
But I just wanted to let you know.
And I'm following I write romantic suspense, and so in one of the stories, the girl who knew too much told the wrong guy. So because you're an author and you can make that happen.
Right. Exactly.
So here's the question I'm just realizing: where is he now?
He's in the building.
Oh man. Yeah. So he has to stay till the medical examiner. Okay.
This is what's going to happen.
Okay.
We're going to do a lot of pictures. We're going to do search for evidence inside the building, in his truck. We're going to, our process, it takes a long time. So there's a lot of things that we're going to do. We're going to take measurements, talk to all of the students and stuff that are, involved, with being here, how, all of that. So all of that's going to take a long time. And eventually, once we get done with pictures and pertinent evidence around where he was at, the medical examiner will take him, and then he'll get transported to the Oregon medical examiner's office, which is in Clackamas, and then they will perform an autopsy, so that we can understand, any of the other dynamics with regards to, what happened and how it happened. So that's kind of what's going to happen at this point in time. I mean, that's the general
I assume eventually they release the body.
Yes, yes, and they will contact you about that. Yes,
me. Okay.
We will give them your name and information, so that they can do that, and they will let you know all of that information when that takes place.
Okay.
That pretty much cover that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, an actual deputy medical examiner comes out here and assists us with the investigation. And like my partner said, they ultimately, by state law, take possession of Daniel after we're done with the evidence collection and everything we can do to try to figure this out, like Darren said. So, but again, this is one step at a time. Don't. We're going to be doing our jobs, so you don't need to overwhelm yourself too much. But you have our numbers. If you think of something, you can call us.
I will.
Leave us a message, and we'll call you right back as soon as we can.
Okay. I just can't imagine who would want to kill him. He wasn't that kind of guy. I mean, he wasn't the kind of guy who got involved in in anything. I mean, like that. You know, I've never even known him to have a confrontation with anybody.
Was he was he bringing anything to work today specifically that you knew about? Okay.
And I wouldn't know that.
Okay.
You know, Dan is kind of, he has piles of stuff. He has piles of stuff he brings in, piles of stuff he brings home. I mean, I was at home this morning and I discovered all this food in the den, and I looked at it and I knew it was chicken food, but tell me why we need it in our den. But, you know, he's just that kind of guy, you know, and he's pretty independent, and he's a wonderful guy. He really is a wonderful guy. Oh, man.
Okay. Should we just... Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn that off.
So we're going to stop
11:39. Does that sound right?
11:39, yep.
11:39. Recorder off.
The crime scene gave little indication of what had happened or why. Robbery had made the most sense, but Dan's keys were located in the room, his wallet was on him, and he also had a small bag of cash that he used for a little snack box he had for the students. Students could buy little treats or snacks off of Dan, and he would collect the money or paper IOUs. It was a little something extra he did for the students. The second route of the investigation was that maybe a disgruntled student or person may have wanted to hurt Dan, but when investigators spoke to those around him, nearly everyone said the same thing. Dan was a kind and dedicated teacher. He taught many students in his career and several different generations of chefs in the Portland area, which included the president of the OCI, who had worked under Dan decades earlier. Many people stated that Dan would have given the shirt off of his back to someone who needed it and used his skills to help others in the community. He volunteered at a soup kitchen, he repurposed unused ingredients from the culinary program to ensure nothing was wasted. Dan was passionate about teaching sustainability in the food industry and really talked the talk and walked the walk. This was a person who virtually had no enemies. He would also keep in contact with students and follow their careers. He would help students find jobs and call in personal favors to help out wherever he could. But based on the evidence, it had seemed like the attack had been targeted. He'd been the only victim. It happened at a time when it was known he was usually alone. Detectives could not find a single individual who held a grudge or a bad feeling towards him. In general, Dan Brophy seemed very well loved within the community. The third avenue for investigators to look at was to look closer into Dan and Nancy's marriage. Though it is impossible to predict how someone will react to the devastating news of the murder of a loved one, Nancy's reaction has raised eyebrows. Had this woman, who was sitting in front of them, just killed their husband in cold blood? After the first interview with detectives, Nancy gets a police escort back to her home. This also gives detectives an opportunity to retrieve the gun that Nancy said was in her closet. The initial thought was that Dan may have had it in his possession when he was murdered, and perhaps it had been stolen or used against him. But it was in the closet, just as Nancy had said. They took photos of it and snapped a few pictures of her vehicle, a gray minivan. Once a death notification is completed by detectives, they begin investigating the area surrounding the Culinary Institute, and one of the first things they did was pull all the security footage from the surrounding areas, retracing Dan's steps from when he arrived until when his body was found.
Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga were at the Brophy home. Detective Merrill and Detective Posey were searching the area around the Oregon Culinary Institute for surveillance video. They went across the street to Bellagio's Pizza, roughly located around this area, kind of across from the Oregon Culinary Institute. And it had a camera angle that pointed north. As they watched that video, they recognized a minivan that they thought was visually consistent with Nancy Brophy's minivan, because they had just seen her with it downtown minutes prior. As they continued watching this video, they realized that this van actually passes, heading this direction, heading westbound, 2 separate times that morning. First at 7:08, and the second, 7:28. Now, detectives knew that the next instructor had arrived at about 7:35 at the Culinary Institute. And detectives knew that Dan had disabled the alarm at 7:22 and 30 seconds. So now they had a window of opportunity for someone to kill Dan. They had about a 13-minute window, and as they're watching this video, they realize that it appears that Nancy Brophy is leaving the area of the Culinary Institute and heading out of town at 7:28, right in the middle of their window. After seeing that, Detective Merrill contacted Detective Beniga, who was still out at Miss Brophy's home. Detective Merrill requested that Detective Beniga take a photograph of the minivan and text it to him. Detective Beniga took several shots of the minivan on different angles. And when Miss Brophy saw that Detective Beniga was doing that, she immediately questioned him as to why he would need photographs of her van, because she wasn't at the Culinary Institute that morning. So what's the need? Detective Beniga nonetheless took the photographs and sent them on to Detective Merrill. Detective Merrill then compared that still shot on the left that Detective Beniga had taken. You can see him kind of in the reflection. What Detective Merrill noticed immediately was there's this large gouge in the picture that Detective Beniga sent. Compared to the photograph or the still shot that he's looking at in Pelagio's video, Detective Merrill believes there's a visually consistent mark in that minivan. Now Detective Merrill believed that this was in fact the minivan that Nancy Brophy was driving around that morning, and is the same minivan that he's seeing in the video. However, that was a direct contradiction to what Nancy Brophy just told them less than an hour prior during the death notification, when she was at home, and as you heard, further elaborated on the conversations and interactions that she had with Dan Brophy that morning.
As they began collecting more footage from traffic cams and from security footage from businesses, they began to piece together more sightings of Dan's truck, but also a gray minivan, one that looked suspiciously like Nancy's. But that didn't go against what she'd told law enforcement that morning. She said that she'd been at home during the time that Dan had been killed. Cell phone records also confirmed, making detectives suspicious that Nancy was lying. Detectives noted that there was something odd about the gun that Nancy had surrendered to them. They noticed that the gun's slide was out of battery, meaning that the slide was not locked into position, therefore not safe nor stored correctly. Nancy claimed that the weapon had never been fired, nor had she handled it since she purchased it from the gun show. Detectives went back to the retailer of the gun, who assured them that they never would have let a gun leave their stall out of battery, leading detectives to believe that the gun had been taken apart and put back together by someone with limited knowledge about firearms. Officers compared the gun to the shell casings found at the crime scene and noted that they didn't match. But still, detectives were missing a key element: motive. Why did a woman nearing retirement kill her husband after decades of marriage? Dan and Nancy had met in the 90s. Nancy was making a career change and attended a culinary arts program just to kill some time. It was there that she met Dan Brophy, a new divorcee. They were friends for many years before they began dating, and it seemed from the outside to be an idyllic marriage. The couple regularly took vacations abroad, they had similar interests and passions, and they routinely entertained guests where Dan would create impressive spreads. Dan was often described as reserved, quiet, and content with his own company. He foraged and had many gardening experiments on the property he shared with Nancy. He raised chickens and was devoted to their care. He had a dry sense of humor and a get-it-done attitude towards work, his garden, and life. He was always up to something. No one ever knew him to slow down. Retirement had never seemed an option for Dan. Dan had a son from his first marriage, who was a teenager when the divorce occurred. When Dan remarried, they began to cultivate a strong bond. His son also got to know Nancy, and for a brief time even worked for her when she owned a catering company. When his son had kids of his own, Nancy and Dan would watch them, and were doting grandparents. After all the time he had spent with his father and with Nancy, his son could only count a handful of times when he saw the couple argue. But he said he wouldn't even call it a fight, he just described it as tension. That was a common perception from those who knew Dan and Nancy well. Everyone said they never argued or fought. Maybe they had a disagreement, but they would always apologize and hug it out. They seemed to have a very healthy, loving relationship and excellent conflict resolution skills. What people didn't know was that the couple seemed to be really struggling financially, and it started about 2014. Nancy had sold her catering company at a loss, and it was then that she wanted to focus on writing. She wrote suspense romance novels and penned 14 in total, all of which she self-published. None of them came to much success, and certainly weren't paying back the thousands of dollars that Nancy spent to invest in herself. Writers' retreats, classes, conventions, marketing, among the many other expenses it takes to put out novels. In the marriage, Nancy was definitely the bigger spender of the two. While Dan occasionally purchased larger ticket items, he didn't bleed money the way Nancy did. If Dan didn't cook, Nancy would eat out. Nancy boasted that in her 25-year marriage, she never cooked a single meal. We see from her bank statements that Nancy went to Starbucks daily, often multiple times daily. Nancy hired housekeepers to come in and clean her areas of the house. Her bank statement showed just a constant outpouring of cash that oftentimes wasn't there. Her bank statements showed that she had no concern with spending. Even when they were absolutely strapped for cash, Nancy always spent what she wanted, even if that meant a mortgage payment went unpaid. Significantly more money was going out than coming in, as we see. Dan's teaching salary wasn't enough to cover their mortgage, let alone all the other house expenditures. When Nancy sold the business, they were left with tens of thousands of dollars in debt. They refinanced their home several times, and financial audits of their bank accounts showed that despite their financial troubles, they never changed their spending habits, still taking vacations, maxing out credit cards, refinancing their mortgage to catch up, and then doing it all over again. And when they couldn't pull from their mortgage, they began to dip into Dan's retirement money. Nancy eventually did go back to work as an insurance broker. First, she sold life insurance, but then later switched to Medicaid, where she worked off of commissions. The only problem with this line of work is that commissions were only paid out sporadically, oftentimes annually, which left the Brophies with a cash flow issue. It was also around this time when Nancy started taking out numerous policies for herself and Dan to get commissions. And these policies had monthly payments, and at one point the Brophies were paying nearly $2,000 per month in various life and medical insurance policies. According to Nancy, the couple decided that they were going to subdivide the property and sell it, downsize to something smaller and less expensive. They spent almost a year preparing the property for sale, but it hadn't been a welcome change for Dan according to those who knew him. He was also working a second job in the evenings at a retirement home in order to bring in a second income into the household. In the months before Dan's murder, people noticed that he seemed depressed, tired, and lacked his get-up-and-go attitude. He never talked about what was bothering him, but it isn't far reached to just say he was working all the time, not only at Avamere, the retirement home, or at the school as a teacher. He also did other stuff on the side, and he was just probably burnt out from just working day in and day out. And then when he came home and had time off, Nancy wanted him to pack and get rid of the house that he loved and the garden he cherished. And he just had so much going on, and it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination to say that he might have been a little depressed about all of this change and upheaval, which many noted he was not good with. And it was just seemed to be a difficult time for Dan. It wasn't just a move for Dan, this would be a whole lifestyle change, and one he wasn't keen to make. Nancy, on the other hand, was ecstatic. She hated the chickens and the mess that surrounded Dan. She described him as a collector of things and often made comments about how cluttered her home was with Dan's projects. Dan didn't like throwing things away and often brought things home from school to repair or repurpose. Dan had a hard time parting with these things, making the process of getting the home ready for sale slow. After Dan's death, though, Nancy made quick work of gutting the home and putting the house on the market. Nancy stated at trial that she and Dan would have been ready to put the house on the market in the fall, but after his death, Nancy, with the help of 35 friends and family members, sorted, packed, cleaned, repaired, and it had taken weeks for them to get this house ready for market. Nancy admitted that she and Dan were making slow headway on the house, saying that before he had died, what they'd finished was clearing out a bathroom. It was also discovered through those financial audits that in total, Dan had numerous life insurance policies taken out on his behalf, totaling around $1.5 million. Policies that Nancy almost immediately started to attempt to cash in. A part of that $1.5 million cash out was going to be from the workers' comp benefit because Dan had died at work. Had Dan not died at work, Nancy wouldn't be receiving a majority of this windfall. Nancy's financial troubles were about to be completely solved. 4 days after Dan's murder, the lead detective got a call from Nancy with a request he had never heard before.
But I think I need to be the stupid question of the day. My insurance company said, well, just have the detective write a letter that you're no longer a suspect. And I said, man, I just don't know that he's there. And I'm not sure that he looks at that way. But if you do, I get you to write the letter. My sister, when I told her this as a lawyer, laughed so hard she fell out of the chair. So
Why
because
would you need that?
Because they don't want to pay if it turns out that I secretly went down to the school and shot my husband because I thought, hey, going into old age without Dan after 25 years, it's really what I'm looking for, you know?
Okay. Well, we never would do something like that. I
really didn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, that's not something that we never do something like that. That's never been done. I've never heard of that being done.
I was shocked when he told me this. And the other thing he says, I said, so what happens if, in fact, based upon your, and this is such a stupid little policy, I can't believe they're making me jump through the hoops like this. This is only $40,000. And as my sister said, you know, usually when they do that, it's for millions. And I said, yeah, we weren't insured for millions. But the other thing is, I said, what happens if, in fact, this case never gets resolved? And they said, well, that has to go to up to the supervisors to be evaluated. And I'm thinking, great. So let me ask you my next question, which I know you're going to give me a vague answer, so I don't know why I'm asking. But have you got enough things that you really think you know, or you think you've got the potential to solve it at this point? When I saw you on Saturday, I didn't think you had that.
We are looking at a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I told you before, is that there's a lot of things to go through and review, because given the nature of what took place and how it took place, you know, there's just a lot of people to talk to and a lot of you know, it's just a lot of information to process. Because you know, when we have something like this take place, we cast a wide net, information, right? And so it takes time processing some of that stuff. So that's kind of what's going on with that. And that's why and I apologize. I meant to get back to you sooner, but there's just a large amount of things still coming in, that I haven't even had a chance to look at yet, just because there's just been, it's just a lot of things, right? So we're working on that. Both my partner and I are we've been working nonstop, just going through all of the different things. So
trying to hound you. Real frankly, I want you to take as long as it takes because I want us to find this person. But I'm not hounding you. But I've also got my family saying, well, what do you know? What do you know? What do you know? And then somebody pops up and says, oh, this and that. And I'm thinking, well, we don't know this and that, but that doesn't matter.
Right.
Everybody has an opinion.
Right.
But when this woman asked for this today, I thought, I cannot even imagine in my wildest dreams she doing that. But I thought, it's worth a shot. I'll ask,
Okay. Actually, I did have a couple of questions for you about a couple of things. The first thing was family members, Daniel's family members that live here in the area.
And that would be Jack and Karen, his parents.
So Jack and who?
Karen, his wife, Karen.
Oh, Karen. Okay.
And they live in Garden Home. They live at 7245 Southwest. And it could be Portland or Tigard, depending on, but it gets delivered to both. And 9722. And do you want their phone number?
Sure. And their last name's Brophy then?
Yes.
Okay.
Hang on just a second. I'll give you their phone number.
Okay. Thank you.
Speed dial is not my friend.
Does he have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, but they don't live here. But so if you want to talk to any of them or anything like that, they're all coming in tomorrow, and they'll be here till Sunday. And the memorial service is going to be at the school from 4 to 6.
On Sunday?
On Friday.
Friday. Okay.
Yeah. So according to every TV show I've ever watched, the detectives sneak in and watch for somebody looking guilty. I'm just helping you out with tips.
Okay.
So
4 to 6 on Friday is the memorial. Okay.
And then Nathaniel is his son, and he lives here. And Nathaniel's last name is Stillwater, and his wife is Kate.
Right.
And
I think I have their info.
Okay, good.
Now you guys didn't end up having kids together, is that correct?
We did not.
Okay.
We didn't get married till I was 41.
Okay. And do you have any kids from previous relationship?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then
basically Nathaniel is our sole heir regardless of which parent survived.
I gotcha.
I mean, I think of Nathaniel as my son as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, so we were reviewing some of the items in Daniel's wallet.
Okay.
And we found some what looks like medical ID cards.
For Kaiser?
No, for some other people.
ID cards for other people.
Yeah. So do
Weird.
you, and I'm just going to put out a couple of names to see if they're people that or that he would know. A Hugh, I think it's Nuo. It's an Asian name, NGO.
No.
How about a Darla Shaw?
No.
Okay.
Oh man, please don't tell me he had a secret life.
I don't think so, but there could be a perfectly good explanation for why they're there. But I just
well, we were talking about that at dinner the other night, and I said, of course, I'm a TV watcher, as you could tell. I said, what if he turns out to have had a secret life? And they said, you knew where he was all the time, and that is absolutely the truth. You know, he snored at night, and people would complain about their husband snoring. And I said, hey, I know where he is every night. You know,
Right.
I didn't feel that way about it.
Okay. I didn't know if that was some, there was some kind of thing. I didn't know if it was something where, he was, helping somebody out or some kind of thing, with picking up medication for somebody or something for some reason or.
No.
Okay.
I don't, the fact I don't know those names is really strange.
Okay.
I mean, I really felt we had a close relationship.
And like I said, it was in his wallet, so.
Sure.
I just was just curious about that. So, okay.
And the other thing I thought about, because you'd asked me what was in his wallet, was there was probably another card in addition that was the Nordstrom's card. But I think I hit all the cards with the Nordstrom's card.
Okay.
You know, and medical, he might have had something from Willamette Dental, and he might have had something from Kaiser, but he shouldn't have had anything else.
Oh, and I think it's, is there any particular reason why he would take pictures of people's like ID cards for medical stuff, or would there be something that he would do for?
Are you looking on his phone?
We did. I mean, we did do that. Yeah.
Okay, that's me. Okay, once you said that, I got it. Yes, I sell Medicare.
Oh.
Those are Medicare cards. So sometimes when I go out and see somebody and it's on a weird time, and they say, I'm dual eligible, which means they're eligible for both Medicare and Medicaid.
Yeah.
I have to call and find out all the information. So I take pictures of their cards. So when they say, and what was their date, and what was this, that's why those pictures are on there.
Oh.
From me. So,
they're from you.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
97, 98% of those pictures were taken by me.
Oh, okay. Do you use his phone, or is it?
No, our phones are interlocked because they're on the same
account. Okay.
So I have his numbers. He has my numbers.
Gotcha.
So you may really want to check with me as you go along on that, because I can tell you. But yeah, that is why those are on there.
Okay.
So it's because of the fact that it's so much easier for me to just take a picture, so I'm not taking their card with me.
Okay.
And most of the people I talk to are totally lost with Medicare.
Yeah. No, it's complicated. My dad is on that, so yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's all I needed to know then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I'm glad we straightened out.
Yeah, I cleared that all up. Cool.
Yeah, that would have been a really weird. Why would you have all this information?
Yeah, and it was my mistake. It wasn't in his wallet. For some reason, my partner said it's on his phone. It was on his phone.
Shaw could have been a client of mine, and both of those names could have been clients of mine. I just wasn't thinking of them in terms of connected with him.
Okay.
And I see hundreds of people.
Sure.
So, I don't even remember who, and people call me all the time and say, I'm the one with the dog, and like that narrows it down. And so I'm better with faces than I am with names.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your information, and really take your time. Do not let me get neurotic on you. Just slap me around and I'll go away.
No, it's fine. We're just, like I said, we're just, we got to work through things, so it does take time sometimes. Yeah. All right. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The call stood out to detectives as unique. In the following months of the investigation, the key piece of evidence so far was the surveillance footage placing Nancy in the area of the murder, and her lying to detectives about where she'd been that morning. She wasn't at home. There were several different cameras that placed her around the Culinary Institute in the window of time that Dan had been murdered. She also had a gun, and although the weapon in police custody was determined not to have been the murder weapon, it did show that Nancy could possibly be more familiar with guns than she let on, and if she was willing to lie about one thing, what's to say she wasn't lying about everything? Another note to point out was that the Oregon Culinary Institute was a maze. Anyone familiar with older colleges or universities can agree that generally they are difficult to navigate. OCI was no different. There were multiple kitchens, adjoining classrooms, storage rooms, a full restaurant, reception areas, student areas, and a teacher area. It is not simple to just walk in and immediately find what you're looking for unless you know the place. Dan was alone at the school for only 12 minutes. From the moment he disabled the alarms and when his coworker arrived at the school was only 12 minutes. That is such a small time frame to suggest that someone just wandered in and happened to find him there. The door was locked behind him, students couldn't get in, and his coworker was the one that unlocked the front door when she arrived at the campus. Dan also wasn't startled. He'd been bent over a kitchen sink when he was first shot. To suggest a stranger or someone Dan didn't know had come into the school and that person happened to find the only person in the school on a day when Dan didn't normally arrive that early. No one was expected to be there at that time. The school wasn't robbed, Dan wasn't robbed, he had cash on him, and the person who killed him left the building completely undetected and not picked up on surveillance. It's just too big a coincidence. Nancy, however, was seen on surveillance leaving the downtown area at 7:28 a.m., only minutes before Dan's body was found. It was the only vehicle to have been seen arriving, stopping, being in the area at the window of time, and then leaving OCI at the exact moments that detectives were looking for. They even went ahead and pulled every Toyota Sienna minivan with an Oregon plate in the area. There had been 9 total, and only one matched the vehicle seen on surveillance, and there was no doubt who was driving: Nancy. On September 5th, 2018, Nancy Cranston Brophy was arrested on one charge of second-degree murder. She was held without bond while she awaited trial, which began on April 5th, 2022.
I did not shoot my husband, and I don't know even how to defend myself against the truth, you know.
Where we left off, Nancy was arrested on September 5th, and on the same day a search warrant was executed for Nancy's house and storage units. Nancy had a large group of people helping her organize, pack, and clean the house, so officers spent most of the day sorting through boxes. They were looking for a potential second weapon, documents, or anything that might be of value to the investigation. During the trial, we see just how much evidence detectives gained after Nancy's arrest. In the home, law enforcement seized 2 laptops, and while going through a series of boxes in a bedroom closet, they came across a box that said Scarves, Purses, GK. Officers obviously didn't know what GK stood for, but under a bunch of scarves, officers recognized a handgun case. Inside the case, officers didn't find a whole complete handgun, but instead all the parts to build an unserialized Glock 19 handgun. Nancy had never disclosed that she had ever purchased a second weapon, and this build-a-gun kit was certainly more advanced than the average gun owner, and it certainly didn't fit with Nancy's story of her and Dan having only purchased one gun for self-defense. When going through the laptops, detectives discovered that Nancy had recently started obsessively researching guns, how to build a gun, gun kits, and ghost guns. On December 24th, 2017, she made the purchase of the Ghost Gun Kit from ghostguns.com. The following February was when she purchased the handgun that she had handed over to law enforcement. She had done a lot of research, particularly in swapping out barrels. She had watched several YouTube videos on how to do it. The slide and barrel from the Ghost Gun Kit was slightly larger than the slide and barrel she purchased from the gun show. When law enforcement is doing ballistic testing, the marks or striations we see and are compared to come from the barrel of the gun. The striations on the gun Nancy purchased from the gun show didn't match the striations on the shell casings found at the crime scene. However, if that slide and barrel had been swapped out, that could account for why they didn't match. The barrel from the Ghost Kit wouldn't fit, so if Nancy had planned to swap out the barrel to deliver a clean gun to law enforcement, she would need another one that did fit. Nancy had 2 laptops, one that was newer, working and functional, and then she had an older one that wasn't working. The screen was broken. But the hard drive was still fine, and law enforcement was able to access the information from that computer. On it, experts found that Nancy had made an eBay account and made one purchase. On February 22nd, she purchased just a slide and barrel that would fit the gun that she purchased from the gun show, not the ghost gun. Nancy claimed that the ghost kit had been purchased as research for one of her novels. She said that she hadn't told law enforcement about it because she didn't consider it a weapon because it was still in parts. When asked about the additional slide she bought, she said that it was just research for her book, just like the ghost gun. She said that she was writing about a character who was escaping a captive situation by ordering pieces to a gun bit by bit in the mail. But if that were true, why did she get an additional slide and barrel that didn't fit the gun that she was researching? Let alone to say that the Brophies couldn't afford all of these purchases. In total, between the handgun, the ghost gun, and the slide and barrel, that was almost $2,000 that the Brophies didn't have.
And you found yourself on the website, searching around. What? I mean, you're saying you bought this gun kit as a research. When did that story start in your head?
It came together when I read that story. When I read that article in the paper about this guy, and all of a sudden I knew how I could twist it and make it into a story. You know, ideas come, out of the blue, and when they come sailing by, you write them down so you don't forget them, and then sometimes you act on them.
And that was November of 2017?
Sometime in November of 17.
You read the article, started doing research.
Mm-hmm.
And you visited the Ghost Guns website several times without purchasing anything.
That's true.
And what were you searching for on the Ghost Guns website?
Research.
What were you looking for?
I was looking. Keep in mind, I know nothing about guns at this point. I knew nothing about guns. And so what I was trying to do, if I'm going to write a story on building a gun, I got to learn a lot about guns in the time frame that I have. I cannot be the person who knows nothing and write a story anybody would believe.
Okay. And were you doing other research online regarding ghost gun build kits?
Not that I remember. I was pretty happy with the Ghost Gun site, and I know there were other sites that did similar things, but the Ghost Gun site made it seem simpler than some of the others.
Okay. And you felt that it provided you some information on how the build would occur?
Yes.
Were there plans or anything on there?
What do you mean exactly? Plans? You mean like architectural plans, like plans that show like when you're putting IKEA furniture together plans?
I guess. I don't know.
Not that I saw.
And so I guess what you're saying is then when you decided to purchase one, you just thought that it was going to be easier to build.
I leap into the water first. Yes. Dan's our researcher in that regard.
You are a researcher, or you're not?
No, I said that backwards. I am a person who, once I have an idea, tends to leap forward. Dan, once he has an idea, tends to research it to death, and then the chickens are a perfect example of this. He would read to me at night from the romantic books called Chickens in Your Backyard or Chicken Tractors. But when we got chickens, Dan had a whole plan for how they were going to work. If I had thought, hey, chickens would be fun, we would have had a plan, build it as you go plan. He was just a planner, and I was not.
So were you researching for a book or not?
I'm sorry, did I go off target there? I was researching for a book, but I wasn't researching beyond here. Let me see if I can say this simpler than I'm doing it. I was researching for a book, But it didn't occur to me that putting the ghost gun together would be as complicated as it was. What occurred to me was, hey, here's this system I can use. And when, now that you mention it, when I got the ghost gun in this little case, there was instructions in there, I'm fairly sure. I'm not sure now that I've said that, sorry.
Initially, she had told detectives that neither she nor Dan handled what we're going to call the gun show handgun. But at her trial, she said that they had.
Stated you bought this ghost gun build kit and you realized you couldn't put it together.
No, I realized it was more intricate. I didn't realize I couldn't put it together. It was more intricate than I had thought it would be.
Okay, and based on what?
Based upon the fact that it was supposed to be few parts, and I thought it was a few too many parts.
What steps did you take to actually try to build it?
I didn't take any because I wasn't ready to write that story yet.
You decided to write that story months prior.
Yes.
But you weren't ready to start writing it.
That's right.
So what was the need to buy the gun at that point?
I was celebrating. It was Christmas.
Right. But what was the need to buy the gun if you weren't writing the story yet?
Mr. Overstreet, we have had testimony upon testimony upon testimony about the fact Dan was a collector. Dan wasn't a collector by himself. I had my little piles of stuff. You know, what I have found in life is if you see something you want it, you can afford it, buy it now, because circling back for it, it may or may not be there.
And so now you're a gun collector?
No. Now I have a piece of writing information research.
Did you said you didn't take any steps to try to build this gun?
I did not.
And I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 25. First of all, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Do you recognize all the parts in here?
Well, you're further away than I would say, but certainly it looks like all the parts are there.
Is this what it looked like when you got it?
Yes.
Approximately.
Approximately.
Okay. And you saw this part in the kit?
I did.
Was there anything you needed to do to this to make it functional?
I hadn't gotten that deep into this gun. I'm not sure how to answer that question because the answer is I don't know.
Was there anything in the instructions or anything you saw online that made you think that you needed to manipulate this part?
And once again, I go back to I don't know because there are a slew of parts. You know, the only thing I can attribute it to is when you buy an IKEA thing, there are pieces that come fairly close together. And that isn't where you celebrate. You celebrate the little bags of all, you don't celebrate the little bag. Let me say this sentence again where it makes sense. You're delighted to see pieces more or less together. All the little parts, you're less delighted to see.
And is this why you never even opened these little baggies?
I wasn't ready to start yet, and I didn't want them misplaced.
Okay. And so you made no attempts to try to build it. You didn't do any further research because you weren't ready to write this story?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. Your defense attorney stated in opening that you knew, or that you thought that you knew, that Nathaniel had previously done a build kit.
Yes.
You knew that, or thought that at least.
I thought he had said that, and I believed him.
When you have this story to do a gun build kit, and you actually, when purchased a gun build kit, you didn't ever talk to Nathaniel about his experience with a build kit.
No, and that wouldn't have been where I would have gone with that. Where I would have gone first would be to my father-in-law, Jack, who I knew had every equipment in the world and could help me drill out the parts that needed to be drilled out.
Okay, but you didn't do that either.
No, because I wasn't ready to start yet.
And how did you know you needed a drill press?
Because it was on one of the videos.
One of the videos?
Uh-huh.
How many did you watch?
I don't know.
Why were you watching videos if you weren't writing the story yet?
I was watching videos to see how to put it together.
But I thought you weren't ready to put it together.
I'm not ready to put it together, but that doesn't mean I'm not researching what I have to do to get it ready to get put together.
Okay, so now you're doing research online.
We have stated previously, and I am not backing down from that, that I investigated. One of my friends has a sign over her desk that says only James Michener gets to use all his research. You research everything to maybe come up with 6 sentences in a book that will make the book more realistic. So yeah, I do tons of research.
You do a lot of research.
I do.
So I'm just having a hard time having that make sense with what you said about planning and preparing.
Dan was a better planner than I was.
Hang on, let me ask you a question.
I'm so sorry.
You stated yesterday that you're not a planner. Did you say that?
I did say that, but let me put a caveat on that.
Please.
I am not a planner in the initial stages the way Dan was, but you know, I rarely go into anything willy-nilly, and I rarely do anything that I don't complete.
States Exhibit 82 showed that you were doing some of your research, maybe, on February 1st. You were searching for gun shops at that time.
I'm not sure what State Exhibit 82 is.
Okay, it was your some of your internet history.
Okay.
It was showed to you yesterday by your counsel and asked to you by your counsel about February 1st, and you're searching for gun shops in Portland. What were you searching for?
That was different. I wasn't researching that. When I'm looking for gun shops in Portland, it was not for gun pieces. At this point, it's on a whole different conversation. That's writing, and that's a little cubicle in and of itself in my life. What Dan and I were talking about was, did we need to own a gun at this point? And while we had both been adamant anti-gun people for a long time, the last 3 or 4 years had changed how we felt about that. And we were discussing it and had been discussing it for well over a year.
So as what was described yesterday as a left-leaning individual,
yes,
your response to gun violence in the country was to buy a gun.
In 2017, one of the memes of the left was, if we continue to be anti-guns, does that mean that everybody in the country who will own a gun but the people on the left? And it was a serious concern. Lots and lots and lots of people were changing their ideas about gun ownership because the country had become so diversified.
Well, Ms. Brophy, I appreciate a meme as well and what other people's opinions might be, but I'm asking your position as somebody who is so anti-gun, in fact, that your law enforcement husband wasn't allowed to have a gun in the house.
No.
Hang on.
Sorry.
So anti-gun, but your response to gun violence increasing in this country was to buy a gun yourself. Yes or no?
Yes, with a caveat.
At what point, from the time you received this ghost gun to June 2nd, did you decide that you were not going to use it?
That we're speaking now of the gun that we bought at the gun show.
No.
Oh, all right. Ask me the question again, please.
This ghost gun that I just showed
Right.
you. What point did you decide you were not going to use it?
I never decided I was not going to use it.
Is that why you kept it?
I kept it because eventually I was going to put it together and write this story.
Okay. And you decided the way to keep it would be to put it in a box with scarves and purses and store it in storage.
No. What I decided was to store it away until I reached the point that I would do it, but I was trying to get moved at that point. Certainly there was, I didn't see another big option there, and I even marked the box because at any point I expected the police to come back to me and say things like, does Dan have a computer? Do you all have a computer? Can we look at any of this? Do you all have anything else? So I marked it so I could find it again. That was for the police benefit. That wasn't for mine.
Oh, oh.
I marked the box that I packed that it had a gun kit in it because I thought sooner or later the police are going to come back to me. And the police never once talked to me after that.
Did you literally just say that was for the police's benefit?
That was literally what I said. I marked the box for the police's benefit so that I could find it again when the police came back.
For
And
what?
Well, I sort of thought that if the police didn't find something, they would want to come back and re-interview, and I would be able to show them things. I thought the fact that all they had was Stan's phone and not a computer from us might not, they may have reached a dead end and said, Mrs. Brophy, is there anything you can give us that would help? Any electronic equipment, anything else? So I was kind of in my mind making a list. At that point, silly me, since I believed I didn't kill my husband, I didn't think I was a serious suspect.
Despite you telling people that you were.
I told people I was the suspect because it's always the wife.
Right. So you lost me there for a minute. Let's circle back. You said something about computers.
Right.
I didn't ask anything about computers. I'm asking about a gun.
You're asking why I was marking things for the police.
I did not ask you that.
Okay.
I think maybe that's where I got a little lost.
Okay.
You said that you marked that box for the police benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you thought that was important to the police, that they might want this gun kit.
I had a hard time believing that I would be interviewed by the police for 45 minutes. We would have a brief conversation on the telephone, and I would never hear from them again till the case was solved. I thought for sure the police would come back and say, is there anything else you've got that could help us? And that would have included the gun kit.
Let's make this easier. What is the relevance of this gun kit to the police?
None, but we had it. I figured they'd ask for it sooner or later.
Why would the police ask you for a gun kit that they don't know that you own? I'm failing to understand what your rationale was for making this available to the police. You think it's so important to them that at some point they're going to come asking for it, but you don't call them.
I figured the police were doing the police job the way the police did it, that they probably did not need, I will be the first to tell you, I got my detective's license on TV. And I can guarantee you I had ideas on how this case should have gone. But I sort of figured the police had more experience and they were the ones in charge.
So you think you have relevant evidence to a murder investigation, and you don't think you should mention it to the police?
How does a gun kit, even though I marked it, how is a gun kit relative evidence?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you because I don't think it is, because it's never been put together.
Then why would you mark it for the police?
Because I figured the police would come back and want to know.
So what else did you think was relevant to the police investigation that you marked and did not share with them?
I thought they would eventually want to know about the computers. I thought they would eventually want to go through the computers and see what they could find, if anything, that would help them.
And did you give them a computer that belonged to Dan?
No. We had a computer. They never asked for it. But in my mind, I knew they would eventually, if they didn't solve the case by somebody coming in and confessing, they would eventually come back and say, can we see your computer? My computers weren't packed because I thought they were relevant to the police if the police wanted to go in that direction.
Well, that's not exactly true, right? I mean, you had a computer in storage.
No. I had a computer in a box in one room and a computer by the bed in another room. That's not in storage.
Right, one in a box in your room. What about the one that was in the storage unit?
There was not a computer in the storage.
So there wasn't a laptop in the storage unit?
There was not.
Okay.
What your guys' testimony was, they found the computer in a bedroom and they found the computer in a box in the other, in what had been the office.
Mm-hmm. And you would agree then that the stuff that was found on the computer that has been shown here in court was on the computer that was packed away in a box?
I think that's how they did it, but it were the two computers.
Why did you get a new computer in March of 2018?
When you open the computer, the old computer, you can't read the screen because it's become lines across it.
So you did all your research of all these guns on one computer, then packed that away and put it in a box in the closet, and then you got a new computer. Is that right?
I get a new computer every year. I take a computer with me when I go out to the fields. I beat a computer up. I buy a fairly inexpensive computer because I know I'm replacing it the next year.
And you thought the police would want that, but you didn't give it to them.
The police never contacted me again. I assumed that they were doing their job and didn't want my interference.
Nancy also claimed that while she had been packing the house for sale, she specifically packed the ghost kit and marked it in the event that detectives might want it. Because if she was anticipating as detectives wanting to see it, why didn't she just tell them she had it and given it to them in the first place? She'd had it long before she had the gun show handgun. And during the search, investigators noticed one piece missing, which is this sliding barrel. It wasn't with the ghost kit, and it wasn't packed in the house, in the storage unit, or anywhere else. Nancy stated that it was just somewhere in the house. It must be there, but they went through every box, and they could not find it. She stated that the last place she remembered seeing it was on the floor of her bedroom closet. Now this just isn't just like an item, any sort of like item in a home that you just might have misplaced. This was key evidence that would have exonerated her as a suspect if she had just been able to produce it and say, look, it doesn't match. Job done. That's it. Case closed. I didn't murder my husband. But this was the only item not recovered, and it was one of the only things Nancy couldn't remember. We also see from Nancy's cell phone records that she goes to a gun range 2 days in a row once the eBay slide and barrel arrive. She claimed that she was in the area looking for property to buy, but the area she was in wasn't residential land or even private land. It was government-owned land, and it wasn't for sale. And because it was used as a gun range, there really wasn't anything else around it for miles, which you would like to see at a place where people are just free firing bullets. This particular gun range was basically just a wooded area, and you could just show up and start shooting. There wasn't a check-in or any sort of security in the area. It wasn't that kind of shooting range. And I think we can safely say this was another lie from Nancy. When faced with the evidence of her car being seen on surveillance footage, Nancy could never really explain why or how she got to downtown that morning.
You've seen all the video of you driving around downtown at this point, right?
Yes.
Seen the still photographs from that.
Mm-hmm.
And you testified on direct that it looked like your van.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't quite say. You do agree that that is you at this point, right?
You know, I do. But I would say that it took me a while to get to that stage.
Yeah. But as you sit here today, you agree that it is you driving that van that morning.
Yes, but I also think that only because of the date stamp can I tell on the things can I tell you it was that morning.
Right. You're not challenging that. You're agreeing that that is you.
We have more things to challenge than me driving around in this case.
You would agree that you're driving around and in front of the Culinary Institute at the exact time that Dan is being murdered?
No, actually, I don't agree with that. I was driving around for a full hour before Dan got murdered. I was down there before Dan ever got to school. I was driving around riding for a full hour. I was only in that vicinity for 6 minutes, and I don't know that Dan was murdered in that 6 minutes. You know, we agree that he was murdered in that time frame, but in terms of when he arrived and shortly thereafter, but whether it was not in that 6 minutes or not, I don't know.
I'm sorry, did you just say that you were driving around writing?
Yes, that's what I was doing. was driving around riding. I testified to that yesterday, that I would find a place to park and I'd jot down ideas.
I thought you didn't know that you were driving.
Yesterday, what I testified for was that when I was sitting in there, I could remember being in the parking lot riding. Didn't I say that yesterday?
No.
Okay.
So let's go back over.
Okay, let's go back.
View. So Mrs. Brophy, don't ask questions. Mr. Overstreet, don't answer questions.
Sorry.
So yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
you stated that you remembered a time
Mm-hmm.
being in that area,
Mm-hmm.
and you were riding.
Mm-hmm.
There was a white van.
Mm-hmm.
There was a man going back and forth between the white van and some other location. You
Mhm.
assumed that he was working on the van. It was distracting to you, and that you decided to leave. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Your attorney then asked you if that was on June 2nd.
And I said I did not know.
Right. So if you do not know, you have no memory of driving around downtown on the morning of June 2nd, how can you sit here today and say that I was driving around writing?
Because if I was down there, that's what I was doing. And you're right, I stand corrected that I should have answered the question differently and said I don't know. But I do know, based upon the timestamps, that I was down there an hour before Dan died. And that I was only down there for 6 minutes or less from the time that he signed into the building
Right.
until you see me again leaving the area.
Right. That 6 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
you just happened to be in front of the Culinary Institute during that time.
No, I wasn't.
Did you see the video where you can see your van turning off of 17th onto Jefferson at 7:28 a.m.?
I did see that, but that doesn't mean I was in front of the Culinary Institute. That means I would have come up from another street to have gotten there.
But you're not seen on any other cameras until that moment.
But as you all testified, if there's a train, you can't see when people cross Madison. So I could have been, and what I actually think I was, if this is having thought about it for a while, is in another parking lot off Madison at that point. So I can say at 7:28, I definitely turned the van and was driving there, and we all saw it, but I have no idea, and I know I wasn't parked in front of the building, so what I would have been is riding someplace else and coming around. Now, I'm doing this based upon putting stuff back together, not based upon actual memory.
Right, you said you know that you wouldn't have been parked in front of the building, but how would you know that?
Because I would have gone inside, because I would have said, "Hi, Dan, how are you?" Because when Dan came out of the building, he would have said, "Hey, Nancy, how are you?" You know, we're not foreigners. We know each other.
How do you know you didn't go in the building?
I know I didn't go in the building because I didn't kill Dan. You know, I know that for a fact.
If you have no memory, how do you know you didn't go in the building?
You know, I'm reconstructing this, but I'm reconstructing this based upon what I know in my heart. And what I know in my heart is the reason why I have no memory is because I was stunned by the fact Dan was dead. And I wouldn't have been stunned if I'd been in the building and shot him.
I didn't suggest that you did go in to shoot him. What I'm suggesting and asking is, did you just go in the building? And how would you know if you didn't?
I agree that, but he wasn't part of my focus that morning. My focus was on my story and getting it out and getting it done, you know. And Dan is at work. You know, your wife doesn't drop in to see you at work just because she's driving by. You know, she assumes you're working. I assume Dan is working.
You did it 2 weeks prior.
I did it for a specific purpose, which was to go to the bathroom.
Right, so Miss Brophy, would you agree that it's possible that you went into the OCI on the morning of June 2nd to use the bathroom?
No, I wouldn't.
Impossible.
I would say it was impossible.
Even though you have no memory of it?
Even though I have no memory of it.
Her first initial story that we hear on the tape that she has with the police death notification was that she was home all morning. But during trial, she changed her story a bit, to saying that she possibly could have gone to Starbucks to get a coffee because that was her routine. But then she said the day before that it was Dan who went and got her coffee every morning, and it was one of the things that she loved most about him.
He ordered a chai tea latte. We had our drinks.
Did Dan know your order?
Yeah.
Did he often go to Starbucks in the morning to get yours?
He did.
Was that really the routine?
That was really the routine.
You would wake up, stay in bed, he'd bring you Starbucks.
Mm-hmm. Even when we were on vacation, he would go out and find coffee for me. And even if we were in a foreign country, that was our routine. And he would come back and I would get up and get dressed and drink coffee.
Is that every day or most days?
Most days, He was a tea drinker, and so he drank Lapsang Soussong. And Lapsang Soussong is a strong smoky tea. And I love this about him. He drank that because he read a book by James Michener called Centennial. And in it, they talked about how the Scottish traders drank this smoky tea. And Dan was so interested in it, he went out and got some and tried it and liked it. Now, how can you not love a guy who has chosen a literary reference for his tea? We were a team.
In the morning that Dan died, you expected him to have a cup of his tea.
I did.
Then, when faced with further evidence that her bank statement didn't show that she went to Starbucks that morning, she said that she probably paid in cash, but we see from her bank statements that would have been very unusual. She said it was her habit to utilize the drive-thru, and we see she's very consistent in how she uses her debit card to make her Starbucks purchases. It's like clockwork. And we see from her bank statements that she very consistently uses her debit card to make all of her purchases. She really doesn't seem to be the kind of person that carries cash. She also herself says she doesn't carry a purse. She just keeps her bank cards in her bra. Another example of is she digging around her bra for loose change or cash to pay for her Starbucks? I don't think so. Nancy's demeanor at trial was also very relaxed. She was very emotionless during the numerous testimonies in this trial, and when she took the stand, she was allowed to remove her mask. I watched nearly the entire 6-week trial and was really shocked when it was announced that Nancy would take the stand. In my experience watching trials, it usually never ends well for the defendant. I immediately knew this was not going to be a good idea, and from the second she sat down, this was confirmed. She smiled at people in the courtroom, laughed with her lawyers, and told little jokes and stories like she was at a tea party instead of her own trial. You would never have guessed she was there because she was on trial for murder.
We needed to pay off the credit cards, that's absolutely true, but we needed to get the house in shape.
What was the interest on the credit card?
I don't know.
It's about 15%.
I don't know because Dan paid them and he paid attention, but I think one of them was higher than the other.
What was the interest on the 401k loan?
It wasn't very high at all. It was a really low interest. I was kind of surprised by that, but I can't tell you exactly what it was.
So let's just hypothetically, if Dan's credit card was 15%.
It was probably 5 on the 401k
right.
loan.
So would you agree that it would make more sense to pay off a higher interest credit card and then just save that money or use that for something else?
I would agree if, in fact, we hadn't already had a plan in place and working on it.
Okay. We heard a lot about the yard. A lot about the yard. We got a little conflicting information about who actually cleaned it.
Yes. I heard that myself.
What do you have to say about that?
James Denny did the heavy duty work. Trust me, he had the tractor, he did the heavy duty work. But Susan and her boyfriend did a lot. They called it something else, but I thought it was a ditch witch. And they pulled up a lot of the blackberries. So it was a combination effort that everybody's laying claim to. you know, and I don't care. You know, fine. As long as it got done, I didn't need to, I could have handed out ribbons. You got this, you got that, you know, but that was just sarcastic. Ignore that. What I would really say is everybody worked hard on it. Everybody deserved credit for it.
Sounds like you had a lot of help.
I did.
Now, Nancy seemed to have an excellent memory, but claimed several times to have cognition issues, telling the courts that her mother had dementia and had died of dementia, and she expressed her greatest fear was also experiencing a mental decline. She could remember everything she did the day that Dan died, except what she did that morning. The prosecution did an excellent job during their cross-examination of Nancy.
Preparation for this trial, you haven't seen your bank records?
Well, I saw them months and months ago.
Okay. And you've heard testimony that you go to Starbucks quite a bit.
I do.
I think somebody said almost $1,000 in a year or something like that.
Yeah, I was shocked by that figure too.
I think we all would be. But there's no charge for Starbucks on the morning of June 2nd.
Yes, but if you go through my bank records, you will see there's no charge for Starbucks a lot of days when I know that I had coffee. You know, if I had cash, I could have paid cash. Keep in mind that I don't have my purse with me because I'm not carrying a purse. I'm not wearing a bra, so I don't have a credit card with me. I don't have my phone with me, so I would have had cash and just given it to them.
It makes more sense that you'd have cash over a card?
It makes more sense if I don't have a bra that I don't have a card with me.
And you do agree you left your phone at home that morning?
I agree I wasn't wearing a bra, so my phone wouldn't have been in my bra.
Right. So you're just this day is the day that you paid cash at Starbucks?
I pay cash at Starbucks a fair amount.
Right. So in the morning, if Dan doesn't bring you coffee, it would be normal for you to get up, not fully get dressed, run to Starbucks, use cash, use a card, who cares, right? Go back home and write.
Mm-hmm.
That was normal.
That would be a normal morning.
Okay.
On a day when I wasn't committed to doing something else.
Right. But on June 2nd,
Mm-hmm.
now you're saying that morning you got up. Well, let's take a step back.
Okay.
The night before, your
Okay.
testimony was that you went to sleep late or went to bed late.
Mm-hmm.
And when you went to bed, you went up to that attic bedroom
Yes.
and Dan was already in bed
Yes.
and he was asleep.
Yes.
And the reason you went to bed late was because of a leak? Was that
No.
the reason you went to bed late, or it just happened to be?
No, I frequently went to bed much later than Dan.
I see.
Dan went to bed early because he got up early.
Okay. What time did he go to bed that night?
I don't know.
Okay. What time did you go to bed?
I don't know that.
Well, you said it was late. What's your reference point?
Well, it was later than Dan. My reference point was that there was water on the floor.
Okay.
And the water on the floor, I was trying to clean it up enough that, we didn't step in it in the middle of the night and didn't make it worse.
And which sink are you talking about?
The sink in the bathroom upstairs. So my bedroom is long and narrow.
Mm-hmm.
And right off of my bedroom to the left is a bathroom. And as I stepped in there, we go from carpeting to sheet goods, and I could feel the water under my feet.
Okay. I think it was maybe just a little confusing. There was some testimony about a problem with the kitchen sink, but you're not talking about the kitchen sink.
No, and I thought that was not, I thought it was confusing, but I also thought at that point I was probably making a point rather than pointing to the right sink, just pointing to a sink in general.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to make sure we're talking about the right sink.
Right.
I just wasn't clear on that. So you're talking about the sink with the leak that was of
Right.
concern on June 1st
Mhm.
was in the bathroom upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you kind of clean it up.
Mm-hmm.
You go to bed late.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like maybe you woke up at some point in the night.
I wake up every night in the middle of the night.
Do you have a specific recollection of waking up in the middle of the night
Nope.
that night? Okay. And by that you mean like you have to use the restroom or something?
Or, I really don't sleep very well at all, and I particularly don't sleep when I'm wound up. And when I'm working on a story, I'm wound up. So I'm just not a great sleeper anymore.
So when you wake up, was Dan already up?
Yes, Dan was standing over the sink in the bathroom.
And what was he doing?
He said, why do we have all these towels in the sink? And so that was what we talked about, was the fact that I think there's a leak, and I had felt underneath, but I couldn't feel it, on the, whatever that long pipe's called, that, and he said, well, I'll get something, he said, I'll get something, or maybe I know he got something because I saw it. I'm not sure which way this is the truth here. But when I dealt with it later, there was a white bucket underneath. But the last thing I saw him doing was taking the wet towels down the stairs.
That's the last time you saw him?
Mm-hmm.
During her cross-examination, and this is in the trial where I felt that things were over for Nancy, when she started to get flustered. She looked to her lawyers every time she was telling a lie, and at one point she even asked them to confirm if the statement she had just said was her truth, essentially. She had an excellent recall when it came to insignificant questions, but when she gets flustered and starts saying, I don't know, I'm not sure, I might have said, are only the conversations that she had already had, that she had already made statements about. She'd been already caught in several variations of her stories during the trial, which to me as an observer came off as her not being able to remember what she'd lied about.
Nancy didn't want this lifestyle. She wanted to be an expat. She wanted to move to Portugal. Not Dan. In fact, Nancy wanted something so differently, something that Dan couldn't give her. She had him take on another job. Not to help out a friend. For money. Nancy knew there's financial struggle. She saw an opportunity for Dan to work more and bring in more money to maybe alleviate the finances. And so Dan goes to work at Avamere, and he's working both jobs. And what did you hear? What did that do to him? It was running him into the ground. He was exhausted. Nancy even commented several times to people that Dan was changing. Yeah, he's tired. Working all the time. So yeah, does he come home and lay on the couch a little bit more? Watch a little bit more TV? Probably. Is that what Nancy wants? No. She wants Dan to do stuff for her. Maybe Dan wasn't cooking as much for her as she liked. Maybe Dan wasn't giving her enough attention. This wasn't working for Nancy. Dan was a problem. This isn't just about money, it's about the lifestyle. And Dan couldn't give it to her. I'm almost to a stopping point, I promise, Your Honor. No one said that Nancy didn't love Dan. We didn't bring any witnesses in here to say, we don't think she loved him. It must have been a problem. Nobody said that. I'm not asserting that. She probably did love him. But she wasn't getting the lifestyle that she needed. She had to make a change. Defense made a big deal about compromises. Well, if Nancy wants to move to Portugal, Dan doesn't, maybe they'll just take some trips, more trips. That was the compromise. I think once we finally got to an understanding of what compromise meant, if you remember, we think that that's probably the final compromise. And that's what was going to save this whole situation. So we got this money now, we got this plan, and we're gonna compromise. But those trips aren't Portugal. Those aren't lavish trips out of the country. The farthest they went out of the country was to Vancouver. Then they went to Malibu or Monterey Bay, went to an aquarium, took a cooking class. And then their next big trip was to Mount Rushmore. That's not good enough for Nancy. Nancy needs Portugal. Nancy wants more. These little trips aren't going to do it. As I said, this murder is not entirely motivated by money. It's that lifestyle change that that Nancy needed to have. And as you heard from Dr. Warford, as I've mentioned several times, Nancy is a problem solver, and Dan has become a problem in her life. She needs to change it, and there's no other way. And divorce is not an option. Nancy even said that on the stand when we talked about divorce. Divorce is expensive. What is Nancy going to get after a divorce? They split half their earnings, or I'm sorry, half their stuff. The house sold for $565,000. It ultimately sold for that. After you pay realtor fees and after you pay off the mortgage, there's maybe a couple $100,000 left. They're going to split that. So she gets $100,000. That's her plan. She's not going to get the lifestyle she wants. It's all she gets is $100,000 out of this. Divorce was not an option for Nancy. The only way that she could live the lifestyle that she wanted was to murder Dan and be entitled to upwards of $1.6 million.
I doubt Nancy will ever admit what she did, but it is clear in this case with the mountain of evidence, though circumstantial, is undeniable. Her legal team was never successful in identifying another suspect. In this case, nothing else made sense. We see in the trial there are a few instances where Nancy's mask comes off. This is one instance that, for me, showed Nancy's sweet, loving persona was only that, a fake persona.
So I'm assuming that's Sarah Gitchell.
Who's the voice that you hear?
Yes, that's my voice.
That's your voice?
Yes.
And this is a phone call that you made to Sarah Gitchell?
Could be, yes. That's what it says.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and go back to the beginning? Play that.
So far, they haven't covered anything that we didn't know. I mean, they had all these little girls who cried today, and I've seen all these little girls. Well, I've seen particularly the Spanish girl cry 3 times now. So, she cries off cue.
Didn't I just say essentially that?
That's your response after hearing these people testify to their experience. That's what you thought about that?
I thought it was interesting that Clorinda Perez, when she told me, did not cry. When she's on the stand, she cries and she sobs and she carries on. I think she had a terrible, terrible experience. That I totally, totally agree with. And I am sympathetic to that. But I also think she can cry on cue when she gets on stand. Because she didn't cry when she told me. She told me and I cried. When we went to an event that she came up and said, I am the person who did CPR. And I immediately burst into tears, and she told me the story. And I told her how wonderful I thought she was, that she had done that. But
you seem to be a couple steps ahead of me throughout this. You're expecting this?
I don't know if expecting that is what I would say. But I'm sorry, I'll try and be quieter.
When you keep saying Clorinda Perez over and over and you keep mentioning her name, in this audio you don't actually say Clorinda Perez.
Okay.
That is how she spoke of a woman who tried to save Dan's life. She almost seemed jealous that she was getting so much support from the community. We see it slip again when the prosecutor starts to read back her own statements from her article, How to Murder Your Husband.
My last question to you, Ms. Brophy, is if there's one thing that you know about murder, is it that anyone is capable of doing it?
I absolutely believe that. And I believe that because, once again, if it's your child or the person in front of you, 10 to 1, you will find yourself capable of murder. I think most people don't murder for flimsy reasons. I think people get pushed into a corner where they have no other options. I think people murder because they're protecting somebody they love. I think people murder, well, there's some mercy killings perhaps where people murder to save the person they love pain, but I think that's rare. I think people murder in rage. I don't think people murder because they say, well, we'll just sneak down and do this quickly, I think if you're going to murder somebody, 10 to 1, that person knows that you are not happy with them. I don't think that should come as a mystery. to anybody. I don't think people murder willy-nilly out of the, just because, yeah, financial reason is a big reason. But going back to my case, there's not enough financial reason there to make it. I do better with Dan alive financially than I do with Dan dead. There's no financial gain here. We had solved our problem. I turned the book into an editor and I said, well, they had a problem here in October of 2017, but they had solved it. But then she murdered him in 2018 when they had solved their financial problem. Where is the motivation, I would ask you? An editor would laugh and say, I think you need to work harder on this story. You have kind of a big hole in it. I think people murder out of anger more than anything else.
All in all, I think this was a very good trial. We saw excellent lawyering from the prosecution. The judge was very patient and kind to everyone in the courtroom. Nancy's lawyers did their best to represent their client the best they could, and I think it was a very fair trial for her. But after so many weeks of trial, I was so glad when both sides rested their case. On May 25th, 2022, after nearly 4 years of waiting for justice, the jury came back with their final verdict.
All right, if we can have Mrs. Brophy rise. It says, we, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled cause, do find our verdicts upon the counts submitted to us as follows. Count 1, murder in the second degree, guilty. And then with regards to the 2 questions, the state alleging that during the commission of this felony, the defendant caused or threatened the use of a firearm, the answer is yes. And then the state further alleges that during the commission of this felony, the defendant and the victim were married, the answer is yes. Now, I will ask juror number 46, it indicates your number in the signature block, and that is you who put your number there? All right, and then by a show of hands, I'm going to ask everyone first whether the verdict of guilty is their verdict on count 1. Raise your hand if it is. All right, and then with regard to the question of caused or threatened the use of a firearm, if your answer is yes, raise your hand. And then lastly, if during the commission of the felony, the defendant and victim were married and your answer is yes, raise your hand. All right. Does either side have anything for the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. The jury will be excused. We thank you for your time. Well, I do want to say to the family and friends of Chef Brophy, as he came to be described during this trial, I can't imagine what it's like to go through years of waiting to find resolution in this case. Although I never knew him, I did learn a lot about him through the various witnesses that testify. And I know that Karen Brophy said it was heartwarming to hear from them, because I think the thing that you can take away, which I hope gives you some small measure of solace, is that he was a mentor and a teacher to many and had an impact over a lot of people's lives. And hopefully they will turn and have an impact on others themselves as they teach. The impression I came away with was that he was a man of quiet dignity. And so I hope that this at least will bring some level of closure to you. Mrs. Brophy, if you can rise for sentencing. In Oregon, for the crime of murder in the second degree, the sentence is a life sentence. I'll order that you be considered for parole after 25 years. And we'll leave open restitution for 90 days. I will let you figure out, I know you want to pick a date right now, so we'll figure that out. I will waive other fines and fees given the lengthy prison time. You can have a seat.
Daniel Brophy's mother, Karen Brophy, she provided a written statement to have me read to the court.
Okay.
It's been a long 3.5 years for Jack and me. They've been a time of reflecting on the loss our family has suffered. What we heard on that September day, we could not believe. Nancy arrested? You were part of our family for over 25 years. Was that relationship all deception? My heart breaks if this is true. We will never understand how you could decide that it was an advantage for you to take the life of our son, that he did not deserve to live. So you took his life from all of us, a pawn in your plan? You will never know our beautiful great-grandchildren, Dan's grandchildren. These children deserve to know and love him as we all have. It has been heartwarming for us to hear from many what an amazing, wonderful man our son was. We always knew that, now the world does. I don't know what the rest of your life will be like. Not pleasant, I am sure, but we hope you will find God's grace ahead of you. Karen and Jen.
The years of deceit have spanned decades. From learning that your solution to my father being married to my mother was, I can fix that, to years of payroll and tax fraud that you waged on your employees. You've always thought you were one step ahead. Your largest financial contribution in the latter years was sending my father off to work an extra job so you could continue to pretend to be an author. My father possessed more knowledge, depth, accomplishments, recognition, and joy in life than a person as shallow and self-serving as yourself are capable of. Instead of rising to the occasion, facing life's challenges head-on, and contributing in a meaningful way, you opted to lie, steal, cheat, defraud, and ultimately kill the man that was, for some reason still unbeknownst to me, your biggest fan. You executed my father in an act of cold-blooded, premeditated murder, the man that did everything for you. Cooked your meals, washed your clothes, accepted your sedentary nature, supported your failed endeavors, and brought you into the warm embrace of our family. Your repayment for decades of dedication, trust, and love? To plot his murder on Christmas Eve, while in the presence of his parents and grandchildren. Pain you have delivered to us is immeasurable. Your theft of a parent and grandfather for such selfish reasons is unforgivable. You were, to borrow from your catalog, the wrong wife. Lying at the bottom of a river or buried in the earth somewhere is the instrument you use to destroy lives. Not only the life of the man that loved you unconditionally, but those of my grandparents that offered you acceptance and support, of my wife that took solace in knowing there was family on this side of the country to help support our growing family, of my eldest daughter who was beguiled by your feigned displays of nurturing, of the son my wife was 5 months pregnant with on the day he was murdered, who would have surely been my father's greatest admirer, and our youngest child who will never even know your name. You are a monster, and I am ashamed that I have to admit to my children that people like you walk amongst us, undetected, until the moment best serves to let narcissistic personality traits devolve into those of a full-blown sociopath. Unburdened by morality, empathy, compassion, and decency, you chose to extinguish the life of someone capable of giving all of those things to the many people that surrounded him. You lived in the shadow of a great human being. Instead of acknowledging your shortcomings and redirecting your delusions of grandeur, you chose to deprive this world of a teacher, a father, a grandparent, and someone who served as an inspiration to the countless lives he touched. I would suggest you be ashamed of your actions, but that would presuppose you possess the ability to think of anyone besides yourself. In the words of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, there's no greater misfortune than dying alone. Yet for you, Nancy, I can't imagine a more fitting end to this tragedy. Thank you, Your Honor.
And remember when Nancy said orange wasn't her color? Well, I guess, as luck would have it, the uniforms at the Multnomah County Detention Center are blue. Nancy will be eligible for parole when she is 96 years old. Enjoy prison, Nancy.
Today we have the much-requested deep dive on Elizabeth Holmes and her now-defunct company, Theranos. This will be part 1 of 2, but before we get started, just a friendly reminder to like the video if you enjoy the content, and let me know if you want me to cover more deep dives like this one. But with that being said, let's get into it. Elizabeth Holmes, at the height of her career, was everywhere. She was a young, attractive woman who was pioneering a place for women as the CEO of a medical tech startup. Elizabeth, a Stanford dropout, followed in the footsteps of other tech CEOs who rose to the top of the industry, like Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg. You could find her gracing the covers of magazines, attending fancy events, rubbing elbows with the most prominent players in both the government and the Fortune 500. She gave passionate TED Talks. She was a guest speaker at numerous conventions. She was charming, and her deep voice commanded those around her to listen. She captivated audiences and individuals alike. She rose to stardom seemingly overnight, but her meteoric crash land netted her even more infamy, though not nearly as desirable as her prior fame. Her company was built on a foundation of lies, deception, and fraud, and the house of cards she built came crashing down, hard, the consequences of which could land her significant jail time. But let's start from the beginning. Elizabeth Holmes was born in 1984 in Washington, D.C. When Elizabeth was asked what she wanted to be when she grew up, she would say, a billionaire. Her mother was a congressional staffer on Capitol Hill, and her father had been the vice president of Enron until their fraudulent business practices caused the company to go bankrupt. Her father was virtually unemployable for many years, but later worked for various government agencies. When the Enron scandal came to light, the family lost everything.
We are right here outside the old Enron building. Take a look at the front doors here. It's where you may remember employees were seen walking out with their belongings in cardboard boxes. Enron's collapse had lasting impacts here in the U.S.
Then Enron is likely one of the largest corporate scandals in the U.S. history.
Ken Lay started Enron in 1985 as a regional pipeline operation. He turned it into a trading energy company, buying and selling electricity and natural gas. The company's revenue exploded from $5 billion a year to $200 billion a year, with 20,000 employees globally. It became the 7th largest company in the country. But in the process, billions of dollars in debt was kept off the company books, and profits were falsely inflated. Enron filed for bankruptcy on December 2nd, 2001. Fired employees lost billions in retirement and pension funds.
To do this to the employees who were so loyal and dedicated, and this is what we get back for repayment.
Nearly 24 people were convicted or pled guilty to federal crimes. Most notably, Enron CEO Jeffrey Skilling served 14 years in prison. Ken Lay died of heart disease less than 2 months after his conviction. Chief Financial Officer Andrew Fastow served 5 years. It sparked investigations, and Enron's collapse changed how corporate America conducts business.
They were forced to relocate from Washington, D.C. to Houston, Texas, which hadn't been a welcome move. Seeing the stresses of financial ruin, Elizabeth formed many opinions about wealth from a young age. She knew there was a direct correlation between power and wealth early on. Her parents put a lot of pressure on both Elizabeth and her younger brother. They pushed them to both excel academically. There were some big shoes to fill when carrying the Holmes name. Elizabeth's great-great-grandfather had been a famous surgeon, a man who had also married into the Fleischmann yeast empire. It was a point of pride for the family, and it had been very important to them to carry on the legacy. Elizabeth would later tell The New Yorker, "I grew up with those stories about greatness, and about people deciding not to spend their lives on something purposeful, and what happens to them when they make that choice, the impact on character and quality of life." Elizabeth was known for being incredibly devoted to her studies in high school. She had numerous academic and extracurricular activities, and she was fluent in Mandarin by the time she graduated. She also ran track and had a highly regimented lifestyle, but she didn't seem to connect with many of her peers. Many remember her fondly, but no one was really close to the ambitious youth. She became interested in computer programming and had even started a little side hustle of creating programs that translated computer code to universities in China. While still in high school, some strings had been pulled to allow her to participate in a summer program normally held only for Stanford University students. Stanford was the only university that Elizabeth was interested in attending. The summer program brought her to Beijing, and it was there that she would be introduced to a man who would later play a huge role in her life, entrepreneur Sunny Balwani. Sunny was also involved in the program. The 37-year-old struck up a friendship with Elizabeth, who at the time was only 18. Elizabeth looked up to Sunny as a mentor. He had struck gold during the dot-com boom in Silicon Valley and had come out a millionaire. After the summer program, Elizabeth was accepted at Stanford and started her studies in chemical engineering in 2002. She worked as a student researcher and lab assistant there. In the summer after her first year, she was accepted into a research laboratory in Singapore, working on the SARS pandemic. It was through her work there that she became interested in microfluidics. In 2003, she filed her first patent application. She wanted to invent a wearable drug delivery patch. Her first company was founded that same year, called Real-Time Cures. It was there that she had this idea to democratize healthcare. It was her own fear of needles that motivated her to find a solution to traditional blood work, a system that hasn't really had many advances in decades. She had enlisted one of her Stanford professors, Channing Robertson, to help her start things up. He even introduced her to some of her earliest investors. She had been able to secure funding from people who believed in her and her vision. Millions of dollars started coming in. Her company also started to take up a significant amount of time. She stopped going to many of her classes. By 2004, Elizabeth made the decision to drop out of Stanford and pursue her company full-time. And by 21, she had rebranded her company to Theranos, a combination of the words therapy and diagnosis. Her vision for the company had evolved several times in the first few years. The microfluidic patch had been scrapped early on. Now, Elizabeth was focused on creating a device that was similar to the size of a home printer, that would only require a single drop of blood to run numerous tests. This device would enable the user to take ownership over their own body, not having to rely on traditional venous draws and numerous tests. She had big dreams, and compared her device to when home computers became accessible. She wanted one in every home.
So then I just made a decision that I was going to figure out how to make it work. And that was it. And I actually left. I ended up living in the basement of a bunch of Stanford grads and started working from the basement of their house, and then finally convinced someone to give us, originally it was a bridge loan, and then went through the process of starting to build the company.
In less than 6 years, Elizabeth would manage to raise over $92 million in venture capital without any degrees or experience running such a large company. Many venture capitalists involved in the medical tech industry passed on the opportunity, but Elizabeth had a lot of success securing investments among family friends and wealthy families. In 2009, Sunny Balwani joined Theranos as the president and COO, but he wasn't just joining as a partner. He also loaned Theranos $13 million. Sunny didn't have any qualifications running labs, nor did he have any scientific background at all. He had come from a background in tech and had previously worked for Microsoft. And what became a shocking revelation was that Sunny and Elizabeth had been dating since 2003. They had kept their personal relationship a closely guarded secret. Not even their board members had been made aware of the situation. Sunny wasn't positively regarded within the company. Many employees described him as rude, aggressive, terse, and unreasonable. Sunny and Elizabeth ran Theranos as joint partners. Elizabeth handled the press, the big investors, and the big picture side of the business, while Sonny handled the day-to-day operations of the company. Employees quickly caught on that Sonny had very little technical knowledge about the projects they were working on. Sonny would constantly berate employees, even when they did what he asked, and would cause Sonny to frequently blow up and berate staff. This earned him a nickname around the office, the Enforcer. Until Theranos' official launch in 2013, Elizabeth had operated her company under a curtain of secrecy. Citing concerns over trade secrets, it was run in a manner that Elizabeth called stealth mode. Employees signed exhaustive NDAs, and there was a massive legal team at Theranos' disposal to ensure they were held up. There were several waves of hires, and Theranos was growing quickly and needed a large number of scientists to help the technology become functional. This stealth mode meant that departments were kept small and didn't interact with one another. Communication between different departments was left to Elizabeth and Sonny to manage. They were the only two people in the company that had any idea of what everyone as a whole was accomplishing. This was obviously a challenge, as the device had numerous working parts, and having each team separate meant the other teams had no idea if what they were doing was working. Elizabeth knew the power of a good story, and she was very good at selling her company. It was what made her a master of marketing and procured the company billions of dollars in funding. She focused on leveraging loss and grief and pulled at the heartstrings of those who were listening.
I grew up spending summers and the holidays with my uncle. I remember his love of crossword puzzles and trying to teach us to play football. I remember how much he loved the beach. I remember how much I loved him. He was diagnosed one day with skin cancer, which all of a sudden was brain cancer, and in his bones. He didn't live to see his son grow up, and I never got to say goodbye. We define diagnosis today as the determination of the presence of disease from its signs and symptoms. Yet diseases often begin so much earlier than when symptoms first appear. We see a world in which every person has access to actionable health information at the time it matters. A world in which no one ever has to say, "If only I'd known sooner."
The first era of Theranos was called the Apple era, and it was right at the beginning when Elizabeth's obsession with Steve Jobs and Apple started to come full circle. Avi Tevanian had left Apple in 2006 and joined Theranos as a board member later that year. Avi had been the right-hand man to none other than Steve Jobs, where he had worked as the vice president of software engineering. His PhD in computer science made him an incredible asset to the Theranos board. With Avi Tevanian on board, and by extension endorsing Theranos, many other employees of Apple jumped on board immediately after. Anna Ariola had also been hired on as a chief design architect. Ariola had been one of the product designers responsible for designing the Apple iPhone. Ariola was responsible for creating the look and feel of Holmes' product, known as the Edison device. It had also been Ariola's influence that helped craft Elizabeth's signature look. Elizabeth would ask about Steve Jobs' attire. Ariola explained what designer had helped to craft Steve's legendary black turtleneck shirts, and when Ariola next saw Elizabeth, she had switched out the old frumpy sweaters for the much more sleek black turtlenecks, black slacks, and a black blazer. No one could fault Elizabeth for not having passion and drive for her company. She was often the first one in and the last one to leave the office. She lived and breathed Theranos, but fostered a work environment that was unsettling to most. If a department wasn't performing to Elizabeth's expectations, she would often hire an entirely new team to moonlight the first team. She also favored those who showed the same level of dedication as she did to the company. Working only or contracted hours was a sure ticket to get on Sunny and Elizabeth's bad side. Ariola described the work environment as, Elizabeth did not want to hear other people's opinions. She wanted positive results. I think that anyone who told Elizabeth no and disagreed with her perspective and point of view, you were immediately terminated. It was just a very unusual environment. It was an environment that saw a very high turnover in employees, with either numerous terminations with no explanation or people resigning. One such resignation was Avi Tavanian, as well as many of the other Apple recruits. Elizabeth had even fired her chief of finance early on because he wouldn't falsify projections for investors. Sunny took over that role and had no issues bolstering up projections 10 times what they were capable of achieving. The company never rehired a CFO and had gone without one since 2006. Tensions to perform within the company ran high by 2015. The company was making big promises that they were unable to keep, and there was little headway in the devices, despite years of work. Ian Gibbons had been initially hired in 2005 as the chief scientist for Theranos. He had been introduced to Elizabeth through Channing Robertson. The two knew each other from working together at a company called BioTrack. He was highly qualified for the company. He was a biochemist from Cambridge with over 30 years of experience in the industry, but was unable to deliver impossible results to Elizabeth. In 2010, Ian had confided in Channing Robertson about Elizabeth. He didn't agree with her statements to the public that the device worked, and he also didn't agree with the fake demonstrations. He became very concerned, justifiably, about Elizabeth's lies. He was publicly connected to the company, and it was his reputation as a scientist that was on the line. Channing betrayed Ian, relaying his concerns to Elizabeth. He was fired immediately, but after it caused an outcry from his colleagues, he was rehired in a lesser role with reduced responsibilities as the technical consultant to the chemistry department he had once been the head of. In 2011, he learned from the Theranos legal team that he would be subpoenaed to testify as a witness during a patent theft case between Theranos and Richard Fuiss. Gibbons had been listed as a co-inventor with Elizabeth on several Theranos patents. Gibbons had indicated that the Theranos legal team had been coaching him to stick to a certain narrative that Gibbons didn't share. He did not want to lie, and he was anguished that he would face repercussions with Theranos if he didn't comply. The stress consumed him in the days leading up to the court date. The night before the court date, Ian Gibbons self-medicated with a combination of medication and alcohol. His wife found him the next morning barely breathing. He was rushed to the hospital, but died days later of liver failure. Ian's wife called and left a message for Elizabeth to report his death, and was surprised when no one called back. Later that day, she received an email from a Theranos lawyer requesting all of Ian's company property, a laptop, and documents be returned to Theranos immediately, or she would face legal consequences. It had been a shocking response to her husband's traumatic death. Elizabeth and Sunny were looking to attract some more investors in the early 2010s. There was only a slight problem. The technology still didn't work. The Edison device was meant to replace the need for big, bulky medical testing equipment and be an all-in-one solution. Theranos engineers were tasked with the impossible, but that wasn't what Sunny and Elizabeth wanted to hear. Many employees had little to no experience working with biohazards such as blood, and the facilities were not up to code for safe handling or sanitation. In March of 2010, Elizabeth and Sunny approached Walgreens with a proposal. They wanted to put their devices into pharmacies, and they wanted to work with Walgreens. They pitched the Theranos technology as viable, consumer-ready, and that it was comprehensively validated by 10 of the 15 largest pharmaceutical companies. They claimed that they could do 150 tests on a single drop of blood, with hopes of quadrupling that amount very soon. In January of 2012, Elizabeth and Sonny had made commitments to Walgreens, assuring them they would get regulatory approval for the Edison device. The nano container, which was the chamber that stored the blood, had received FDA approval, but Theranos and the FDA had been going back and forth on the classification of the device. Theranos lawyers had discovered a loophole and were able to exploit that and continue operating as if they had the proper FDA approvals. Meanwhile, even though she was facing numerous issues with their facilities, Elizabeth forged on and went forward with patient testing. She did so despite knowing that Edison gave frequent incorrect lab results and knew it was not in a position to be tested on real people who were unaware of the device's margin of errors, results that could be detrimental. One patient who had chosen Theranos due to it being a much cheaper option than traditional blood work was told that she had HIV. It had taken her several weeks to be able to save to get retested, and had been able to confirm her initial Theranos test results had been wrong. Many women received false pregnancy results. One woman got a result that indicated she had miscarried when her baby had actually still been viable. There were over 1 million test results given to patients. Doctors made decisions for medication based on the results and ordered additional, much more costly tests to confirm what lab results had indicated as well. For lab results that couldn't be performed on the Edison, they were performed on traditional lab equipment that had been hacked, for lack of a better word, so that Theranos could use them and study them. It was lab equipment they weren't supposed to have or operate without proper regulatory measures. Theranos was using devices they were not supposed to be operating, and employees were operating them without the proper licenses. The facility was not set up in a way that was safe for employees. There was very little done to protect the integrity of the patient samples. Frequent issues with contamination and mishandling occurred. The labs were frequently described by staff members as a shit show. However, investors had been assured that all of these measures had been taken by the company. Board members and investors were told that Theranos was running a state-of-the-art facility with all of the highest levels of quality assurance. But no one was allowed behind the curtain. Everyone was just operating under the assumption that Elizabeth was being honest and doing what was right.
I think the promise of technology is that we can make access to basic infrastructure and, in many cases, to more advanced infrastructure than is even currently available today in developed economies, available to people who are the most in need, in the same way that cell phones have leapfrogged over the lack of landlines in so many places. And I think the promise of Silicon Valley and these places in the world in which there's so much creativity is that we can demonstrate that there are models for doing well by doing good, and for applying technology and developing technology for those who are most in need. I mean, the best business models now are ones where you're developing goods and services for prices that are lower than those that are subsidized by foundations.
A big problem for Theranos was that Elizabeth ran her company how the leaders in tech that she set out to emulate had run their companies. Apple, Oracle, Facebook, and Microsoft all had one thing in common. They were companies in computer tech. Theranos was different in that it was primarily in the field of medicine. Elizabeth had a charming and captivating personality. Her deep voice and unblinking, bright blue eyes made most people feel as though she had cast a spell on them. It had been this charm that had attracted the all-star board of directors to her as mentors. They all shared similar opinions of Holmes, that she was brilliant, attractive, and would do great things with Theranos.
Could this be the future of preventive medicine? Let's take a closer look with Elizabeth Holmes. She's the founder and CEO of Theranos, who also happens to be the youngest self-made female billionaire in America. Ms. Holmes, welcome to Mad Money.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, Elizabeth, you're doing something that's so profound that you're giving transparency you're also making it so that it's easier, better for the consumer. There's a little device that you have that I think is the good metaphor to start with. Could you show us and tell us what it is?
Absolutely. So this is what we call the nanotainer, which is a very small tube that's designed to replace the big vials that you take out of your arm when you draw blood traditionally with a tiny drop that can come from a finger.
Okay, so what does this mean for the traditional way we do diagnosis, and how would it upend the paradigm? Because I know you don't want to think small.
The goal is to empower the individual. We believe strongly that the future of healthcare is in enabling the individual to have the information that they need to take ownership of their health, and making lab information, which drives 80% of clinical decisions, more accessible by making it as painless as possible, making it incredibly inexpensive, and providing transparency around pricing so that people know before they buy a healthcare service how much it's going to cost them. We can begin to make it possible to enfranchise the individual and get them engaged.
Early on, Elizabeth had been mentored by Don Lucas, a self-employed venture capitalist who had been investing in Silicon Valley for decades and had once been on the board for Oracle. He took the young entrepreneur under his wing and helped Elizabeth make several connections to other big names. He would also take a seat on the board of Theranos as the chairman. One of those connections was Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, a computer tech company that creates and develops various software used worldwide. Ellison played a very important role to Elizabeth. He had directly assisted her in making various decisions, and again helped to get her face-to-face with big investors. He had even given her the advice to not listen to her scientists when they told her things weren't possible. He stated that, if he had listened to every programmer's never-ending complaints, Oracle never would have become the success that it did. But medical science is completely different than computer programming. The two really can't be compared.
People don't even know that they have a basic human right to be able to get access to information about themselves and their own bodies that can change their lives. Every person should have the ability to get that type of test, because if you understand that early that you're at risk, there's a lot more that you can do about it. And we'd like to see a world in which every person gets access to this type of basic testing, and the types of tests that are done are ones that provide insight into the onset of disease in time to do something about it.
Another influential mentor was Tim Draper. He had helped her get investments from the DeVos family, the Cox family, and introduced her to Rupert Murdoch. Draper had been one of the first investors for Theranos. Her board would eventually become full of heavy hitters, like George Shultz, David Boies, Henry Kissinger, Mark LaRay, and General James Mad Dog Mattis, who had served as the Secretary of Defense. A board of directors is meant to hold a CEO accountable. They even hold the power to replace a CEO if they feel they are underperforming or not acting within the best interests of the company. These directors, typically early investors, are usually allowed access to all aspects of the business, but this didn't happen at Theranos. When asked to see contracts, audits, or lab results, Elizabeth would either directly shut down their request, citing excuses like, "No, that is under legal review," or she would skirt around the questions, promising to produce results before the next quarter. What was missing from Theranos' stacked board of directors were any experts relating to the field of medicine, science, or biology. With perhaps the one exception, Channing Robertson. Robertson was one of Elizabeth's teachers at Stanford, and she had worked for him on some projects. When she left Stanford, he had been one of the first recruits that Elizabeth had sought out for her board. Robertson was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars as a salaried employee, but claimed that despite him having an office and regularly working at Theranos more than any other board member, he had no idea about the third-party devices or the false promises Elizabeth had made. In 2016, Theranos announced a new panel of medical and laboratory experts would be joining the board. Susan Evans, William Fogey, Anne Granowski, and David Halfett were scheduled to join, but by the time the announcement was made, it was likely already too late. In 2015, things started to take a turn for Theranos. People started looking at Theranos more critically. They had been making bold claims and had yet to publish any literature to back them up. Their revolution in medical tech needed to be peer-reviewed by unbiased scientists, which, according to what was available, had not been done yet. Elizabeth had always hid behind the excuse of not publishing by saying it would reveal trade secrets, but tried to deflect those who spoke out against Theranos and threatened legal action against anyone who published negative opinions. Then, John Carreyrou, an investigative journalist working for the Wall Street Journal, published his story. He had become interested in Holmes when an article in Fortune had done an in-depth piece about Elizabeth and Theranos. Initially, he just wanted to know more, but 2 whistleblowers confirmed suspicions in the scientific community. Theranos was a lie. The whistleblowers went on the record to say that the devices didn't work. They had first-hand knowledge of devices that had been programmed to appear to work, when in actuality, most tests were being run on third-party devices. The labs used traditional blood analyzers, which they were not licensed to do. In fact, it was discovered that Holmes had lied to the FDA, downplaying what the company had been doing. After the Wall Street Journal article came out, the FDA did a surprise visit of the facilities, which had resulted in several violations. Additionally, they also reclassified the Theranos proprietary devices as a Class II medical device, meaning that there would need to be more oversight and regulations in place. This classification change closed the loophole that Theranos had been operating in. After that, article after article critical of what was happening at the company became more than Theranos could bear. Holmes made several desperate attempts to get on top of the bad press, but they just didn't have anything substantial to dispel the critics.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I have to tell you, in all my years, I can't recall a private company that I have to candidly many have never heard of getting this kind of attention and scrutiny. What do you think's going on here?
This is what happens when you work to change things. And first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world. And I have to say, I personally was shocked to see that the Journal would publish something like this when we had sent them over 1,000 pages of documentation demonstrating that the statements in their piece were false. But we're doing things differently, and we're working to make a difference, and that means people raise questions, and that's okay. But in this case, it was pretty disappointing to see that after every single one of the sources that we spoke with, who the Journal had contacted, told us that the statements that were being attributed to them were false or misleading, and the only sources who were left were ones who wouldn't speak with us, who on their own website say that they now do business with LabCorp in their office, or in the other case, demanded in writing that we pay them in cash upfront $2,500 for an hour to talk to them about their statements to the Journal.
Did the Journal
those
know
things
what
weren't
you just
referenced.
said? Did the Journal know everything that you just said before they wrote the article?
Of course, absolutely.
Theranos started bleeding cash, and several failed attempts at generating cash were putting more pressure on the company. Safeway walked away from what was going to be a $350 million contract, which was another nail in the coffin for Theranos. On September 4th, 2018, Theranos sent an email to investors stating that the company would be shutting down. By that time, Elizabeth had been removed as CEO, and it was her replacement, David Taylor, who made the announcement. The company had never recovered from the scandal. Hundreds of millions of dollars had been sunk into an idea that had never come to fruition. It had all been smoke and mirrors in an effort to buy more time. By September, the company had already been fighting legal battle after legal battle with investors, scrambling to recoup any money they could before the inevitable foreclosure. The company had already been fighting bankruptcy for over a year prior. And in March, Elizabeth and Sonny had been charged with fraud by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Sonny had left the company when it was announced that the SEC was beginning its investigation into Theranos in 2016. Though a spokesperson for Theranos stated that Mr. Balwani isn't being blamed for the company's regulatory problems, Elizabeth's testimony to the SEC said otherwise. The transcript of her interview is nearly 1,000 pages long, and it is filled with statements such as,
I don't know specifically. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly. I just don't know.
Language that distanced herself from decisions made by the company and directing the investigators to look elsewhere for answers, which much of the time was towards Sonny. The investigation with the SEC concluded with a settlement. As part of that settlement, Holmes was to return millions of dollars in investments, pay a $500,000 fine, and Holmes would not be able to serve as an officer or director of a public company for 10 years. Sonny was also charged on his own with making numerous false and misleading statements in investor presentations, product demonstrations, and media articles, and he has decided to fight those charges in court. Stephen Paikin, the SEC's co-director of enforcement, said in a statement to the press, "Really, this company was a company that was a two-person operation, where Holmes and Balwani exclusively controlled Theranos. They were responsible for all of the misconduct alleged in this complaint." On June 15, 2018, Holmes and Balwani were both indicted on charges of wire fraud and conspiracy to commit wire fraud. They both pleaded not guilty, and a trial would go forward. Despite the charges, Holmes remained on the board of directors until Theranos closed its doors forever. Elizabeth knew she had an upcoming trial, but she seemed to have moved on with her life. Her social media was all turned private, but images began leaking out from those who remained in her social circle. People had assumed the disgraced CEO would lie low, stay out of the public eye while she awaited trial. As the company she had founded was locking its doors forever, it was revealed that Elizabeth was doing something completely unexpected. She was partying at Burning Man with a new boyfriend. People who saw her after the fall of the company described having bizarre interactions. She bumped into ex-Theranos employees and acted like they had been old friends, and didn't acknowledge the huge elephant in the room. What happened with Theranos? Where did all of the money go? What about the trial? Was everything a lie? A million questions needed answers, but Elizabeth just brushed it off and went on to introduce her new partner. In 2019, Holmes became engaged to 27-year-old Billy Evans, an heir to Evans Hotels. The couple posted cute selfies while living in one of the most exclusive neighborhoods in Silicon Valley, a 9-bedroom mansion worth $135 million. The couple even went to Burning Man, a week-long festival held in Nevada that attracts tens of thousands of people to participate in an anti-consumerism experiment with a community of artists. The couple married shortly after, and fortunately for their honeymoon, it was announced that her and Sonny Balwani's trials were to be delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In March 2021, Holmes' legal team informed the courts that Elizabeth was pregnant and requested another delay to give birth, which was granted. She gave birth to her son later that summer, and on August 31st, 2021, we finally saw the first step in her trial, jury selection. When Elizabeth Holmes founded Theranos, she was 19 years old. She was at the company's helm as CEO for 15 years. Often, much attention is focused on how young and naive she was, but she was in her mid-30s when the company dissolved. Additionally, she had every opportunity to bring in experts to help with the company, but failed to do so. She also didn't listen to those who tried to help her. She got rid of anyone who didn't agree with her. Allegedly. It isn't illegal to have a dream, but it is illegal to lie to investors, forge government documents, and mislead government agencies. Let's get into the trial of Elizabeth Holmes. Her trial began on September 7, 2021. Opening statements from the prosecutor, Robert Leach, started things off with this statement. Out of time and out of money, Elizabeth Holmes decided to lie. It would be their job to convince the 12 jurors without a shadow of a doubt that Holmes knew the technology didn't work, and deliberately misled investors and patients. Elizabeth's defense had fought hard to grant her an exception to the face covering requirement in the courtroom. She showed up to court looking very different than she had while at Theranos. Her new look was softer, lighter, more muted, and was a direct contrast to the sharp, dark, and slick uniform she sported as CEO. She almost didn't look like the same person. During the trial, thousands of text messages between Elizabeth and Sonny were brought in as evidence. Many are personal messages, what one might expect between a couple that works together. Some are strictly business, and some are a mix of the two. Especially in 2015, there are several messages where Sonny is directing Elizabeth, telling her she is acting too giddy, or overusing words and sounding immature. They were together for 12 years, and their relationship had started when Theranos was founded. At trial, Elizabeth detailed that she was emotionally and physically abused by Sonny, who controlled her. The text messages do reflect that the couple appeared to fight often, but there are no clear details about those fights. The vast age gap does stand out as odd, keeping in mind that they met while Elizabeth was in high school. Sonny had also invested millions of dollars of his own money into Theranos when the company was founded. Age, power, and money seem to have played a key role in his influence over Elizabeth. On the flip side, the prosecution countered Elizabeth's defense that she had been controlled and manipulated by bringing forward evidence that Elizabeth was having another relationship. From 2010 to 2015, it was revealed that Elizabeth had what she described as a fleeting romance. It wasn't covered extensively in the trial, as it seemed that prosecutors didn't want to outright challenge that Holmes had been a victim of domestic abuse, but was more a way of adding doubt that she may not have been controlled in every aspect of her life, which is what she had stated. On the less personal side, other evidence that came forward were several investor calls that Elizabeth herself had made. Several calls made multiple false and inaccurate statements pertaining to Theranos' partnership with the military. These investor calls and presentations are actually where the bulk of the damning evidence came from. The presentation documents showed revenue projections that were determined to be false. There were also forged documents from government agencies. It was revealed that Holmes had copy and pasted the Pfizer logo onto documents in order to show investors that they had the appropriate approvals. Former employees also came forward, giving statements about the work culture at Theranos and who they reported to, which was often either Sonny or Elizabeth. Many also stated that it was Elizabeth who had the final say in decision-making. Jurors also heard several patients' statements about the experiences they had when they received lab work done by Theranos. Though it highlighted that there were clear problems with results from Theranos, it wasn't impactful to directly connect Holmes to those particular instances of fraud, though it did connect Holmes to several deceptions Theranos made to Walgreens, as Walgreens had not been made aware of how often Theranos was delivering incorrect lab results to patients. We will never know exactly how often Theranos test results failed, because the databases that contained that information disappeared mysteriously. The trial also covered testimony from a former lab director, Adam Rosendorf. He testified for 4 days during the trial. He said that he directly communicated with Elizabeth, almost exclusively during his time at Theranos. He served as the lab director from April 2013 to November 2014. He testified that he personally witnessed the failures of Theranos technology, and that Elizabeth knew that the devices didn't work. In an email he wrote to Elizabeth in 2014, he asked to have his name removed from the Theranos lab license to relieve him of legal liability. He also said, "I feel really uncomfortable with what is happening right now in this company. I'm feeling pressured to vouch for results that I cannot be confident in." Elizabeth responded, "How sad and disappointing to see this from you." Rosendorf left the company shortly after this exchange. After Rosendorf left, the lab still needed a director to sign off on lab work and also be on the lab license. His successor was Sunny Balwani's dermatologist, Sunil Dhawan. Dewan had told jurors his role at Theranos was to sign paperwork, and had only gone to the labs once or twice during his time at the company. He had been approached by Sonny, who said the position would be temporary while they found another lab director. He worked for Theranos for about 8 months, until there was an external audit of the labs, and he was replaced. He had no experience in pathology or laboratory sciences, but met federal and state requirements for the position. He testified he never saw the Theranos technology and did not know how it worked, but signed off on hundreds of documents. Another key testimony was that of Daniel Edlin. He worked at the company as a product manager from 2011 to 2016 and had been recruited by Christian Holmes, Elizabeth's brother, who had joined the company as a senior manager and had hired several of his classmates and friends from Duke University. Edlin said that it had been his job to give tours at the company headquarters to important visitors and potential investors. He detailed that the tours were carefully scripted, and it was his job to sell that narrative. He testified that the devices used by guests were set up with a demo application that prevented the devices from showing any sort of errors if the sample malfunctioned. Emails also revealed that Edlin had been directed to alter lab results to make them appear normal. He testified that he communicated directly with Elizabeth daily and was one of the few former employees that testified that he never had any concerns about the company until the Wall Street Journal article came out and he left the company. Proving that Elizabeth Holmes was culpable of fraud would prove to be a challenge for the prosecutors, but during the 10 weeks of trial, they seemed to be doing a good job of showing that Holmes was aware of Theranos' shortcomings, had herself altered documents, and projections for investors. According to trial experts, it was looking to be a slam dunk for prosecutors. Experts never expected Holmes to take the stand and open herself up to cross-examination, but in what seemed like a final effort to humanize Elizabeth to the jurors, the defense made an announcement. Elizabeth Holmes would be taking the stand.
The moment everyone was waiting for at the Theranos trial, Elizabeth Holmes taking the witness stand at her fraud trial. Good evening, I'm Elizabeth Cook.
And I'm Alan Martin. It was a dramatic moment in the months-long trial. Elizabeth Holmes becoming the lead witness for the defense.
KPIX5's Lynn Ramirez was in the courtroom for us.
Well, the question of whether or not Elizabeth Holmes would take the witness stand in her own defense has been one of the biggest questions hanging over this trial since the very beginning. And the answer came this afternoon on the very day the defense took over the case. For 11 weeks, Elizabeth Holmes sat in silence, listening to the government's case that she conspired with her Theranos business partner to defraud investors. Today, she took the witness stand in her own defense to tell her side of the story.
It's a tactical decision to put your client on the stand, but this kind of a defendant, you can put on the stand because she's persuasive.
Holmes testified how she pursued her dreams of creating devices to improve health, how she dropped out of Stanford as a sophomore to start a company. She said she worked all the time, first exploring a pill that would transmit health data and administer doses of medicine, and later how that morphed into Theranos. While explaining the first Theranos device, she looked straight at the jury to explain the technology.
She's giving a pitch to the jury. She's explaining, she's teaching them what her device can do. And she's also giving them time to get to know her.
By testifying in her own defense, Holmes will also give herself up to cross-examination, which will set the stage for a showdown with government lawyers later.
This is who Elizabeth Holmes is. She's a skilled salesperson, and she's gotten so many people to believe in her, from investors to pharmaceutical companies. Why would a jury be any different?
Holmes took the stand looking composed and polished, and she was allowed to be maskless for her testimony, granting the jurors an opportunity to really analyze her expressions fully. She started at the beginning of Theranos' founding. She smiled and went over the story of how the company came to be. She appeared confident and poised while remaining focused on her lawyer. Occasionally, she broke her focus to direct her attention to the jurors to explain corporate or medical jargon. Her lawyers walked her through many of the incidents that had already been covered by the prosecutors, allowing for Elizabeth to tell her side of the story. In total, she was on the stand for 6 days. During that time, she admitted to altering the forged documents from Pfizer, but claimed she hadn't done it maliciously. She simply was excited about the data and wanted to share it. She said, "I wish I had done it differently," which had become a mantra of hers while on the stand. She expressed remorse for how things were handled at the company. She admitted to making several attempts at getting rid of the now infamous Wall Street Journal article. She said of the situation, "The way we handled the Wall Street Journal process was a disaster." It was also revealed that Holmes had hired a private investigator company, Interfer, to discover who was leaking to the WSJ. A total of $150,000 had been spent to harass and intimidate whistleblowers. In the things she did not admit to, Elizabeth passed the blame to Sonny, lab directors, employees, board members, and even her marketing agency. But in another statement, she testified that she was the only one in control over what was said to investors, business partners, board members, and journalists, which countered her entire defense argument that she had been controlled by Sonny Balwani. On the final day of her testimony, her legal team made an argument that differentiated from other fraud cases. Elizabeth had never cashed out her stock shares. She went down with the ship and didn't personally profit when the company collapsed. When asked directly if she had tried to mislead investors, she said, "Never." In total, the company had raised over $1 billion, funded by 275 different investors. 29 witnesses had been called. It was a 4-month-long trial, with jurors finally beginning their deliberation on December 17th. Judge Davila instructed them to take as much time as you need to discuss things. There is no hurry. On January 3rd, 2022, the jury came back after 3 days of deliberation. On 3 counts, they were hung, meaning they couldn't come to an agreement of guilty or not guilty. The jury acquitted 4 of the fraud counts and 1 of the conspiracy counts. A jury determined that Elizabeth Holmes was guilty on 4 of the 11 charges. Since the jurors could not come to a verdict on 3 counts of federal wire fraud, the prosecution can retry Holmes on those charges, though it seems more likely that they will drop them. They may wait to see how the trial of Sonny Balwani goes to make that decision. Holmes faces 20 years in prison for each count she was found guilty for. It is up to the judge to determine what is a fair and just sentence for this type of crime. Legal experts have weighed in, and it is assumed that Elizabeth Holmes will face a much shorter prison sentence than 20 years, possibly less than 10 based on a lack of criminal history. Holmes also has the opportunity to appeal the verdict. This could further delay any sentencing court dates. She will remain out of prison on a $500,000 bond until she is sentenced. Her legal team has proposed mid-September as a sentencing date, which would be after Balwani's trial. Sonny Balwani's trial has started as of this month, and I will let you know of any revelations that may come out of that trial.
Today we are doing a viewer-requested story, The Unsolved Cold Case of Cabin 28, a mystery that had happened in the 1980s and is still being investigated to this day. Let's get into it. It was 1979 when Glennis Susan Sharp, who preferred to be called Sue, left Connecticut, leaving behind a turbulent marriage. With her 5 children in tow, she packed whatever belongings she could fit into her vehicle and hit the road. She decided on California to be closer to her brother. They first settled in Quincy, California, moving into a 1-bedroom trailer that her brother and his wife had recently vacated. But the cramped trailer park was not ideal for the large family. Her children ranged in ages: John, 15, Sheila, 14, Tina, 12, Ricky, 10, and Greg, 5. Sue had heard that there was a small resort town nearby in Keddie, California, that was facing financial problems and had converted their cabins into low-income housing. Ketty Cabins was once a massively successful resort destination, but by the 1980s, the cabins had gone into a state of disrepair that no longer brought the affluent crowd it once did. The family settled into cabin. It was run down, but it had more space for the kids, and there were lots of other families living on the grounds. The cabin had 3 bedrooms. Her oldest son, Johnny, took the unfinished basement. Her youngest boys, Rick and Greg, took a bedroom. Sue and Tina shared a room, and Sheila had a room. All the children had friends their own age to play with, and for a while, it seemed like a happy place for the family. Sue's ex-husband had been in the Navy. The family was accustomed to moving around the country, and they looked forward to being in one place for a while. Sue had a hard time making ends meet. She would get $250 from her ex-husband, food stamps, and was on social welfare. She was also enrolled in a federal education program that gave her money to attend classes at a local community college. She was taking business classes, and her classmates said she was a good student, she worked hard, obtained good grades, although they'd also said she was a loner. She didn't join in on coffee breaks and preferred studying alone rather than in a group setting. Sue faced a lot of stigmatism in the community. People didn't like that she was on welfare, and she seemed to date a lot of men. People gossiped, accusing her of dealing drugs or sleeping with men for money. A large reason for the gossip was because Sue kept to herself. She didn't make a lot of friends. This was probably because she had spent most of her adult life moving and wasn't accustomed to establishing lasting relationships. She didn't seem to mind the isolation. She didn't really care what people had thought about her. She just looked forward to building her life into something else. She hoped to own a small business, buy a house suitable for the kids, and keep them safe. April 11th was like any other day. It was a Saturday. Johnny and his friend Dana Wingate had hitchhiked into nearby Quincy looking for a party. Sheila and Tina had been at a nearby cabin watching television, and Ricky and Greg had a friend over at home, Justin Eason. Justin Eason is often referred to as having the last name Smart. However, Martin Smart was his stepfather, and he didn't actually have the last name Smart. Justin had recently moved to Ketty. He had been living in Montana with his father, but had recently moved in with his mother and his stepfather, Marilyn and Martin Smart. All the kids were in and out of Cabin 28 all day. This was normal for the families, with everyone living so close to one another. The younger boys were out riding bikes for most of the day, coming home only to eat a quick dinner and then back out again. They played until it was dark, before finally coming home for the night. Tina also returned to the house that evening, while Sheila had planned to stay overnight at the Seabolt's house. Johnny and Dana had also plans to return that evening, but when they returned remains unclear. Little Greg was the first to go to bed around 8:30, then Tina around 9:30. Ricky and Justin joined Sue to watch Love Boat, and then they too go to bed around 10 p.m. Sue remains on the couch watching TV, kind of dozing off, but not really ready to turn in. More than likely, she was waiting for Johnny and Dana to return before officially going to bed. Investigators noted that it was more or less a normal Saturday evening. People came and went out of Ketty all evening, heading to and from the local bar called the Backdoor Bar. During the subsequent investigation, people did note a few odd things in the night, but it wasn't anything at the time that people had really put much thought to. A dog barking in the direction of Cabin 28. Someone noticed that their cat paced in and out of the house all night when they normally slept. Another noted a back porch light on at 4 a.m. at Cabin 28. But these aren't things one immediately associates with terrible happenings. They're seemingly random. It isn't until 8 a.m. the following morning when nothing is ever the same at Ketty Cabins. At 8 a.m., Sheila Sharp makes the familiar trek over to Cabin 28. She had intended to quickly change into clothing suitable for church and go with the Seabolts. However, when she entered the home, what was found was beyond comprehension. She recognized her brother Johnny lying face up, covered in blood. There was another boy face down. They were tied at the feet. She saw a yellow blanket covering what she thought looked like another body, but she didn't know who. She ran out of the cabin screaming, back to the Seabolts, who called the police. Sheila and James Seabolt Jr. go to cabin 28 to find the rest of the family. Looking into the windows of the cabin, they see the youngest boys and Jason Eason sleeping. They wake them by tapping on the window and insist that they crawl through the window so they don't see the horrors in the living room. Justin is sent home to his parents, and the boys wait with Sheila for police. James continued to look around for survivors, since Sheila didn't know who was under the blanket, and the hope was to find Tina hiding. James noted that the back door of the cabin was left open. James eventually gave up, assuming there was no one else inside, rejoining the others outside. The crime scene wasn't contained. It was initially handled by the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. It was riddled with errors and oversights from the very beginning. Deputy Hank Clement was first to arrive. He confirmed all 3 bodies were deceased. Sergeant Jerry Shaver was next on the scene and began talking to a group of people outside and taking statements. At some point, Shaver and Clement walked through the house, reviewing the scene. Sheriff Sylvester Doug Thomas and Assistant Sheriff Ken Shanks came next, and then Don Stoy joined them. The scene now had 5 men walk through it. 7 if you consider that James and Sheila had also entered the scene, none of whom knew how to preserve a crime scene. It wasn't until all 5 men had walked through that photographs of the scene were taken. Officers were doing house-by-house welfare checks and interviewing potential witnesses, and it wasn't for several hours that officers noticed Tina was unaccounted for. The FBI were called in to investigate Tina's disappearance, but the FBI was only involved for about 2 weeks before handing the case back to the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. The most perplexing thing about the homicide was the fact that the 3 young boys slept through the whole ordeal, the fact that the killers had just left them as potential witnesses. Ricky and Greg had no recollection, and the first thing they remembered was Sheila waking them. But Justin was reported to have told his mother that he had dreamed he had heard noises in the living room, and when he opened the bedroom door, he saw Sue talking to 2 men, Johnny and Dana, walking in the front door and began arguing with the men. A fight broke out, Tina came into the room and was quickly taken away by one of the men. It is important to note that Justin's testimonies changed at various points in his life, and the most detailed recount he gave was under hypnosis. His testimony also doesn't quite line up with the evidence, but it is strongly believed that he was a witness, and the trauma of the ordeal is why he doesn't have a strong, consistent memory. In the home, investigators found 2 bloody kitchen knives, which had been used with such force that one was severely bent. They also found a hammer and a pellet gun. Each victim had been bound with medical tape and electrical cords taken from various appliances around the home, and an extension cord. Sheila stated that they had never had medical tape before, so it was believed that at least one of the suspects brought it with them. Investigators confirmed it was Sue who was under the yellow blanket. She had just been wearing a robe, but was otherwise naked. Her underwear had been stuffed into her mouth along with a ball of tape. The tape in the underwear was secured to her mouth with an extension cord. Sue had been beaten with a claw hammer and stabbed multiple times. Johnny had been beaten and stabbed, but his throat was slit. Dana Wingate, however, had been strangled and beaten with a different styled instrument believed to be a hammer, but wasn't among the weapons recovered. Evidence collected by investigators were drops of blood on Tina's bed, a bloody footprint in the yard, knife marks on various walls throughout the home, and a bloody fingerprint on the inside of a door frame and a banister. It is strongly believed that at least 2 people would have been needed to control the chaos. The killers were also in no rush. The victims died of their wounds, with the exception of Dana. There were lone pools of blood on the living room floor, indicating the boys had been moved at some point and repositioned. The bottom of Sue's bare feet and one of the boys' shoes were covered in blood, suggesting that at one point they were mobile and had walked through blood. Detectives noted a lack of fingerprints and identifiable DNA left at the scene. This led the detectives to believe that the suspects had worn gloves and were prepared. When the initial investigation took place, forensic evidence, it wasn't commonplace for DNA to be collected, such as hair, skin cells, and other transferred DNA, so it wasn't collected at the scene. All blood at the scene was determined to belong to the victims. The hope at the time was that Tina was hiding in the woods. She was known to create forts and hideouts. However, her remains were found 3 years later, 100 miles from Keddie, near Feather Falls. Along with the remains, they found a child's blanket, a blue nylon jacket, a pair of Levi's jeans with a missing back pocket, and an empty surgical tape dispenser. In the 3 years between the murders and the discovery of Tina's body, the case had gone completely cold. There were rumors that the slayings had been connected to drugs, but law enforcement were never able to find a connection. No one could even definitively know the intended target for the slayings. Theories ranged from all the victims, but none of the victims had any real enemies or altercations. Police followed many theories, putting 4,000 man-hours working the case. Detectives even ruled out the serial killers Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole, who were active in the area at the time of the killings. Keddie and the rest of the Plumas County were never the same after April 11th. It changed the community. People were haunted. Many believed that someone among them had, or knew who had, committed the attacks. People began locking their doors at night. There were strong beliefs in the community that the Plumas County Sheriff's Office had quietly tucked the case away. Leads weren't followed, evidence wasn't checked, and some evidence was ignored completely. The Plumas County Sheriff's Department had interviewed everyone in the Keddie cabins, as well as anyone else who knew the victims. Among those interviewed was the stepfather of Jason Eason, Martin Smart. According to Smart, on the night of the murder, he and his friend John Bobaday and his wife Marilyn had stopped in at Cabin 28 to invite Sue to the bar with them. Sue declined and they went to the bar. At the bar, Smart had complained to the manager about the music being played. They left shortly afterwards and headed back to the Smart cabin, walking by Cabin 28. Marilyn went to bed around 11 p.m., and the men went back to the bar to have more drinks. He said that he and Bo had returned home around midnight. Smart also volunteered the information to investigators that he was missing a hammer. Since police at the time hadn't released the information that a hammer was missing from the crime scene, this put Martin at the top of the suspect list. Martin had met Bobaday a few weeks before April 11th while in a veterans hospital where Martin was receiving treatments for PTSD from serving in Vietnam. The Smarts moved Bobaday into their home until he was able to get on his feet. Bobaday allegedly didn't think highly of Johnny Sharp, calling him a punk. Bobaday had told people in Keddie that he had been a cop previously, and Martin was friendly with most of the officers. Someone in the sheriff's department had allegedly tipped off Martin and Bobaday that they were suspects, and both men quickly found work outside of California. Bobaday was thought to have gone back to Chicago, and Smart found work in Nevada. Bobaday died in Chicago in 1988. Martin wasn't the best husband, and he was said to have cheated on his wife. He was abusive and prone to violent outbursts and was involved in selling drugs. He had worked at the Ketty Hotel as a cook, but had been fired some weeks before the murders. Sue, Martin, and Marilyn had all been taking the same business courses, and it was said that Sue had been counseling Marilyn on leaving her husband. After April 11th, Martin took work in Nevada, and his marriage to Marilyn began to deteriorate. He had sent her a letter where it sounds as though he is confessing. The letter read as follows: "I've paid a price for your love, and now I've bought it with 4 lives, and now you're telling me we're through. Great." Marilyn claimed that she had never opened the letter, but had found it later. She went on to state that the handwriting was definitely that of her ex-husband. After their divorce, Marilyn had gotten remarried. Martin also regularly saw a counselor for his PTSD. According to the counselor, Smart had admitted to her that he killed Sue and Tina, but had nothing to do with the boys. Tina had to be killed because she had seen everything. The counselor allegedly told Plumas County Sheriff's Department what Martin had told her, but there was no evidence of that statement ever being taken. Martin died of cancer in Portland, Oregon in June 2000. Marilyn did go on the record to state she believed her ex-husband and Beau Bobaday were responsible for the murders. She said that after she had went to bed, they went back to the bar, and at 2 a.m. she woke up to find them burning unknown items in the wood stove. Although there is no evidence to corroborate her statements, it would explain why Justin was left with the younger boys sleeping. It may also explain why Justin's story changed throughout his life. He could have blocked it out from trauma, or he may have been threatened to stay quiet. The cabin was demolished in 2004. In 2016, a hammer had been found in a pond near the cabins, found by someone using a metal detector in the area. It matched the description of the hammer Martin had claimed to have lost. In April 2016, a knife was also recovered near the scene. The Plumas County Sheriff's Department claimed to be actively investigating 6 suspects, and DNA recovered from the scene matched a living suspect. In a box of old evidence, one of the investigators found an audio tape directing police to the location of Tina's body. It had remained unopened in the evidence bag. None of the initial investigators had even bothered to listen to it. The knife, hammer, and tape were all sent to the FBI for testing. No word on if they've been any aid to the investigation. There is still a $5,000 reward for any leads leading to an arrest and prosecution. The lead investigators currently working the case are very confident that they will have this solved soon. They are quoted as saying, "There are persons of interest still living who knew or participated in this crime and should now be worried." I definitely think any original investigators should be very concerned, as there was clearly some instances of a cover-up in this investigation. There really is no reason for a large amount of evidence, key evidence, that had been never looked into or followed up on. If anything comes up, I will definitely do a follow-up video.